Chapter 245. We can tell him about it, but I doubt it will make any difference. After all, Chi of Calamity has the ability to influence a cultivator's mind, replied one of the Supreme Realm True Monarchs. We can place a seal to prevent other people from seeing it. After all, we do not want other factions to use this fact to their advantage. Plus, if Bai Han and his group can quickly awaken from this disaster, then their state of mind should sublimate. At that time, reaching the Supreme Realm will become easier. That's a good method. With this path of Supreme slowly opening up, this is the perfect time. So, all the true monarchs decided on the next step of action. However, one person, Xueqi Lin Fan's Dao Protector, said, "None of that truly matters as long as this Chi of Calamity does not force Bai Han to start an Emperor Dao war on a whim. What I really care about is the reason for such a thing to happen. Isn't it obvious? Heavenly Dao used the Chi of Calamity to clout Bai Han's mind, thus making him act irrationally, thus ensuring that he remains Wang Wei's enemy despite the fact that bowing his head would be the wisest and best choice in this situation," said one of the true monarch. "That's correct. If this was the normal Bai Han, he would never act in such a way." Another person. "I know all of this," replied Xueqi. "The issue is why Heavenly Dao did this? Have you guys noticed that in this generation, the amount of time that Heavenly Dao intervened is quite high, especially the secret schemes? All of us here have lived for a very long time, but in our generation, I doubt that Heavenly Dao intervened even once except for granted merits. Even then, it did not really show up, but the mechanism that is responsible for granting the merit merely activated itself once the requirements were met. But in this generation, Heavenly Dao showed many times. And most of the time, it involved that sacred son Wang Wei. What I want to know is why. As Supreme Realm powerhouses, they are beings closest to the Dao. So, they can feel that Heavenly Dao does not really like Wang Wei. As a matter of fact, even the true monarchs of the Dao opening sect have also started to notice something wrong. But they have not completely figured out the reason yet. Maybe it has to do with the fact he brought divine punishment thunder a few years ago? Or maybe because of his soul. That thing is not natural. Maybe things are not that simple, said one of the true monarchs. Maybe we should go over the secret archives of the Academy and see if we can discover something. Agree. After everyone came to a decision, the meeting came to an end. However, one person still had something else to say. According to this situation, we might have to intervene in the control of the Academy. The conversation became silent. After a while, someone said, "According to our previous agreement, we would not intervene in the Academy's management unless necessary. Otherwise a power imbalance could be created, leading to infighting. Now, things have not reached such a level yet." All the other true monarchs nodded in acknowledgement. The truth of the matter is that this generation was a strange one. According to precedent, all the previous headmasters, great teachers, and elder teachers were supposed to be in the Supreme Realm. As for the position of Supreme Elder or Supreme Teacher, this was a position or title reserved to the Dao ancestors and immortal venerables of the Academy. Unfortunately, the path of Supreme was cut off in the last generation, making it impossible for the younger generations to reach similar height and cultivation level as the older generation. Nevertheless, the older generation were old and weary, and in order for any factions to improve and move forwards, they needed the younger generation to take charge. After noticing that there was no way to actually become true monarch, the older generation realized that if they keep holding the power of their factions without passing it on, an imbalance of power might occur and the younger generation might become resentful. This was not conducive for the future development of their factions. So, all of them came to the same decision. They will take a supporting role while giving all the power of their factions to the young generation. Hence the reason that Saint Realm true persons like Wang Tian and Bai Han are in charge of their own factions despite their lack of cultivation. As for the older generation like Wang Chong and Xueqi, they decided to only interfere when absolutely necessary. Inside a plain and simple residence with few decorations. Bai Han had just returned to his residence when he received a notice from true monarch Xueqi to come see him. Albeit a little surprised and confused by the sudden visit, he still prepared tea to properly welcome the true monarch. Although Bai Han used to be a true monarch as well, since he was not currently, he still had to give the necessary respect. "What? Am enveloped by Chi of Calamity?" yelled Bai Han with great surprise. Then instantly he started using a secret technique. Immediately, he noticed a red hue hovering around his head, making his face very ugly. As for Xueqi, he was a little surprised at Bai Han's technique. It must be a very powerful one to be able to notice the Chi of Calamity in the Saint Realm, especially since it allows Bai Han to see his own Chi of Calamity. The odd thing about Chi of Calamity is that other powerful people can see it on other people, but it is extremely difficult to notice it on themselves, making it very difficult to deal with. "What are you going to do now?" asked Xueqi calmly. Bai Han's face became ugly after hearing this. He started to think about his next step of action. A part of him told him to stop his action against Wang Wei, as he is just being used as Heavenly Dao's pawn. Another part of him is telling him that he has come so far, and he is so close to succeed, so there is no need to stop. As for the Chi of Calamity, it just brought the deep desire inside his heart and had little effect on him. Sweat started to fall down from Bai Han's forehead, drenching his clothes wet. One of his eyes twitched constantly without stopping. After more than 3 hours, Bai Han sighed before saying, "The plan will continue." "Is that so?" replied Xueqi calmly without any surprise in his face, as he knew that this was the horror of Chi of Calamity. Even if someone knew that their mind was being influenced, they could not do anything about it. It takes a lot of effort and a very powerful state of mind to get rid of the influence of the Chi of Calamity. And sometimes, this was not even enough. "So be it," replied Xueqi. After sealing the Chi of Calamity from Bai Han to prevent other people from noticing it, he left without saying anything else. Xueqi and the other true monarch did not really care about the situation. As long as the academy had them and the sleeping ancestors, then nothing would truly happen besides maybe being forced to close their door for a while. As for Bai Han, if he can go through this catastrophe, his mind will sublimate and set a powerful foundation for his path of supreme. If he fails, then he might lose everything. Just like that, a few days passed by. The day of the final round of the tournament began. Just like the first round, Bai Han appeared in front of all the people watching to introduce the event. However, he did not immediately do so, but instead started to swear to heaven and earth and to the Tao that he and the academy had nothing to do with Fan Li's death. While Bai Han was doing his little speech, inside the D family's floating booth, Di Tian had a frown on his face as his eyes laid on Bai Han. "Chi of Calamity? I remember the last time that I encountered this thing was during the incense era. These bald Buddhist monks were covered from head to toe with that thing. It made them totally crazy. These monks' pursuit of the power of incense became a destructive obsession. They were willing to do anything and kill anyone in their pursuit of faith. Now that I think about it, the absolute beginning emperor might have been affected by that thing too. Otherwise it could not explain his obsession to eradicate Buddhism altogether." After thinking about this for a moment, Di Tian sneered. It all made sense now. Heavenly Tao probably did not want the myriad emperor world to turn into a civilization of faith under the power of Buddhism, so it secretly planned their destruction. Using Chi of Calamity on the entire Buddhist sect led to them offending so many people in their pursuit of faith. All it had to do was wait for someone that had the talent to become an eternal emperor and had a deep grudge with Buddhism. Then, by using that same Chi of Calamity, it can make that person completely eradicate the faith-based Buddhism. Unfortunately, even Heavenly Tao miscalculated the hatred that the absolute beginning emperor had and the power of Chi of Calamity. Buddhism as a sect is very beneficial to any civilization as it can bring peace and enlightening of the mind. Only the faith aspect was detrimental. I'm guessing that Heavenly Tao only wanted that aspect to be eradicated, leaving the other part intact. But the Chi of Calamity might have affected the absolute beginning emperor beyond its calculation, leading to him completely eradicating Buddhism from the lower dimension. Chapter 246. While Di Tian instantly took notice of the Chi of Calamity around Bai Han despite the seal of the true monarchs, another person also noticed something odd. Wang Wei. Inside the booth of the Tao opening sect, when he first saw Bai Han, he had a feeling that something was wrong, but he did not know what it was. He seemed to see something around the headmaster, but he could not truly see it after concentrating. So, he activated his true eye ability and saw a red hue floating around Bai Han's head. Then he frowned while pondering what this thing was, as it was not here before. "Noticed it?" asked Wu Hong, who was sitting next to him. "Yes," nodded Wang Wei. "What is it? Or is this another secret that I should not know?" "Not really," replied Wu Hong. "That thing is called Chi of Calamity, although a rare thing, but knowledge of it is very common among powerful beings." "So what exactly is it?" Wu Hong paused for a moment to gather her thoughts. To put it simply, Chi of Calamity is the most powerful weapon that Heavenly Tao used when manipulating others. Its main purpose is to affect a person's mind and make them act irrational, stupid, or out of character. A perfect example when Chi of Calamity is often used is when dealing with childs of destiny. Every time they meet an opponent, Heavenly Tao would often use the Chi of Calamity to influence their enemy. That way, they will act stupidly. Their enemies, instead of using all their strength to eradicate these Childs of Destiny, they will send a person only one stage or realm higher than the Child of Destiny, basically giving them the chance to survive and break through in cultivating realm while fighting. Then their enemy will send a slightly more powerful person than the first, and the process will repeat itself until the Child of Destiny reaches the strength to completely eradicate their enemy. Of course, this kind of treatment is only for the children of destiny of powerful worlds on the level of Heaven Will World. Additionally, this kind of Chi of Calamity is actually very easy to guard against. Wang Wei nodded, then he asked, "Are you saying that Chi of Calamity has different ranks or levels?" "Yes. And at the highest level, even you will not be spared," replied Wu Hong while looking deeply into Wang Wei's eyes. He immediately understood what she was trying to say. The highest level of Chi of Calamity can even affect paragons. Hence even he could be affected by it one day if he is not careful. Immediately he took this information more seriously. "I understand. Is there anything else?" "Yes," replied Wu Hong. "Actually, the main purpose of Chi of Calamity is to induce the Great Calamity of Heaven and Earth, or the Great Purge, as it is often referred to by many other worlds." Wang Wei frowned as he remembered that he read about such a thing in the sect's library. Isn't the Great Calamity of Heaven and Earth the process by which a world decided to kill the majority of its inhabitants due to the issue of overpopulation? That is correct. When the amount of cultivators in a world is too large, the level of spiritual Chi between heaven and earth will decrease dramatically with so many people using it. At that time, the world will be on the verge of being demoted. For example, a great thousand world will turn into a middle thousand world. After reaching that point, Heavenly Tao will intervene to keep the balance of the world. By enveloping the entire world with Chi of Calamity and influencing the mind of all the cultivators, conflict will erupt throughout the entire world, leading to all cultivators killing one another. Then, Heavenly Tao will decompose the bodies of these cultivators and replenish the spiritual Chi of heaven and earth. By then, both the population and spiritual Chi problem will be solved. Wang Wei sighed as he muttered to himself, "Cultivators absorb spiritual Chi in order to one day become immortal and escape the shackles of death. If they fail, then their bodies will decompose and return to the embrace of Mother Nature, replenishing heaven and earth. What a horrifying and beautiful cycle." "True," responded Wu Hong as she also sighed. "How many people can become immortal? In each generation there are probably a handful. Meanwhile, the number of cultivators are in the trillions. The terrible thing about this situation is that even if a person knows about this, there is nothing they can do besides fighting to be the few that actually become immortal. I was wondering, has there been a time that the myriad emperor world suffered a great purge?" asked Wang Wei curiously. It actually happened twice." "Twice?" "Yes. Once during the Null Era, and the second time during the Middle Emperor Era." Wang Wei was slightly surprised. He could understand how such a thing happened in the Void Era, but he could not understand what this has to do with the Middle Emperor Era. If such a thing occurred, he would have known that this era was very recent compared to the others. Wu Hong noticed his surprise, so she explained, "I will talk about the Middle Emperor Era later. First, I will explain the general situation of the Primordial Era so that you can understand the entire situation." Then, she proceeded to tell him about the situation of the primordial gods and innate demons, and the birth of the human race. Finally, she reached the point where the leader of these powerful races discovered the future destruction of their entire races and the rise of humanity. "So what happened after that?" asked Wang Wei. "What do you think?" After pondering a while, he replied, "Given the fact that the first heaven will appear in the Emperor Beginning Era and the first person to crown itself Great Emperor is a human, I'm guessing that Heavenly Tao intervened again and sided with humans." That thing seemed to be everywhere. A contemptuous sneer could be seen on his face. "You are correct," replied Wu Hong. Heavenly Tao did not want the primordial gods or innate demons as the main races of this world. Despite how powerful they were, these races were very rigid and slow in their development, not to mention their horrible reproductive ability. Meanwhile, humans as the first acquired race had unlimited potential despite their weakness at birth. With their rapid reproductive ability and an unnatural talent for comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, humans were the perfect race to lead the myriad emperor world who was called innate demon god world back then. So, Heavenly Tao secretly helped the race from facing extinction at the hands of the powerful primordial gods and innate demons. It created a child of destiny that would lead the human race from their demise. "Are you talking about the first great emperor of this world, The one who created the beginning emperor era, the heaven-opening emperor? Asked Wang Wei. That's right. The heaven-opening emperor was the chosen one. During his time, the human race was constantly being hunted down, and the only reason that some tribes were saved was because they were protected by other more peaceful primordial gods and innate demons who did not agree with their leaders' decisions. As for the heaven-opening emperor, he was truly a lucky person. It turns out that the primordial god that protected the human tribe he was born in actually fell in love with him. So, they begin a relationship. However, the heaven-opening emperor was not only a cunning individual, but also a very ambitious one. During his relationship with her, he secretly studied her body composition. Given the fact that primordial gods were essentially gigantic human beings, the first emperor believed that by studying their body composition, he could create a cultivation method perfectly suited for humans, and he succeeded. Wang Wei was suddenly interested. A cultivation system that existed before the origin path system? Can you tell me about it? Well, that system was actually very similar to your ancient desolate body refining scripture. Except not as much detail. Due to the vast amount of spiritual qi that existed at that time, cultivation was easier and the talent of humans was much better. The system invited by the first emperor allowed humans to create a powerful body like primordial gods through breathing spiritual qi between heaven and earth. Unfortunately, only a few talented people could actually reach the level of primordial gods. Wu Han paused for a moment before saying, "If you are interested, I can give you a copy of the cultivation system that existed back then. However, if I were you, I would wait until you cultivate the ancient desolate scripture to the highest level. Then use these techniques as reference to further perfect it and even make it more powerful." Wang Wei nodded as he accepted her advice. Then he asked, what happened after the first emperor created this new cultivation system? Chapter 247. Of course, the first emperor secretly spread it to the human tribes in an attempt for the human race to rise against their oppressors, replied Wu Hong. Unfortunately for him, the vast difference between the human race and primordial races was simply too great. Wang Wei nodded before saying with a sneer, "I can guess what happened next. Heavenly Tao interfered again, didn't?" "That's correct." Wang Wei snorted. This thing seemed to be everywhere. Wu Hong just gave a side look before continuing. Knowing that the future of the world lied with the human race, Heavenly Tao then created the first heaven will, and basically granted it to the first emperor. That way, the heaven-opening emperor not only became the first great emperor of this world, but also the first eternal emperor. Wang Wei was not surprised that the first emperor was an eternal emperor, and this was not because he was the first person to become a great emperor. After hearing the term eternal emperor, he did some research on these individuals, especially the most recent of them, the Heaven Devourer Emperor. One thing that he noticed was that eternal emperors seemed to have some ability of being omnipresent. For example, although all the cultivators in the world tried to erase the Heaven Devourer Emperor from the historical records, everyone still knows that he is a great emperor. As long as a cultivator reached a certain level of cultivation, it seemed that they would instantly know that this great emperor existed. It was like he was unforgettable, or that his existence was forever ingrained in the annals of history, for eternity. The same thing can be said about the heaven-opening emperor. Every cultivator in the world knows that he was the first great emperor in the world and started the era of emperor in this world without anyone even telling them. Another example of this phenomena that Wang Wei noticed was regarding dragons and phoenixes. Every time he reads any records regarding these creatures, he will instinctively know that they were innate creatures that once lived in the primordial era. After reining in his thoughts, Wang Wei then asked, "What happened next?" I'm guessing that being an eternal emperor, the heaven-opening emperor led the human race from the oppression of the other races? Wu Hong paused for a moment, then she said, "Unfortunately, you are wrong. Even being an eternal emperor could not save the human race, at least on its own. The leaders of the primordial races were not in any way inferior to an eternal emperor. Not to mention the patriarch of the dragon race, Qilin race, white tiger race and the matriarch of the phoenix, which were the leaders of the innate demon race, were also on part with an eternal race." Wang Wei was a little surprised. It seems that my previous notion of eternal emperors being invincible among other great emperors and beings on that level might be wrong. So what happened next? Obviously the human race survived somehow, so how did it happen? Well, after the first emperor proved the Tao, Heavenly Tao kept lowering heaven will after a certain period of time, thus creating many great emperors for the human race. "Wait, you mean?" asked Wang Wei with an incredible look on his face. "That's correct. The beginning emperor era was an age where many great emperors walked the world at the same time," replied Wu Hong calmly. After taking a few seconds to process this news, he asked, "None of them, then he motioned his head upward. Back then, the concept of ascension was not very prevailing due to the fact that the spiritual chi between heaven and earth was very abundant, thus allowing these great emperors to cultivate with a peace of mind. Additionally, the human race needed their support and help. So, only a few of them actually left." Wang Wei sighed as he imagined what it would be like to live in a world where so many great emperors walked the world and competed with another. Well, maybe in the future, he still has the chance. Then, a question suddenly appeared in his mind. What about Tao ancestors and immortal venerables? Did these existences exist back then? Yes, replied. The realm of Tao ancestor was created based on the existence of plain Lord, while immortal venerables are nothing but a sublimation of a cultivator's internal chi or energy into a higher form. Plain Lord? If I remember correctly, these should be individuals born in great thousand worlds who actually swallowed the heavenly Tao of their worlds and became the sole controller. Are they related to Tao ancestors? However, the information I read about them was very vague, thought Wang Wei to himself. Back then, the great emperors created these methods after traveling to other world communities in order to create emperor-level strength for the human race without the heaven will. To be exact, they just copied these systems from other worlds, modified it a little and gave it their own name, continued Wu Hong without stopping. Wang Wei nodded, however. He knew that things were not that simple. According to historical records, his ancestor Emperor Qiyuan is credited with creating both the path of Tao ancestor and the path of immortality. However, according to Wu Hong, these paths seem to have long existed before then. So, there must be either something shady about this, or some great secret. Nevertheless, Wang Wei did not ask. He was already receiving too much information in just a few minutes, so there was no need to acquire more. Furthermore, he still would like to discover some of these secrets on his own. For example, according to Wu Hong, there may have been world communities born before this one, meaning that there were heaven will world born or created way before the myriad emperor world, and even developed civilization way before them. Although Wang Wei did not know how ancient his own world or community was compared to the others, he still wanted to find out, especially given his future plans after becoming a great emperor. This kind of information might be useful. All of these thoughts appeared less than a millisecond from his mind, so he continued his conversation. Why didn't any of the primordial gods or innate demons also acquire a heaven will and become a great emperor? That's because heavenly Tao played a little trick on the heaven will, replied Wu Hong. Of course it did. Ignoring his remark, Wu Hong continued. It added a condition to the heaven will. Only acquired life forms could use it, thus prevented both the primordial gods and innate demons who were innate life forms from being able to use it, even if they acquired one. However, none of these two races gave up, especially the innate demons race. So, they came together to create an acquired race. By constantly degrading their own bloodlines, they were able to create what we now know as the demon race. This explains how the demon race's cultivation system involves slowly purifying their own bloodline, thought Wang Wei. The innate demon race's plan was to use the demon race to compete for the heaven will, thus lowering the overall strength of their races. At first, their plan succeeded as many demon races actually became great emperors. However, under the machination of the human race great emperors, the demon race eventually betrayed their own creators, then joined the human race side. Wang Wei nodded, not surprised by that outcome. Then came the null era. After both the human race and the demon race concluded that they had enough strength to fight these innate races, they started an earth-shaking, heaven-shattering war. As a matter of fact, neither of these two fighting factions knew beforehand how great that war would become, and the lasting impact that it would have. What do you mean? Asked Wang Wei with a concentrated look on his face. What I mean was that the scope of this war was beyond these factions' wildest imagination. Although the war started from our world, it soon spread to countless world communities until the entire lower dimension was engulfed in war. The war soon turned into acquired life forms against innate life forms. Lower dimensions? Is that the name for the entire endless void? Does that mean that the world that all great emperors go to is considered a higher dimension? Secretly thought Wang Wei. Then, he saw a fading smirk from Wu Hong's mouth, and he realized that she was testing what kind of information she was allowed to secretly say to him without arousing the awareness of that powerful and noble will. As a matter of fact, continued Wu Hong as if nothing happened, this war was actually a major plot. Someone or something did not want these innate life forms to continue living in the lower dimension, so they used this war as a way to remove them. After these innate life forms lost the war, the remaining survivors left, the record of their existence was mostly purged. Hence the reason that there was little to no history or records left from before the Null Era. As a matter of fact, one day when you travel across many world communities, you will discover that many worlds have a similar blank period in their history. In most cases, it means that it pertains to the innate acquired war. Wang Wei did not ask who was the person plotting all of this, as he could guess that this was probably information that she could not say in any way, shape or form, so he asked something else. I have a question about something you mentioned regarding Eternal EMP. His words stopped midway as he noticed something strange happening on the Heaven-Chosen selection trial. Chapter 248. A few minutes ago, while Wang Wei and Wu Hong were distracted talking to one another, Headmaster Bai Han appeared in front of all the people watching the tournament. He first swore to Heavenly Dao and his own Dao that the Academy has nothing to do with Fan Li's affairs. Then he started introducing the rules of the tournament. Due to the fact that the professional champions are not allowed in the top 30 in this year's tournament, the rules are a little different. There are currently 19-20 participants in the final round. Each participant will face a randomly selected opponent. The winner will move on to the next round, while the loser will be eliminated. This process will continue until the top 30 Heaven-Chosen is selected. Now, let the final round of the Heaven-Chosen selection trial begins. After Bai Han made the announcement, he returned to the floating booth of the Emperor Enlightening Academy with all the other teachers. During the process, he started thinking to himself, hopefully, this move can buy some breathing room for the Academy. As for the Chi of Calamity, it is obvious that Heavenly Dao is using my projected hatred for Wang Wei to ensure that I become his enemy. However, as long as I manage to prevent him from entering the secret realm of the Dao tablets, I can find a way to remove it. After thinking about this, Bai Han sighed deeply. If I still had my original body with my father's protection, I would never be so easily affected by Chi of Calamity. Well, there is no need to lament about the past now. Since I have decided to completely cut off my past, then I should have no regrets. After Bai Han returned to his booth, the majestic fighting ring in the middle of the large stadium was divided into many different rings. In each ring, there was a projected screen made of arrays that showed two numbers which represent the participants chosen to fight one another, as they all had to randomly choose a number before the final round began. The audience surrounding the fighting rings had a giant projected screen that showed all the battles simultaneously, so that they could either watch everyone at once, or focus on a particular participant. All the people watching the tournament remotely also had similar divided screens like the members of the audiences. Inside the floating booths, each person had their own personal divided screen with all the participants. However, this particular one had the ability to only show one match based on the choice of the user. While Wu Hong and Wang Wei were talking, they ignored the screen as they were too focused on their discussion even when Li Jun's fight began. Holding his trusted spear, Li Jun walked to one of the fighting rings after his name was chosen. After only waiting for a few seconds, his opponent also appeared in front of him. It was a beautiful girl with a blue dress and a shy look on her face. However, despite her appearance, she had a firm determination in her eyes. Taking a brief moment to recall all the information he read about all the participants of this tournament, he recognized her as a genius from a holy land in the Eastern Azure Dragon continent. Li Jun secretly sighed as he acknowledged that she was either very lucky or very talented to reach the final round based on her background. Nevertheless, this will not change the fact that she had reached the end of the road after meeting him. His big brother had given him a mission to get one of the top 30 spots, and nothing or no one could stop him from fulfilling his mission. So, as soon as the battle began, Li Jun did not say anything to his opponent. He directly attacked her. Holding his spear in his hand, Li Jun threw it with all of his strength, turning it into a red light that flew straight to the Holy Land genius. However, she was not to be underestimated. As a person who made it to the final round, she was one of the people who fought against the seeded players and survived. Although she no longer had the advantage of large numbers, she would not give up so easily. So, with a wave of her hand, a group of metal gates appeared in front of her as a form of protection. Unfortunately, the gates could only stop the spear for a brief moment before they were pierced one by one. Fortunately, she only needed this brief pause to move out of the way of the spear, thus dodging the attack. After seeing this, Li Jun made a grabbing motion with his hand. Then his spear disappeared from the distance before appearing in his hand. Then, he made a circular motion with the spear while holding it with one hand. Following which, more than 10 spears materialized in front of him, an act which made the Holy Land genius face become very ugly. Without hesitation, she encased herself in a very dense spherical metal shield. Her actions were correct. As soon as she finished, the first spear hit her. Immediately, she coughed a big mouthful of blood. Although she managed to defend the attack, the aftershock still penetrated her defense and injured her. Then her nightmare began. Boom! 9 explosions followed the 9 spears as they attacked her metal shield. A cloud of dust enveloped her following the explosions, thus impeding the sight of the audience. Few seconds after the dust was swept away by the blowing wind, the Holy Land genius could be seen. She was half kneeling on the ground with blood all over her body and partly destroyed clothes. Her hair was messy, and pieces of metals could be seen scattered next to her. She struggled to get up from her floor, but she was incapable of doing so. Li Jun frowned after seeing this, then he said, "You should give up this fight. There is no need to risk your life for a battle that you know you will lose." However, she did not immediately answer him as a metal rod appeared in her hand, which she used as support to get up from the ground. "You do not understand," she replied with a firm determination on her face. "I have too many people counting on me. I cannot fail now." As she said these words, she gave a brief glance at a particular glance in the audience where a group of disciples were looking at her with both worry and encouraging eyes. Everyone who can reach this level in the tournament has some sort of emotional support or conviction driving them forwards, replied Li Jun calmly. "This does not change the fact that you are weak and unable to win this battle. However, if you give up and save your life, then you still have a chance in the future. After all, one failure does not mean everything." Unfortunately, she ignored his warning. Her metal rod turned red as if wanting to melt. However, the metal still remained in the shape of a rod, just giving up a powerful heat. After seeing this, Li Jun sighed, but did not say anything more. He moved his body, and to the Holy Land genius' horror, Li Jun instantly appeared in front of her. Before she could even react, a spear pierced her heart and completely annihilated it. She vomited a big mouthful of blood that landed all over Li Jun's spear. She had an incredible look on face for a moment, then she fell on her back, blood splattered all over the arena. Until the end, she could not understand how she lost so easily. Her last thoughts before dying were, "Is the difference between ordinary geniuses and these heaven-chosen so vast? I am not willing. I am not willing." As for Li Jun, he just looked at her for a brief moment before leaving the fighting ring. He had already given his opponent the chance to retreat intact. Since she was willing to fight for her conviction, then she was also willing to die for it. The path of cultivation has never been a peaceful one, let alone for the heaven-chosens treading on the path of emperor. Just like that, after a few hours, the first group match ended, and only 960 participants left. Just like that, the tournament continued for a few days, and Li Jun easily beat most of his opponents until there were only 60 people left. Li Jun was excited as he needed only one more win to enter the top 30 and acquire the token that granted him access to the 3,000 Dao tablets. Then, his big brother can use it to further his path of the emperor. Li Jun was standing in one of the arena waiting for his next opponent with a little excitement deep in his eyes. However, when he saw the person who showed up, he said with a grave voice, "It's you." Chapter 249. Across from Li Jun stood a beautiful girl dressed in a golden dress, with a phoenix crown on her head. She had the majesty of a powerful empress who looked down on myriad beings, and the pride of a heavenly peacock who cannot bear to be stained by mortal dust. "This goddess did not expect to meet you so soon." "Very well, this goddess can finally have her revenge," said the beautiful woman with a voice full of loftiness and aloofness. "Feng Li Juan," said Li Jun with deep furrowed brows. He knew that there was a hidden rule that none of the seeded players would meet before the final 30 rounds, but he actually met one beforehand. Thinking about Wang Wei's warning before the battle, Li Jun could guess that something shady had taken place. However, he was not afraid. "Revenge? Since I defeated you once, I can do it a second time," replied Li Jun with a sneer on his face. However, Feng Li Juan just smirked without saying anything. Nevertheless, a powerful confidence could be seen radiating from her body. Meanwhile, Wang Wei, who was talking with Wu Hong, noticed Li Jun's opponent, and like the latter, he came to the conclusion that something odd was going for Feng Li Juan to become Li Jun's opponent right before he could qualify for a spot on the top 30. Inside the Emperor Enlightening Academy's booth, all the teachers watched this battle with bated breath. One of them checked the formation to make sure that they had no problem. Then he asked, "Headmaster, is it appropriate to use Feng Li Juan as an opponent? After all, Li Jun already defeated her once." "You do not need to worry," replied Bai Han. The reason that I chose Feng Li Juan instead of the more powerful Heaven Chosens is to not attract too much attention to ourselves. Additionally, she is not the same as back in the Divine Altar realm. Of course Bai Han did not tell the whole truth. He had something else prepared just in case something went wrong. However, the other teachers did not know this. Nevertheless, after seeing the headmaster's confidence, they were relieved. After all, they've spent so much on this tournament, even risking destroying the Academy's million of years of reputation, well, to be precise, the reputation of fairness that they still hold to this day. Back to the fighting arena, both Li Jun and Feng Li Juan prepared for their rematch. Without hesitation or pausing, Li Jun went on the offensive. Spears started to appear around him. Unlike his battle with the Holy Land genius, there were not only 10 spears, but hundreds, thousands even. With unmatched speed, they rushed towards Feng Li Juan, wishing to completely annihilate her. The sound of the air breaking could be heard as these thousands of spears broke the speed of sound. A powerful explosion kilometers in diameter occurred at their landing spots. Fortunately, powerful arrays manifested in the arena to contain the battle, else the audience would be affected. Despite the fact that his attack seemed to have worked, Li Jun was not happy as he could tell that something was wrong. Everything was too easy. So, he immediately used his divine sense to locate Feng Li Juan's location, but he did not find anything. Suddenly, Li Jun felt a killing intent right next to him, so he immediately ducked to the side. Unfortunately, he was too late and a crystal pierced straight into his body. Turning his head, he saw Feng Li Juan was calmly standing next to him, and he did not even notice how she got there. Before he got time to think or act, he felt another killing intent and dodged again, but his right leg was still stabbed. Knowing that the situation was dire for him, Li Jun mobilized all the strength of his divine sense to try to sense his opponent's attack, and for a brief moment, he was successful. By pinpointing the killing intent, he was able to deduce the location and timing of the attack. Meanwhile, Feng Li Juan frowned after noticing this. Using the killing intent to determine my next attack? What if the killing intent also becomes invisible? Then, a crystal spear penetrated Li Jun's lungs, and he discovered that he could no longer anticipate his opponent's move. So, without hesitation, he activated his innate talent. Countless runes or origin patterns appeared all over his body like tattoos. Then a large army made of soldiers in red armors appeared in front of him. Without saying anything, they form a formation that encases Li Jun into a dome made of soldiers. With a wave of his hand, he summoned another group of soldiers. However, as soon as these one appeared, they turned into a river of blood that was swallowed by Li Jun, healing all his injuries. As for Feng Li Juan, she was calm during the whole situation, not even bothering to stop Li Jun's action. With a random wave of her hand, countless of the summoned soldiers suddenly had their throats cut, blood spewing all over the arena as they died without even knowing the cause. Li Jun's face became ugly after seeing this. His growing innate talent allowed him to summon soldiers to fight for him, but the number was not unlimited. As a matter of fact, it requires souls as sacrifice. Luckily for him, his talent allowed him to use the soul of the fallen soldiers in the location he was. For example, he could use the souls of all the people who died in the location of the Emperor Enlightening Academy throughout all of history. Unfortunately for him, his cultivation level did not allow him to control so many souls. In the Dao opening sex booth, Wang Wei and Wu Hong were watching the battle. "Have you noticed?" she asked. Wang Wei nodded as he responded, "I cannot believe that she can have such a level of fortunate encounter during the Qi luck trial." He paused for a brief moment before continuing, "Damn that Long Outyen. If I knew he had something like that, I would have personally hunted him down." "Who's Long Outyen?" asked Wu Hong in confusion. "A very lucky son of destiny. Well, I guess given his terrible ending, he is not so lucky after all." Wu Hong nodded, but did not ask any further question. She did not care for such a little and insignificant character. Meanwhile, in the battle, Li Jun's condition was not so good. A lot of his soldiers were lying dead on the floor, and his body was full of injuries. His summoning could not keep up with Feng Li Juan's mysterious attack. Additionally, he was still trying to discover what method she used. Only by constantly swallowing the blood of his fallen soldiers that he was able to keep this battle going on. Suddenly, an idea came to Li Jun's mind. He looked at Feng Li Juan before saying, "You have possession of one of the 12 ancestral talismans. It should be the invisible talisman." "Oh, this goddess is surprised that you figured it out so quickly." You are correct. This goddess was fortunate enough to acquire the 12 ancestral talismans. Li Jun secretly sighed on how lucky she was. The only reason he could figure it out so quickly was because he too was interested in these talismans, especially the war talisman, so he did his research. According to his knowledge, the 12 ancestral talismans were created by the talisman ancestor back in the ancient emperor era. Although the talisman ancestor or Fuyuan emperor was not the most powerful amongst the other ancestors' formation, pill, etc., he had the greatest impact. After proving the Tao, the talisman ancestor created 12 extremely powerful talismans that were essentially a prototype of an entire Tao, scattered them throughout the world in hopes that destined people can find them and complete them, turning them from prototypes into perfect Taos. Throughout the history of the myriad emperor world, anyone who acquired one of the ancestral talismans and managed to unleash their true powers had a great impact on the world, with many even becoming great emperors themselves. By this current era, only a few of the talismans were still not found, including the invisible talisman in Feng Lijuan's hand, and the war talisman that Li Jun was after. The invisible talisman was famous because of the words that the talisman ancestor said after creating it. According to her, the highest level of this talisman can allow a cultivator to reach a state of being unknown to death, nor known to life. All these thoughts only took less than a millisecond to flash across Li Jun's mind. Then he asked, even if you acquire the invisible talisman, you should not be this powerful. Feng Lijuan smiled coldly as she answered, that's because this goddess managed to comprehend the Tao in the talisman, absorb it into my bloodline to break the shackles of the ancestors. Now, with this goddess having her own Tao, it is possible for me to bear the heaven will. Additionally, this goddess is perfectly aware of the fact that you are trying to stall for time, but it will not change anything. Chapter 250. Li Jun shook his head after hearing this, then he replied, no matter how strong you become or how you broke the shackles of your bloodline, the arrogance of the divine clan embedded deep in your soul cannot be changed. Then, he waved his hand to summon countless soldiers. This time around, the number was immediately 3 to 5 times greater than previously. Immediately afterwards, all these soldiers suddenly committed suicide. Countless bodies laid in the ground, turning the arena crimson red. Then, under the control of Li Jun, countless red lights, which were in fact slaughter chi, came from these dead soldiers' bodies, condensed into the form of a blade. A slaughter blade. Feng Lijuan frowned after seeing this as she felt an immense threat from that blade. Without hesitation, she disappeared from her spot. Unfortunately for her, the blade seemed to have a powerful lock on her. As soon as she disappeared and prepared to attack again, Li Jun just randomly waved his blade. Then a powerful slash headed straight to Feng Lijuan's position. Knowing the danger of such a powerful attack, she instantly wrapped herself in a green crystal that blocked the attack. The odd thing was that she was still invisible to most people in the audience, including Li Jun himself. All he did was wave his slaughter blade, and the attack will head directly to Feng Lijuan's direction. Boom! 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 Countless explosions occurred in the arena as Li Jun kept waving his blade. Knowing that the situation could not go on like this, Feng Lijuan used her divine sense to try to discover what this blade was using to track her whereabouts. After spending a few seconds, she discovered that the blade was locking on the slaughter chi in her body. As a cultivator, she has killed many people, as such, accumulated a lot of slaughter chi. Some hidden so deeply that she was not even aware of their existence. After discovering the problem, Feng Lijuan set out to deal with it quickly and efficiently. She first expelled the slaughter chi out of her body. Unfortunately, some of them were too deeply rooted to the point of even attaching to her soul. Then, a mysterious power came from her blood and entered these difficult chi. Instantly they disappeared, became invisible. Meanwhile, Li Jun, who had just used a random slash from his blade, had an ugly look on his face. And it was not because his attack did not find his opponent this time. It was because he discovered that his origin essence was less than it should be. His big brother once told him that his control of origin chi was terrible, and Li Jun took this comment to heart. So, he spent many years practicing control over his own internal energy. He knows with perfect clarity how much he uses in every attack. However, now, he discovered that the amount was less than it should. Knowing that something was wrong, Li Jun used another random slash while taking very close attention to his origin essence. It was then that he discovered that a small percentage of his origin essence mysteriously disappeared from his divine sea, without his consent or knowledge of where it went. What is going on? Thought Li Jun to himself. Unfortunately for him, he did not have a lot of time to ponder the answer to this question. Without the blade's ability to locate her, Fong Lijuan once again went on the offensive. With a wave of her hand, countless clear crystals appeared around Li Jun. Then they started to gather energy like an energy cannon from a sci-fi movie. Then, with absolute speed, they rushed towards Li Jun. The latter, who still could not see these crystals, felt the threat of death rapidly approaching him. So, he instantly enveloped himself with a blood-red shield or dome. Unfortunately for him, this move did little to help except for increasing the rate at which he lost his origin essence. Meanwhile, in the D family's floating booth, Di Tian looked at the battle with a calm look on his face. Then he muttered with a sneer on his face, "I cannot believe that the academy has resulted in using such a method. This Bai Han is nothing like his father. Anyway, his actions are beneficial to me, so why should I complain?" Inside the Dao opening sex floating booth, Wang Wei looked at the battle with a frown on his face. Instinctively, he felt that something was wrong, but he could not wrap his head around what it was. So, he immediately activated his true vision ability. So he instantly noticed that Li Jun's origin essence was diminishing at an alarming rate. But he could not find the reason. "What's going on?" he muttered to himself. "The absorbing origin formation," replied Wu Hong. "It's a quasi-emperor grade formation that can drain the origin essence of a supreme realm true monarch. It was very popular in the last era as a way to imprison people." After hearing this, he concentrated his ocular power, but he did not find anything. "Where?" he asked. "Deep under the fighting arena," replied Wu Hong. Wang Wei then focused his eyes there, but he still could not see anything. So, he closed his eyes, mobilized the power of his souls to fuel the strength of his true vision. Finally, he discovered a very complex formation. The amount of runes in that array even made him dizzy just by looking at it. Wang Wei's first thought was to reveal the academy's cheating, but he soon gave up that idea. Even he needed the power of his soul to notice the existence of that formation, let alone others. Since it is a quasi-emperor tier, there is no guarantee that a true monarch may be able to discover its existence. And even if they did, he could guess that the academy has a backup plan for this formation to completely disappear before someone reveals its existence. Nevertheless, he still used his divine sense to warn his Dao protector. Unfortunately for him, a few minutes later, Yan Chen said to him, "I'm sorry, young master, I could not discover anything." Wang Wei's brain rapidly operated in order to find a solution. "Maybe I could use the array virus to try to remotely control it?" "No, that won't work. The array virus cannot even work on a heaven-grade formation, let alone a quasi-emperor one." Then he looked at Wu Hong. "Can't you do anything?" "Unfortunately, no," replied Wu Hong as she shook her head. "This formation is actually linked to the 8th Emperor tier formation of the Academy. As long as anyone tries to interfere with it in any way possible, it will self-destruct and erase any evidence of its existence." He sighed after hearing this. "It seems that I can only count on Li Jun to turn the odds in this battle." Meanwhile, Li Jun's body was battered with wounds all over his body. His legs and hands were pierced by the lasers shooting from Fong Lijuan's crystal gun. Many of his internal organs were also pierced. In general, he was in a pretty terrible shape. The only reason that he was not dead yet was due to the fact that he kept on summoning more soldiers, then sacrificed their blood and life energy to heal himself. Unfortunately, both the amount of summon and his body was slowly reaching their limits. Despite all of this, there was no look of despair in his eyes. On the contrary, his determination to win this battle did not waver in the slightest. He was desperately trying to discover the location. Suddenly, Li Jun mobilized all the strength of his body and instantly appeared in a certain location. He was so fast that few people could actually catch his movement. Without hesitation, he stabbed his slaughter blade in the direction that he appeared in. Weirdly, blood started falling from the empty air. Then Feng Lijuan's body materialized with a saber right through her heart. She coughed on a mouthful of blood that fell on Li Jun, then she asked, "How did you discover me?" "I located you through the blood floating through your veins." "I should have expected that someone who cultivated the Tao of slaughter would have some powers related to the blood," replied Feng Lijuan calmly. A calmness that ringed alarming bells on Li Jun's mind. With the same calmness, Feng Lijuan removed the blade from her body. Then a crystal heart appeared in the place where she was stabbed. Li Jun could actually see that a new heart was slowly being cultivated inside the crystal heart. Following which, all of Feng Lijuan's muscles and skins that were pierced rapidly healed, even her dress returned to a normal state. She looked at Li Jun, smiled coldly before saying, "Now, let the real battle commence." Of course, that is if you can still keep up. Li Jun's heart skipped a beat after hearing this. With his current shape, he was incapable of any intense fight. Not to mention that his origin essence was almost bottom out. Do I have to use my taboo innate talent? Secretly thought Li Jun to himself. Chapter 251. After using healing crystals to heal all her injuries, Feng Lijuan used the power of the invisible talisman to disappear again. This time, however, it was not just as simple as her body becoming invisible. Her blood, skin, muscles, organs, bones, divine sea, aura, and even her souls became invisible. She was completely gone. And Li Jun could not track her existence at all. The majority of people in the audience could not track her whereabouts, including a few saints. Even Wang Wei himself could not see her with his bare eyes and had to use his true vision to see her. Of course, if these saints released their domains, they would be able to discover. However, given that Feng Lijuan was just in the supernatural realm and only had possession of the invisible talisman for a few decades, this accomplishment was astonishing. After becoming invisible, Feng Lijuan did not attack Li Jun immediately but said, "Many people believe that the invisible talisman can only allow this goddess to become invisible, but it can also affect my enemy. Now, God of War Li Jun," pronouncing the phrase God of War with the utmost disdain. "Let's see how you react when all your senses including taste, smell, sight, touch, sound, and divine sense become invisible." Her voice echoed throughout the fighting arena, seeming to be coming everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Immediately afterward, Li Jun knelt on the floor while grunting painfully. He discovered that his vision became black. He could not smell the surrounding environment. His mouth had a bland aftertaste that was impossible to get rid of. He could not feel anything or any part of his body. Even though he knew that he was half kneeling, he could not feel the sensation of the ground. No, it was more than that. He could not feel any part of his body, whether it was his limbs, muscles, or skin. It was like he was an empty form of consciousness without a physical body. He tried to sense his soul in his sea of consciousness or used his divine sense, but he could not feel the existence of any of these things as well. For Li Jun, being in this state was like torture. He could not tell the time, the place, and who he was. Every second felt like an eternity, and the constant darkness seemed to want to swallow him. He started to question his existence, and whether death was a possible relief for all this pain and suffering. Fortunately, Li Jun's will was iron solid, so he did not take any drastic action. Meanwhile, Feng Lijuan looked at Li Jun writhing in pain, and a look of surprise flashed across her eyes. "This Li Jun's will is more powerful than I expected. All the people I used this technique on immediately started squealing like pigs that were about to be butchered. After only a few seconds, they will commit suicide to end the suffering." While thinking all of this, Feng Lijuan did not attack, but just keep watching to see how long he can withstand the pain. Unfortunately, she underestimates Li Jun's will. After more than a half hour, although he was still grunting in pain, he did not scream or nor take his own life. There is no way that any heaven-chosen can have such powerful will on their own accord, especially in this early stage. So there must be a reason for having such a strong will, secretly thought Feng Lijuan. It should have something to do with the pagoda trial that I heard about. According to the information that our clan received, the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty paid a heavy price to acquire access to this pagoda trial. Maybe I should ask my father to do the same for me. My emptiness of consciousness move will not last longer than an hour, so let's end this battle. With a wave of her hand, an invisible crystal spear manifested in front of her before heading straight to Li Jun's head. As she watched death slowly approach her once former enemy, Feng Lijuan muttered softly to herself, "You should be glad to have your end by the hand of this goddess." And many people who could see her spear had similar thoughts as her. They thought that Sacred Son's Wang Wei was about to lose his right-hand general. As for Li Jun, he was defenseless, still half kneeling on the ground. If still had an origin essence left, then it could automatically erect a barrier to protect him, even though it would be useless, but he was already running dry by now. Thus, his death was imminent. Right before the spear pierced Li Jun's head, a hand appeared and grabbed it. As soon as that hand touched the spear, it manifested itself to everyone. Then the hand crushed it. Only a few people noticed how that person appeared in the ring, but everyone immediately identified the owner. Wang Wei. Inside the academy, the teachers started discussing rapidly through divine sense with one another. Did he just break the space to teleport? I thought only Void Shattered Realm Cultivator had this ability, said one teacher. No, his cultivation is still in the supernatural realm, you can feel the aura surrounding him. Then how did he do such a thing? Why are you surprised about this? What I care about is the fact that he just uses his bare hand to tear apart the peak heaven grade array that protected the fighting arena. This level of formation can protect against a peak void shattered realm cultivator. The room instantly quiets down as many of these teachers became flabbergasted. There is no room to worry. He broke all his muscles and cracked a few bones in the process, replied Headmaster Bai Han. The only reason he appeared perfectly fine is that these body's parts were instantly regenerated in less than a second. Unfortunately, his words were less than reassuring as he just told them that not only does Wang Wei has unmatched physical strength, but also a terrifying regenerative ability. Without saying anything more, Headmaster Bai Han stepped out of the booth and appeared in front of all the audience and distant watchers. Sacred Son Wang Wei, it is forbidden to intervene in any of the battles. Once someone steps into this arena, his or her life and death are determined by heaven and their skills. Look around, many people have lost precious friends and family members in this arena, but no one intervened. Just because you have a high status does not mean that you can break the rules as you please. Headmaster Bai Han had a noble and sage-like demeanor while saying these words. He looked like someone determined to enforce the laws and rules at all cost, even his own life. Soon after he said these words, a random person in the audience suddenly shouted, "That's right. I lost my brother in this competition, but you did not see me intervene." "I lost my wife," screamed another person. Following this trend, and with a herd mentality, many members of the audience started to admonish Wang Wei's actions. They claimed that he had no right to break the rules to save his people. During the whole process, Bai Han had a kind look on his face as he nodded in agreement with the crowd, but secretly, he was smirking. Don't you like to use groups of people to do your bidding? Let's see how you like it when they are used against you. As for Wang Wei, he was calm throughout the entire situation. There was no change in his facial expression no matter what the audience said. Then he snorted. A powerful spiritual pressure enveloped the entire arena, forcing everybody to become silent. All the cultivators from the lowest body refining realm to Saint realm felt like their souls were being crushed by a powerful force. Even the Supreme Realm true monarchs who were secretly in the stadium felt a brief pressure for a moment. After his snort, Feng Lijuan was forced out of her invisible state, and the attack she used on Li Jun was cancelled. Without saying a word, Wang Wei fed a pill into Li Jun's mouth, then picked him up and placed him on his shoulder. He then looked at Bai Han with a cold gaze. "You will regret this." Without waiting for the headmaster to say another word, he took out a jade talisman and contacted his father. "Wire, what is it?" "It's time for our plan to begin. This academy has been on their high horses for far too long. It's time to bring them down, time to remind them who truly stands at the apex of this world." Soon after that, Wang Wei disappeared from the stadium. Nevertheless, his last words echoed throughout the silent arena. Everyone watching this tournament knew that something big was about to happen with worldwide repercussions. As for the ones who were aware of what was about to happen, they cheered gleefully as they were finally about to reap the benefits promised by the Dao Opening Academy. Chapter 252. After hearing Wang Wei's last words, Bai Han's face became very ugly and twisted. Knowing his capabilities, he did not think that these were empty threats. "Headmaster, should we stop him?" suddenly asked one teacher through divine sense. They could tell that the reason that Wang Wei disappeared was that his Dao protector, Yan Chen, used the power of space to teleport him away. However, as long as the headmaster gave the order, true monarchs of their academy are more than capable of stopping them. Bai Han hesitated for a while after hearing this question. Thinking swiftly, he replied, "There is no need." Although Bai Han was enveloped by Qi of Calamity, he could still barely keep his reason. He knew that too many people were currently watching this tournament. If he made such an order, it won't take a few seconds for all the Supreme Realm true monarchs to instantly appear and force their way into the world that the Academy is located in. The only way to stop them would be to use the Academy's Emperor formations. And if he did that, the Dao Opening sect would use their Emperor artifacts. With Wang Wei's status and his father's love for him, Bai Han believed that they would not hesitate to do so. This kind of confrontation could quickly escalate to an Emperor Dao war. More importantly, Bai Han feared that the Supreme Realm true monarchs of the Academy might not listen to his orders. He could tell that many of them were very dissatisfied with his recent decisions, even if they did not outrightly say so. He could feel that the respect that they had for him as a born sage was slowly fading. So, he did not want to test their attitudes in this situation, or give them more reasons to lose faith in his leadership abilities. All these thoughts took less than a millisecond to flash across his mind. After making his decision, he watched Yan Chen and Wang Wei leave. Then he ordered, "Have all our spies pay close attention to the movements of the Dao opening sect. Not just them but all the emperor lineages of the world. I want to know every single movement that they make." Meanwhile, after spending a few minutes traveling through space, Wang Wei returned to the Dao opening sect with a comatose Li Jun. He headed straight to the alchemy hall and handed him to Great Elder Li Jian for treatment. Li Jian used his divine sense to scan Li Jun's body, then fed him some saint pills. "How is he?" asked Wang Wei. Great Elder Li Jian sighed. "Physically, he is perfectly fine after consuming the pills, but his mind seemed to be affected. I'm afraid that waking him up will have severe consequences." Wang Wei frowned after hearing this, then his mind started to work rapidly. "Wake him up. Sacred son, are you sure?" "I have an idea, so let me try." Great Elder Li Jian nodded, then took out a pill, crushed it into powder. With a wave of his hand, the powder entered Li Jun's nose and mouth. Soon afterward, Li Jun opened his eyes. He screamed in pain for a few seconds before quiet down. "I can see again," he said. "Wait, why wouldn't I be able to see?" He looked around for a moment before noticing Great Elder Li Jian and Wang Wei. "Who are you people? And what have you done to me?" He tried to get up, but his body could not move. After struggling for a while, he stopped. "Wait, where am I? No, more importantly, who am I? Do you people know me? Do you know my name?" Both Great Elder Li Jian and Wang Wei frowned as they realized that the situation was more grave than anticipated. Wang Wei walked over to Li Jun, looked him deeply in the eyes. "I need you to follow my words exactly as I say." Li Jun immediately quieted down after hearing this. For some reason, he felt like he could trust this strange person. His instinct told him that if he listened to that person, then everything might be all right. So he nodded his head. "Your name is Li Jun, and you cultivate the Tao of slaughter. The ultimate purpose of slaughter is to bring death to all things. And death is nothing but the end of the consciousness, absolute darkness devoid of everything, devoid of all senses. Now, close your eyes and meditate on the meaning of my words." After hearing the term devoid of all senses, an intense fear appeared in Li Jun's mind. However, he forcefully controlled it by listening to Wang Wei's voice. After seeing Li Jun closing his eyes, Wang Wei took out a golden orb from his space ring. This was the merit he received during his Qi luck trial. Without hesitation, he placed it inside Li Jun's forehead. He looked at the peaceful face of Li Jun, then he muttered, "This is all I can do for you for now. With this merit, it should be very easy to enter a state of enlightenment. So, whether you can heal and even grow from this experience all depends on yourself." After that, he left the alchemy hall heading to Tianwei Peak to meet with his father. "Father, is everything ready?" "Yes. And all the other people have been notified." "In that case, let's begin." Wang Wei went to take a shower, light up inkent, meditate for a few minutes, then change into a ceremonial garment. Although he does not care for these formalities, this was required given the situation. Following this, he flew into a specific unoccupied mountain. There, all the high levels of the sect were waiting in front of an ancient altar. Even the supreme true monarchs were secretly present. Wang Wei walked to the altar, cupped his hand, and said, "Heavenly Tao above, I have seen the woes of mortals in this world. Cultivators have the ability to escape the shackles of the earth, have a long lifespan, can destroy mountains and move rivers, can conquer life and death, can travel through the endless void, and can pass their inheritance for eternity. Despite all of this, mortals spend all of their lives living on little food. Most of them could not recognize words, write their names, or have any form of inheritance. They are ignorant. But I want to change all of this. Here today, I have created the concept school to teach basic knowledge to all living mortals in this plane. I want to expand their minds, expel ignorance, enlighten them so that our civilization can thrive and prosper. Please acknowledge it." After Wang Wei said these words, a gigantic eye appeared in the sky, alarming everyone. The eye looked directly in Wang Wei's position. Then, his words were broadcasted to the entire myriad emperor world. All cultivators, and more importantly, all mortals heard these words with shock on their faces. Then, many people started crying, laughing, and roaring in excitement. All trillions upon trillions of mortals in this world had excited smiles on their faces. Well, most of them. In this world, nobles in the mortal world use knowledge to keep the peasants under control, and cultivators also use knowledge to keep these nobles under control. But now, this strict hierarchy was slowly being broken. Meanwhile, after Wang Wei's declaration, many of the emperor factions who were invited to participate in this plan also have a ceremony of their own. Then they all said the same thing. Please allow it. This phrase echoed throughout the entire world. Heavenly Tao then looked at the elated look of the mortals, calculated the benefit of such a thing, then it said, allow. Following this, a massive golden light appeared in the sky. It was golden merit. Then, it was split into different portions with 20% landed on the hand of Wang Wei and the Tao opening sect. The remaining was divided into the different emperor lineages based on the previously agreed amount. Another smaller purple orb also manifested and landed on Wang Wei's hand. As the creator of this plan, he was especially rewarded. However, things did not end there. A giant multiple-colored dragon appeared in the sky. Then, under a mysterious force, a third of its body was cut apart. The faces of the people of the Emperor Enlightening Academy became ugly after seeing this, as this was their academy's Qi Luck dragon. Afterward, it did not take them long to figure out what was going on. Since their founder Emperor Kong invented the concept of academy, and sharing knowledge with all cultivators, the Qi Luck associated with it has always been in their possession, always blessing their academy. But now, with the invention of school by Wang Wei, which has a similar premise as their invention of academy, and with school having far more reaching potential as the number of mortals far outclassed cultivators, they could no longer enjoy such blessing all to themselves. This plan directly affected their foundation in this world. Title: Consequences. Chapter 253. After a third of the Academy's Qi Luck was cut off from them, a new Qi Luck dragon slowly formed. However, this one was different due to its color, pure white. After being formed, the pure white Qi Luck dragon rapidly traveled around the world while swallowing a bunch of white lights from the bodies of all the mortals, thus rapidly growing in size. Is that the Qi Luck dragon associated with the concept of school? Asked one of the elders of the Tao opening sect in awe. No one answered them as they were too busy marveling at the sight they were witnessing. Suddenly, one of the elders said, I'm guessing that the only time our sect created such an achievement was when our ancestor first created the origin path system. All the people realized that this was indeed true. One person immediately bowed to Wang Wei, who was still standing in front of the altar. Thank you, young sect master, for recreating the glory of our ancestors. Thank you, young sect master, added another person. Following this, many other elders and even all the great elders bowed to him. Wang Wei could guess the real reason for this gift. For so many years, the Tao opening sect has been relying on the Qi Luck of the origin path system created by the ancestors. However, as time passed, many people feared that someday, they would no longer be blessed by it. And this was an unnecessary worry, as there are precedents to follow. Sects created by the formation ancestors, array ancestors, and so on, although they still survive to this day, many if not all of them have either started to decline, or reach a plateau in their development. They have to use their long-standing heritage to remain relevant in this world. After the Tao opening sect reached the 9th emperor, many people have already started to notice the declining trend of the sect. But, now, there was hope for revitalization. Wang Wei nodded as he accepted these people's gifts. He did not act like a younger generation, as he knew that this was not the time to be humble. Sometimes, acting humble when deserving to be praised can appear very hypocritical. So he said, "You can all get up. This is just the beginning of the rise of our Tao opening sect. Hopefully one day we will be able to spread schools to all the worlds in our community, and even to all the worlds in the endless void." Then, the upper echelons raised their heads with excitement. They imagined what it would be like to follow the Qiyuan Emperor's step to spread their ideas and philosophies across countless planes. It would be a truly grand era. Meanwhile, the pure white dragon finished his travels around the world, thus doubling its size. The truth of the matter was that its general size was actually quite small compared to the Qi Luck dragon of an average emperor lineage with only one great emperor. And that was because the concept of school was just created and not yet executed. The benefits and downsides of this system have not been shown yet. So after the pure white dragon finished its initial growth, it cut off a small section of its tail, then it rushed straight into the Tao opening sect, fusing with the sect's multicolored Qi Luck dragon. As the small part of its tail, it was divided into many small parts and fused with the Qi Luck of different emperor lineages who participated in this plan. Many of them sighed after seeing this. Unlike the merit, they had no say on how to divide the chi luck. Unfortunately, as the creator of this concept, the Tao opening sect is entitled to most of it, just like the Emperor Enlightening Academy was when they were first created. Some people even slightly regretted their decision for a moment, but quickly extinguished their thoughts thinking about the current and future benefit that they received. As the concept of school is executed, the amount of merit received will keep increasing until it reaches a standard and stops. Well, even the chi luck will also increase. So after the pure white chi luck dragon headed to its rightful place, the Tao opening sect and all these emperor lineages started to take action. Countless cultivators started using their abilities to build countless schools all over the world. From the central continent, all the way to the east, west, and south. The only exception being the north. After these schools were created, they started recruiting mortals on a large scale. As for the teachers of these mortals, well, Wang Wei wanted to train many people before the plan was executed, but these factions wanted to do it themselves. The reason being that it was easier for them to gather more merit, and also because it was another way for them to garner positive karma. With positive karma, the heavenly tribulations of these teachers were dramatically reduced. So, the role of teachers became a valuable commodity among the disciples of these sections. Meanwhile, on top of Ceremonial Mountain, Wang Wei watched all of this happening in the sect's domains through his divine sense, while also knowing that similar things were also happening in most domains of the myriad emperor world. Then he sneered. All these cultivators are so blinded by the benefit of merit that they fail to see the larger plans at large. Wang Wei never liked how the civilization of this world was a mixture of very advanced and backward. One side, cultivator, could do so many heaven-defying things like travel through space and time, while the other, mortals, could barely eat daily. So he planned to change that. Unfortunately, this world has been like this for billions of years, so how can they easily change? Using force is one way, and Wang Wei knew that once he became a great emperor, he would have the strength to do so, but that would only be counterproductive. He could foresee that as soon as he left this world, things would go back to the way they were. And the conservative nature of these cultivators might make them even become more reserved. So, he planned to take it slow and show these people the benefits of an advanced civilization. According to Wang Wei, there are two absolute ways to convince someone to change. One is to guide them into thinking it was their own idea in the first place, or two, showing them the benefits of doing so. So, he organized a collaboration with all these emperor lineages to accomplish his plans. Of course, these people do not yet know the benefit of mortals as they are too focused on acquiring merit and good karma. Furthermore, Wang Wei still has many plans ahead. His ideal goal is to turn the myriad emperor world just like the warring kingdom world that his chi luck trial took place. However, he also knows that the complex nature of this world is far from what a small thousand world can compare to, so he was not in a hurry. He still had plenty of time. With the school system, all the mortals in the world will no longer be illiterate and have a basic understanding of the world. After a few generations, they can build on the basic knowledge that they were granted, and lay a solid foundation for the future. By the time Wang Wei becomes a great emperor, it will become much easier to advance the level of civilization of the entire world. A few days have passed, and the Emperor Enlightening Academy has temporarily suspended the tournament. A meeting was taking place inside the headmaster quarter. Bai Han looked haggard, and his sage-like appearance was gone. "What is the current situation?" asked Bai Han with a listless look on his face. With the drastic decrease in chi luck, the cultivation increase that all teachers and students were blessed have also decreased, resulting in many people secretly complaining. And, like fortune dynasties, the chi luck of sects also blessed its members based on their position. For example, sect master, great elders, and different levels of disciples have different levels of blessings. "And what?" asked Bai Han. "Many of our disciples' loyalty has been shaking up after the recent incidents. I fear that many of them have already contacted other factions in an attempt to change sides." Bai Han's face became ugly after hearing this. He guessed that the situation might even be more severe than stated. "I'm afraid it is not just the disciples, but many of the elder teachers. There may even be some of the people sitting inside this room. You need to watch these suspected disciples clearly, and I permit you to execute anyone who is found to be a traitor. Furthermore, there is no need to worry. Even if they defected, these disciples have powerful bands on their souls so that they cannot reveal our emperor techniques to other factions." The head of the wisdom eye nodded. As the person responsible for the spying agency of the academy, he rarely has the authority to do anything without the order of the headmaster. How is Lin Fan? Asked Bai Han. Besides showing envy towards Wan Wei, he is not that affected. It seems that his loyalty to the academy is not a problem for now. Bai Han was relieved. In that case. The headmaster paused midway through his sentence as he received a message through divine sense. His face changed for a moment before returning to normal. He then said to all the people present, "Excuse me, I have to attend another meeting." Chapter 254. Bai Han walked to another building of the academy while wondering why the supreme teacher summoned him. Usually, when they have something to say or report to him, they would come in person. But this time, they summoned him. Thus, he knew that something was wrong. After entering the meeting room, Bai Han's heart skipped a beat because he saw all the active true monarchs of the academy in the same room. And this time, there was not the usual respect that they had for him. After a quick analysis of the structure of the room, Bai Han could guess the reason for this meeting. "Bai Han, do you know your crimes?" directly asked one of the true monarchs. "I do not know," replied Bai Han. "Even now you are still trying to absolve yourself of your crimes? The majority of our sect's chi luck is gone, the loyalty of many of our disciples is wavering, and more importantly, we lost the spirit of the epic. You of all people should understand what this means to our academy?" Of course Bai Han knew what it meant for the academy to lose the spirit of the epic. With it, their academy was guaranteed to cultivate a ninth emperor soon and later to balance out the power of the Tao opening sect. But now, nothing was certain. They might cultivate one on their own effort, or they might spend billions of years without any success. Nothing was set in stone anymore. Bai Han took a deep breath before answering, "All of this is Wang Wei's fault. If you did not antagonize him, do you think would reach such a state?" rebutted another true monarch. Bai Han looked at the person who spoke and recognized him. He belonged to a group of the older generations who advocate using their powerful cultivation level to take power or control of the academy. Bai Han never liked him and was constantly butting head with him. "There is no need to say something so naive," replied the headmaster. "Even without my actions, Wang Wei would never allow our academy to continue growing and reach the level of threatening the Tao opening sect. My actions can best be described as expediting the time he takes action against us." The previous supreme teacher who spoke snorted coldly. "Even if what you said is true, the situation would never escalate so quickly. If you had accepted his offer to see the Tao tablets, our academy would have received a lot of benefits. I only did that to prevent him from growing too powerful. This only shows that you do not have as much of an accepting mind as him and his confidence. Didn't he allow Ji Song to gain access to the pagoda trial fully knowing that it would help train his opponent? You could have accepted his offer, but limit the amount of time he could spend there to reduce the advantages that he would receive." Bai Han did not say anything after hearing this. As for the other true monarchs, they secretly sighed but did not say anything. However, that elder did not stop talking. "Not to mention that you almost ruined the academy's reputation by the little stunt you pulled on both Li Jun and Ji Song." Bai Han took a deep breath to calm himself down, then he asked, "Did you call me here to berate me?" "No, we did not." This time it was another true monarch that spoke. "We called you here to announce that effective immediately, you are hereby removed from your position as the headmaster." Although Bai Han expected this outcome when he was summoned to this meeting, he was still angry and worried after hearing the official decision. So he hurriedly said, "You cannot do this." "Oh, why is that?" asked a true monarch with a sneer on his face. Bai Han paused for a moment, his mind rapidly moving, then he gritted his teeth before saying, "Because I am the son of Emperor Kong. My father and mother built this academy, and am its rightful heir." The room instantly became quiet, however. Bai Han did not see any look of surprise on these people's faces. So, a bad premonition overcame him. "We were already aware of this fact," responded one of the true monarch. "What? How come?" "After you were born, a will of the founder manifested itself and told us about your existence. He even warned us not to let you go too far. And if necessary, we should deprive you of your status and position." Bai Han's face became ugly after hearing this. That damn old man. Has he calculated everything? Has he been watching me make a clown of myself? Damn him. He then looked at all these true monarchs. "Is that the reason you all respected me so much? The reason that you chose me to become the headmaster?" Bai Han was roaring by the end of the sentence. His eyes were red and veins could be seen squirming on his forehead. Of course not, replied one of the true monarch. If you were incompetent, we would never allow you to become the headmaster. Correct. We also admire your understanding of cultivation and the ability to guide others. Bai Han snorted. Hell will be frozen before I believe your words. Many of the true monarchs secretly sighed as they could see that Bai Han had a lot of emotional problems when it comes to his father. With their strength and status, they do not need to lie about such a thing. Of course, they also did not want to completely ruin their relationship with him. After all, he was an emperor offspring. Unfortunately, this did not apply to all the members. The one who wanted to take power snorted coldly before saying, "Do not act as if you ever relied on yourself to accomplish anything. Do you think that it was your effort that granted you such a deep understanding of cultivation? I can imagine how many years you have spent listening to the founder preach the Tao, listening to his understanding of cultivation." Bai Han clenched his hand until they turned red, while also glaring at that true monarch with bloodshot eyes. Fate is unfair, but it was favorable to you. It granted you wealth, status, and power at birth. Instead of being grateful for these things, you've forsaken them for heaven knows what reason. But what has that decision gotten you? You were suppressed by Wang Tian in the last generation, and in this one, you were played like a fool by his son. You do not know me and the things that I have been through, so don't act as if you do, replied Bai Han. The true monarch wanted to say something, but another person said, Enough. There is no need to further ruin our relationship. What the Academy needs now is to unite to deal with the situation, not play a blame game. All the other people nodded. As for Bai Han, he gave one last look at these people before saying, "You will regret this." Then, he left the meeting hall without looking back. We should probably send someone to monitor him, lest he does something drastic and affecting our academy. That's a good idea. Now, let's talk about how to deal with the situation. There is nothing we can do at the moment about our academy's loss of chi luck. Not necessarily. Oh, do you have an idea? Yes. We can try to conquer a few other worlds to supplement our loss of chi luck. That's a good idea, but there is a lot of problem with this method. We have to spend a lot of time to discover these worlds, send people to conquer them, and link the gathered chi luck with our academy. Logistically speaking, it is not worth it. There is a reason that mostly great emperor can take place in planar warfare. However, this is still a good way to mediate our current situation. In that case, let's vote. Agree. Agree. All the true monarchs agreed with this plan. Does anyone has any other ideas? I think we should remove the focus of the world from us to something else. That way, we can become low-key and develop our strength. Indeed, but how do we accomplish this? Didn't Ji Song and Wang Wei set up a battle? With Wang Wei's recent actions, anything related to him will become the main focus of the world. That could work, but the question is, how do we accomplish this with the tournament still going on? I think we should do this, stated one of the true monarch. Isn't that a little too drastic? Plus there is no precedent for doing this. In this situation, we do not have the luxury to worry about precedent. That's true. So let's vote. The majority of them voted for this plan, while a few voted against it. Now, let's discuss how to deal with Sacred Son Wang Wei. Any ideas? Chapter 255. The room became quiet after someone brought this topic. Should our attitude remain as tough as Bai Han? Asked one of the true monarch. There is no need for that. Then what do we do? How about doing nothing? What do you mean? We all know that Wang Wei wants to use his victory over Ji Song to acquire a token to enter the secret realm of the Tao tablets. So we just have to let him. That's a good idea, but your entire plan is based on the premise that Wang Wei will be the victor in this battle. Was there ever any doubt about this? Before Bai Han gave him the Devil God bone, maybe. In my opinion, the bone only gives him the ability to not instantly being defeated. All of you should have seen how easily Wang Wei broke that heaven tier formation with his bare hands. These true monarchs remembered that moment and realized that this person was right. On top of that, I noticed that most people seem to have forgotten something. His physique. Every time people talk about Wang Wei's strength, they mention his intelligence, soul, and fleshly body, but never the advantage of his special physique. That's true, said another true monarch. Logical speaking, the Tao of Fate should be on par with chaos. The only reason that it was not ranked first or second is probably because it is still considered an acquired physique in the eyes of heavenly Tao. I thought that the reason that his physique was never mentioned was that without the proper cultivation technique, or breaking into the void-shattered realm and controlling the power of law, the advantages it brought him was very limited, just like Mo Xingyan's Heaven Devour physique. No, the Heaven Devour physique still grants Mo Xingyun fighting abilities. Plus, she has the Heaven Devouring Emperor as a blueprint on how to use and evolve her physique. But Wang Wei has to start from scratch. Many people have speculated that this fate puppeteer physique will grant its owner the natural ability to calculate the secrets of heaven without paying too much of a price, unlike the people of the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. You guys seem to have overlooked something, said the true monarch, who believed that Wang Wei would easily win his battle. During the Qi luck trial, he was the final winner and acquired a rainbow-colored luck. So, he should have acquired an innate talent perfected suited for his physique after entering the supernatural realm. The true monarch's eyes light up as they realize that they indeed overlooked this fact. Innate talent is a gift granted from heaven and earth to those it deemed both worthy and fortunate. As such, it is usually designed to perfectly fit the person's physique, if he/she has one, temperament, dreams or goals, and desires. From what these people knew about Wang Wei and based on the name of the physique, they can guess that he was not the kind of person that planned to use this physique solely for divination. Most likely, he wanted to control his fate along with the fate of myriad things in existence, just like a puppeteer and his marionettes. Adding to that the massive amount of luck he received during the trial, his innate talent is most likely very powerful. As for Ji Song's innate talent, although they could guess that it was also very powerful, it does not change the fact that he only had a purple gold level of Qi luck after leaving the trial. I think this is a good way to end this matter without further antagonize the Dao opening sect. However, we will most likely lose that devil god bone. Not necessarily. If our plans for Lin Fan works, then just like Bai Han said, all he has to do is get it back from Wang Wei. That's true. In that case, let's vote on the matter. I agree. I agree. All the true monarchs agreed on this proposition. Finally, let's decide on the next headmaster of the academy and when to announce it to the world. I still think that we should not let these people control the power of the academy. We already decided on this. As the remnant of the last generation, we should not intervene too much on the government of the academy. Otherwise, the contradictions you just had with Bai Han will happen with all the current upper echelon members of his generation. This will then lead to instability in the academy. All I'm hearing is excuses. All right, let's decide on the next headmaster. If you have someone to nominate, do so now. Inside a large and luxurious residence decorated with star-like black color, a young man was sitting inside a room with many beautiful women with him. There were at least 30 of them. However, based on the sitting arrangement, it is easy to distinguish the status of these women on this handsome young man's face, as there were 2 of them who were sitting at the very front. One of them was playing the zither, while the other had food in front of her to feed him. Unfortunately, this young man seemed very distracted, thus was not in the mood for material sustenance. Suddenly, the young man woke up from his daze and immediately took out a talisman from his space ring. Then his face changed as he yelled, "What? How could this be?" "Husband, what happened?" asked the beautiful lady with the food in front of her. The handsome young man, who was in fact Lin Fan, said with gritted teeth, "The academy has decided to cancel the remaining rounds of the tournament." The beautiful woman with the food was in fact Mu Chunhua, the saintess of the heavy water sect. She was brought over from the lower realm along with Lin Fan's family. Then, what will happen to the participants? Since the top 30 have already been chosen, then they can still place their names on the Heavenly Dao Protection Book and enter the secret realm of the Dao tablets. On top of that, since there is no official ranking, then the time that all the people can spend there will be the same. Mu Chunhua frowned. "Husband, I do not understand. Isn't it a good thing for the tournament to be cancelled? That way, you do not have to reveal all your hidden cards for the future." "I could not give a damn about hiding my powers, I just want the world to see what I'm capable of," replied Lin Fan. "Ever since I came to this world, I've always been underestimated by everyone due to my low background. Even after I defeated the previous #1 acting true disciple, who was in the primordial spirit realm, and become the true heir of the academy, many people still underestimated me. Especially that damn list created by the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. They placed me at the bottom of all the top 5 heavenly physique. Even the #6 physique, Zhan Biu, who was ranked after me, was speculated to be more powerful than me. Don't forget that Wang Wei. Everyone seems to always compare my strength, talents and abilities with him. He has become the standard for the perfect heaven chosen. And with his recent actions everywhere I go, I can hear people talking about him one way or another. The room became quiet for a moment, with only the low melody of the zither could be heard. Then Mu Chunhua said, "Husband, you do not have to worry about all of this. Didn't the academy design a plan for you to catch up to these people? As long as you follow it, then you will be able to easily suppress all of them just like you did on our world." Lin Fan paused for a moment after hearing this, looked at Mu Chunhua for a few seconds before moving his gaze to the woman next to her. His eyes were first full of admiration as if he was seeing the most beautiful thing in the world, then of doting and love. "Shire, what do you think?" Xueqi, who was quietly playing her zither, smiled an act which seemed to lighten up the entire room, responded, "It does not matter what I think, but what you want, husband." "What I want? Of course, to show the world what I'm capable of. Then you need to do so. But the tournament is cancelled." "True, but before this, the academy has to announce it to the world. And during that time, there will still be a fighting ring and a large audience watching." Lin Fan frowned as his mind rapidly operated. "That's right. With so many people watching, all I have to do is challenge these top heaven chosen and show the world my ability. And if they refused, I can instigate them just like that Wang Wei did to Ji Song." After thinking about this, Lin Fan immediately became excited, so he rushed to hug Xueqi while saying, "Shire, it's you who knows me the best." Meanwhile, Mu Chunhua looked at all of this, secretly sighed, and lowered her head. By now she was used to this. Chapter 256. While Lin Fan was happily hugging his beautiful wife and being intimate with her to the jealousy or envy of the other in the room, she was secretly thinking to herself, "Now that he thinks that this is his idea, if something goes wrong, he won't blame me for it." Compared with Wang Wei's calm and calculated demeanor, this Lin Fan is far beyond. But with his absolute chaos physique, his potential is truly unheard of, so he still has a lot of room to grow. Thinking about Wang Wei and her meeting with him, Xueqi internally gritted her teeth. "You think that I'm a worthless vase? I'll show you who's a vase. Someday, you will regret saying these words to me." Northern Black Tortoise Continent, a secret meeting of the Demon Council. "Is this meeting about the recent invention of school?" asked one of the Demon Tribe chiefs. "That's correct," replied the Golden Lion Chiefess. As one of the four main chiefs, she was in charge of many of the meetings. "So, are we going to create Demon School to receive merit and chi luck from Heavenly Tao? Although the amount we would receive would be quite pitiful compared to the humans, it is still better than nothing." "Unfortunately, we cannot," replied the Black Tiger Chief with a desolate look on his face. His whole temperament screamed defeated. "Why not?" "Because the humans have already warned us not to do so. They do not want us to take a piece of their benefit. Many of them wanted to come to the north to set up the school themselves and even sent human teachers to teach." "What? How audacious these humans are." "So, did you accept?" "Of course not," replied the Battle Saint Ape Chief. "Although our demon clan is weakened and constantly suppressed, nevertheless, it is not to the point that humans can arbitrarily intervene in the northern continent. If what you said is true, then why do we have to listen to these humans warning about setting up the school? That's because many of the emperor lineages warned us at the same time, so we have to take their words seriously. You all should know that the majority of the time, the humans are fighting and competing against one another, so they usually ignore us. However, when it comes to their benefit, they will not hesitate to ally together to crusade against us," said the Peacock Chief. The room then became silent for a moment, with deep sigh riveting throughout. Finally someone asked, "What do we do then?" "We can still open school throughout our territories, but we just cannot get the approval of Heavenly Tao." "Doesn't that mean we will not have any merit or chi luck?" "So, basically, we will do the same thing our ancestors did when Emperor Kong invented the concept of academy?" The room once again became quiet, this time lasting even longer. All these chiefs lamented that after so many years, after 2 eras and so many generations, the conditions of their demon race have not improved even the slightest. "There is something that I'm wondering," asked one of the chiefs. "What's the point of creating this school?" "I understand establishing the academy and spreading knowledge to all our tribes that can cultivate. So, who's this school for, these demonic beasts? With their low intelligence, they cannot learn anything no matter what we do?" "You are correct," replied the Golden Lion Chiefess. However, our demon school will not teach these beasts how to read and write like the humans, but we will preach the Tao to them to increase their odds of opening their wisdom and become demons. A lot of people had ugly look on their faces after hearing this. In the Myriad Emperor world, there is only one way for a beast to be classified as a demon. After being baptized by spiritual chi for many years or after having a fortunate encounter, an ordinary animal will open their wisdom and activate its bloodline powers and instinctively can absorb spiritual chi from heaven and earth to further evolve. Technically speaking, these animals are considered the demon race. Unfortunately, the concept of bloodline superiority has been ingrained in the demon race for countless eras, so they looked down on these demon races and called them demonic beasts. Then, after a demonic beast opens his wisdom and started cultivating, once it reached the supernatural realm, it can go through heavenly tribulation to turn into human form. By then, they will officially be accepted as demon race instead of demonic beasts. Unfortunately, these types of demon race faced heavy discrimination among their race. They are often treated as slaves or servants to a more powerful demon race with better bloodlines. They received less few resources, do the dirtiest of jobs. In general, they are treated worse than excrement. Even in the academies opened by the demon race whose purpose was to share knowledge, they were not treated equally. I know how many of you feel about the demonic beasts, but given the current situation, this is not the time to be picky. With this method, the number of demon races can increase greatly, thus granting us the chance to compete with the humans. At least in terms of population, we will not be completely outnumbered.
I disagree. All we need is to have our own eternal emperor, then our situation will change for the better.
We are only doing this as a backup, just in case things don't go as we planned, said the Golden Rock Chief. So, what you are saying is that you guys do not have faith in him to become an eternal emperor? You know that this is not what we meant? He replied back. How do I know what you mean?
The Golden Lion Chiefess couched lightly, rendering the room silent.
The simple truth is that an eternal emperor is not absolute. Didn't the humans have one that turned his back on? What happened to him? He was exiled and never seen before. How do we know that the same thing won't happen to him after he proves the Tao? So, we need a backup plan in case things goes wrong. After all, the fate of our entire race depends on how decisions. Although these demon chiefs knew that her words were reasonable, unfortunately, their entire culture and civilization were built on the concept of bloodline supremacy. Wanting them to change their views on these demonic beasts so easily was not that simple. While these chiefs were still hesitating on their choices, a suddenly melodious voice rang throughout heaven and earth. The voice was beautiful and contained a mysterious power that could charm everyone and everything between heaven and earth. Heavenly Tao above, the demon race is weak and savage, causing countless calamities across the world and gaining negative karma. This is all because they do not know better. So, I would like to open the demon school to preach to them and open their wisdom. Guide them to live in harmony with humans for the better of our world. After these words echoed throughout the world, Heavenly Tao I did not appear this time. But, countless golden merits still manifested from the sky and headed for that voice. However, this time, the merit was not divided. Following this, a pure white chi luck dragon also appeared, cut a very small part of luck from the Emperor Enlightening Academy, before heading in the same direction as his predecessor. Damn it! Screamed the four main chiefs at the same time. Meanwhile, a few of the demon chiefs also had ugly looks on their faces. Isn't that the voice of Su Xiang, the matriarch of the Fox Demon tribe? You mean the traitor? What is going? Can someone explains? The people of the Tao opening sect used the traitor Su Xiang to create the demon school. That way, they can completely control both the merit and chi luck associated with school in the entire Myriad Emperor world. Didn't you see that the new chi luck dragon also fused with their sect's chi luck dragon, and all the merits fell on their hands, replied the peacock chiefess with gritted teeth. The faces of these chiefs became ugly after hearing this. Although they could not do so because the humans warned them, it does not mean that they wanted other people to do it as well, especially their enemy, the human race. In that case, we should not create our own school in our territories. Otherwise, all the merits and chi luck of our actions will go to the Tao opening sect, while we get absolutely nothing, said one of the chiefs. On the contrary, we must do it, and as soon as possible, said the Golden Lion Chiefess. Why? Because, with this move, the human race can dramatically increase the number of demon race in their territory. Isn't that a good thing for us? Stupid. These demon races will be either brainwashed or forcefully controlled to serve the human race. They will not recognize us and even attacked us. I can see a few generations from now, the northern Black Continent is full of these demon races that treat humans as their master. Then, these new demons race can start fighting with us in order to replace us, leading to a massive war.
With the support of the human race, they might win the war and completely replace us.
That way, the human race can completely control the myriad emperor world without even losing much. Whoever came up with this plan is truly a terrifying person. Chapter 257. Follow. After the invention of the demon school, the people most affected were the other emperor lineages, as they were also trying to find a way to control this aspect of merit and chi luck of the concept of school. Unfortunately, Wang Wei was prepared beforehand and got there before them. Many people did not expect that the Dao opening sect would use the Fox demon clan that betrayed the demon race more than a century ago. As such, many people started to wonder whether Wang Wei planned all of this back then. Back when he was like 8 years old and invited the Fox clan to help him refine the pagoda. Unfortunately, these people gave him too much credit. To achieve this plan, a great deal of knowledge and information regarding the workings of Qi luck is needed. And Wang Wei only reached that level during his Qi luck trial after his luck turned from black to gold. Another group or race that was affected by the recent situation was of course the spirit race. Regrettably, the school system could not apply to them because of how their race is created. Like the demon race, the spirit race contained individuals or things who have gained sentience, like plants, flowers, stones, weapons, or even concepts like dreams. However, the spirit race is the darling of heaven and earth. Due to how difficult it is for these things to acquire wisdom, as soon as they do, they will be baptized by heaven and earth and turned into human shape. Furthermore, each spirit race is born with their inheritance designed specifically by heaven and earth, so they usually do not need cultivation techniques from other people. As such, each new member of the spirit race is usually a very talented individual. In general, the spirit race is similar to a lesser version of the primordial gods and innate demons from the primordial era. Born from heaven and earth, granted own cultivation technique at birth, extremely talented, and usually have a longer lifespan than ordinary cultivators. The only difference between them is the fact that the spirit race is not born with an extremely high cultivation realm. The majority of them have to start cultivating from scratch after taking human shape. While some more talented might be born in the body refining realm or divine sea realm. Only a very few talented ones are born in the divine altar realm. As such, the concept of academy did not apply to them because all their members are born with their fitted cultivation technique. As for the concept of school, it cannot apply to them as well, even the demon version of it. The members of the spirit race are too diverse. After all, technically speaking, anything object both organic or inorganic can become a member of their race as long as they gain sentience. For example, one of the most famous great emperors of the spirit race is the Everlasting Dream Emperor, the founder of the Eternal Dream sect located in the southern Vermilion Bird continent. One of the reasons that he is so famous was not only because of his power but his interesting origin. Back in the incense era, one great emperor tried to destroy one of the Forbidden Land, but was failed and was injured instead. To recuperate from his injury, he entered a deep slumber. And during that slumber, the great emperor started to dream. Of course, as a higher being, his dream was not a normal one, so it affected the entire area that he was sleeping, turning it into his dream. Even after that emperor recuperated and left the myriad emperor world, his dream remained in that area. Then after a few millennia, his dream gained sentience and turned into human shape. It turned into a member of the spirit race. Later, that spirit race went on to prove the Tao and took the name Everlasting Dream, created the Eternal Dream sect. So, with the complexity of the spirit race, the school system provided them with no advantage. Nevertheless, some people were still willing to try the same method as the demon race, preaching to inanimate objects to see whether they can accelerate the rate at which members of their clans can be born. Tao opening sect, Tianwei Peak. Wang Wei was having a meeting with all the upper echelons of the sect. They were going over all the problems that arose in the past few days. "Anything to report?" asked Wang Wei. "Everything seemed to be going well with a few minor problems," said one of the great elders. "It's a shame that the Emperor Enlightening Academy already secretly controlled the Qi luck aspect related to Demon Academy. Otherwise we could have done even more damage to them." "Well, Emperor Kong was a very wise individual. How could he not notice such benefit and leaving it for others to exploit?" replied Wang Wei calmly. "Anyway, we are still the ones who benefited the most in this situation. Now, let's talk about the minor problems you mentioned. Many of the Emperor factions have sent complaint about not sharing the benefit of the demon school luck. Ignore them. If they were the ones who executed this idea first, they would never share the benefit, responded Wang Wei. Anything else? The number of mortals attending school is not as high as predicted. The reason? Many of them need to farm to feed their family, so they are worried about the next harvest. Send a few divine sea realm disciples that know water spell to help irrigate their farms and the ones who know wood spells to further increase the yield of each field. However, this is not a permanent solution. We need the mortals to be self-sufficient to some degree. So, let's start introducing the farming constructs that I made during my Qi luck trial to them. Not just them but all the ones that I used to make the great Xia dynasty so prosperous. Young sect master, should we be worried about other sects stealing our blueprints for the constructs? There is no need to worry about that as these constructs are not that difficult to copy. The technical aspect of them is not as high as you imagine. All we need to focus on is to get as much benefit as possible as quickly as possible. As for other factions copying us, it is inevitable, but we will still have a large enough head start to dramatically increase our advantages. Of course, Wang Wei was not telling the whole truth. He wanted these factions to copy him. He always wanted to bring the civilization of the myriad emperor world forward, yet he also knew how difficult it would be with the somewhat conservative and backward mentality of many of these factions. However, now was his chance to do it without anyone even noticing. By advancing the domains that the Tao opening sect from the ancient time to a more modern time through artifact refining, many other factions after noticing and envying all the benefit that their sect is receiving will secretly copy their actions to gather more merit and more luck. In that way, thinking that it was their ideas, will slowly start developing their own domains. Wang Wei can foresee that soon, there will crawling dragon constructs, modern train, soaring phoenix constructs, modern plane, and flying horse carriage, modern car, all over the myriad emperor world. By the time some people notice something wrong, the world would have changed so much that it would be very difficult to change back. What about the nobles and wealthy of the mortal kingdoms? How did they react? Asked Wang Wei. Well, given the fact that education used to be the way that they enforced their rules over ordinary people, all of them were not happy about the situation. Some of them even tried to use force to prevent commoners from attending the schools. Of course, with us cultivators intervening in the situation, they were forced to compromise. However, I heard a few mortal kings became mad and ordered the massacre of all the people in their kingdom. These people should not be a problem, right? Asked Wang Wei. No problem at all. After nodding, he continued asking, what about the Western White Tiger continent? Not a lot of emperor lineage from there participated in this plan. So how did the devil cultivators there act? Them? They also started schools. Oh, responded Wang Wei with a little surprise. Did they want to use merit to offset some of their bad karma? That's correct. Wang Wei nodded. Then he spent a few hours dealing with all the issues concerning the recent events. After the meeting finished, he flew straight into the alchemy hall. Inside a room, he saw Yan Liling sitting cross-legged across a still comatose Li Jun with a look of worry on her face. So he patted her shoulder while saying, "You do not have to worry about him, he is just in a deep state of enlightenment. And even if something were to happen to him, I would find a way to save him." Yan Liling nodded as she was reassured. Given the world-shaking things that Wang Wei did in the past few days, she believed in his words. Chapter 258. Wang Wei spent the next few days accompanying Li Jun, and on the third day after his arrival, Li Jun's eyes finally opened. He first looked around with a little confusion in his eyes, which was then quickly replaced by clarity as he muttered to himself, "The ultimate form of slaughter encompasses the pain, scream, despair, and grief of losing everything. It's having the ability to send all your opponent and enemies into a state of emptiness, a state of desolateness, a state of darkness. Called death." After saying these words, Li Jun's eyes turned dark red for a moment before returning to normal. He finally turned his head around. "Linger, is that you?" "Yes, it's me," replied Yan Liling with tears falling down her eyes, but she quickly wiped them off. Following this, Li Jun looked at Wang Wei before saying, "Big brother, I'm sorry I could not get the token for you. You do not need to blame yourself. After all, this is not your fault," replied Wang Wei. Li Jun's eyebrows raised a little after hearing this, then he asked, "Does it have to do with the reason that my origin essence was rapidly decreasing?" "Yes. The Academy cheated. They used a secret formation to absorb your origin essence, giving Feng Lijuan the advantage." "Is that so?" replied Li Jun. However, these words did not comfort him. He knew perfectly well that even without the Academy's interferences, his chances of winning against her were very slim. Meanwhile, after guessing Li Jun's current mood, Wang Wei patted his shoulder as he said, "You should be aware that one failure does not mean anything, so cheer up. Additionally, didn't you gain something from this experience? How about we test your newfound ability?" Li Jun's eyes lit up after hearing this, then he took a pill from Yan Liling's hand and swallowed. A few minutes later, he was back on his feet. Standing in front of him was a very large demonic beast that looked like a rhino. Without hesitation, Li Jun took out his spear, and a red light appeared on the tip of it. This red light was in fact Slaughter Chi. Under Li Jun's control, the red light suddenly turned into a dark gray color. With a wave of his spear, the gray color light rushed into the body of this demonic beast. Immediately, the stampede rhino turned paler than a piece of paper before falling to the ground. The three of them came to check on it. "It's dead," said Yan Liling blankly. "To be precise, his vitality was completely destroyed by my death chi," added Li Jun. "So, your new power involves turning Slaughter Chi into death chi?" asked Wang Wei with a pensive look on his face. "That's correct. Can you directly make the death chi?" "No, it has to be transformed from Slaughter Chi. However, both my battle maniac physique and the heaven fighting scripture allow me to create Slaughter Chi, thus essentially granting me endless death chi. However, I understand your concern, big brother. During the battle, the slight gap in time when I conduct the transformation is enough for truly powerful opponents to take advantage of the situation, so I will watch out." "As long as you know," nodded Wang Wei. "Now let's test this ability on me." Li Jun did not say anything, but directly pierced his spear on Wang Wei's arm. Ping! The sound of two metals clashing could be heard, and Li Jun's attack did not even break his skin. As for the death chi, it was stopped by his innate field that protected him. After closer observation, Wang Wei noticed that the death chi was slowly eroding his field. If the quantity is large enough, and enough time has passed, he could tell that his shield would not last long. After nodding, he disabled the shield before motioning for Li Jun to attack again. With a helpless look, Li Jun took out a Saint-tier artifact before stabbing his big brother again. This time, Wang Wei's skin was pierced and the death chi entered his body. However, without him doing anything, powerful energy came from his blood to resist the power of the death chi. Although Wang Wei has not begun to temper his blood yet, it was still very powerful due to all the transformation his body went through after tempering the other parts. Meanwhile, Li Jun, who was using his divine sense to observe the reaction of the death chi inside Wang Wei's body, muttered out loud. It seemed that for powerful body refiner like big brother Wang Wei, it's best to use prolonged battle as a tactic, slowly wear them out. After that, Wang Wei and Yan Liling spent a few hours helping Li Jun test his new ability and its limit. Finally, as the group rested, Wang Wei told Li Jun, "I have some good news for you." Well, it might also be considered bad news. While looking at Yan Liling while saying the latter half of this sentence, she snorted unhappily, obviously knowing what he was going to say. "What's going on?" asked Li Jun. Before giving him the news, Wang Wei first explained what happened in the few days that he was in a coma. "What does this have to do with me?" Well, before deciding to help us completely, the matriarch of the Fox Demon Clan wanted to for a more united alliance with our sect. To be precise, they wanted to form a marriage alliance. Li Jun immediately guessed where this was going, and his instinct was warning him that things will be bad for him from now on. "As you can imagine," continued Wang Wei while ignoring the sweating Li Jun in front of him, "since I already find the love of my life, and I have no plan or desire to add another one to the list, the sect chose you for this alliance." Li Jun's mouth twitched after hearing this as he felt the fury of Yan Liling sitting next to him. More importantly, she was holding his hand tightly. Then a powerful heat came out of nowhere wanting to burn him to ash. Ignoring the pain his left hand was currently in, he asked, "Can I refuse?" while squeezing a forced smile. "Unfortunately, no. Your father and mother have already set everything in motion." Li Jun then took a deep breath. "Whom am I marrying this time?" "It's Xueqi, the young matriarch of the Fox Demon Clan that we met in the Chi Luck trial." "That's her." "Well, at least she's beautiful." Then, Li Jun's hand was instantly burned. Ignoring the shenanigans of these two, Wang Wei stood up and said, "Well, I will leave you two lovebirds to yourself." Then, he left the room as if something was chasing him. "Don't you have something to say?" asked Yan Liling with gritted teeth.
Linger, you know that this kind of thing is out of our control.
Yan Liling became silent after hearing this as she knew that he was right. When the sect made the decision, they did not even consult her, just notified her of the result. Only her aunt, Great Elder Yan Mei, took time to talk to her and made sure that she was okay.
This does not mean that I will forgive you so easily.
Okay, you can be mad at me for as long as you want, but before that, I need your help with something, replied Li Jun. Are you trying to change the subject?
No.
After seeing the serious look on his face, Yan Liling realized that he was not kidding around, so she took the matter seriously. What do you need my help with? I need you to use your innate talent to create a special pill for me. A special pill? What kind of pill? One that can read memories. And what are you going to do with it? After a brief pause, Li Jun explains to her all his plans. Yan Liling suddenly screamed, "Are you crazy? Do you want to get yourself killed?" "I need to do this," replied Li Jun with a determined voice. "After the recent failure, I realized that the amount of help that I can offer Big Brother Wang Wei is smaller than I anticipated. After many calculations, I think that currently, this is the best way to help him." Yan Liling became silent after hearing his words, then she asked, "How long have you been thinking about doing this?" "For quite some time. But your plan relies too much on luck," added Yan Liling. "We're dealing with someone that is likely an expert of the soul, and you want to read their memories without them even noticing? Big Brother Wang Wei once theorized that memories are located in two places, the brain and the soul. Most mortals have weak souls, so they store their memories in their brains. While cultivators have powerful souls, so they use their souls to store their memories. However, it does not mean that mortal's soul does not have any memory, nor does cultivator's brain. It is just that they do not rely on it too much, if at all. So, what we have to do is to target the brain instead of the soul. That way, our chances of success will greatly increase." Chapter 259. Wang Wei sat on a purple golden throne full of decorations of dragons, different worlds and civilizations, and strings of fate connecting all these things. He was waiting for someone, and he did not have to wait long. Soon after, a beautiful woman wearing a long cheongsam walked in. She had long legs and her feet bare, and every time she took a step, runes appeared underneath her white feet to support her. Her phoenix eyes were very profound as if containing all the secrets of the universe, and her smile more radiant than a million suns. Wu Hong looked at the room that was decorated like a throne. She asked, "Why did you decorate it like this?" "The other day I was in a kingly mood, so I decorated it as such," replied Wang Wei nonchalantly, then motioned for her to seat on him, and she did it without much thought or hesitation. After that, she caressed his silver-gray hair. "I forgot that sometimes you can be a little too much." Wang Wei shrugged as he said back, "What's the point of having all this power if I cannot do as I please?" True, for someone who pursues freedom like yourself, you can do whatever you please based on your emotions or desires. "So, how have you been recent?" asked Wu Hong while still playing with his hair. "Terrible." "Oh, why is that?" "Because I've missed you very dearly," replied Wang Wei with a serious look on his face. "Is that so? In that case, let me make it up to you." She lowered her head and kissed him, very passionately. The two spent the next half hour inseparable from one another. Since they did not need to breathe, their lips never separated from one another. This single kiss made it look like they were separated for countless millennia, and were finally reunited after fighting gods, demons, Buddhas, and even heaven and earth itself. Of course, Wang Wei wanted more than some lip action, so his dirty hand traveled from Wu Hong's legs under her dress, in an attempt to reach the forbidden zone. Unfortunately for him, she slapped him away before he could get what he wanted. "It's been so long, when can we go further?" he asked. "For one, we have not to go through the proper ceremony to become Dao companions," replied Wu Hong with her usually calm face and voice. "Second, you cannot touch me until you finish temper all your organs and blood. I understand the first reason, but what does my body refining level have to do with anything? For one, your current fleshly body is too weak to keep up with me." Wang Wei immediately looked at her as if she was crazy. However, Wu Hong just held his hand and squeezed lightly. Immediately afterward, his hand was pulverized into millions of particles. There was no blood and bones left, they were instantly pulverized. A few seconds later, his hand grew back and he said, "Although I knew that your fleshly body was powerful, I did not think that it was this scary." Wu Hong just smiled as she continued to caress his hair. This was one of the reasons that she loved him. He did not have the usual ego of man in this world, the ego that would not accept their companions to be more powerful than them. Also, he will not feel inferior because of this, but motivate himself to reach the level of being equal to her. And Wu Hong believed that not only will he reach her level, but even surpass her. Then, she will try to surpass him and eventually succeed. This cycle will push them forward together until they reach the end of the Tao and beyond it. The main reason for stopping you is that after your body reaches a certain level, I can use dual cultivation to help further refine your body, thus saving you a lot of time and detour in the future. Wang Wei nodded in agreement with her. Then he did not mention the subjects anymore. Taking out a purple light from his space ring, he said, "Just seeing your beautiful face was not the only reason that I wanted to meet you today." "Is that the special merit you received after setting up the school system?" "Yes. I have checked it and have many of the elders of the sect checked it, and they found nothing wrong with it. But just in case, I want you to see if there is anything wrong with it, if there is some kind of backhand left in it." "I think you are being too paranoid," replied Wu Hong as she took the purple merit to check. Her eyes turned into strange circular runes as she looked at it. "Given my history with Heavenly Tao, can you blame?" "Well, I've checked and there is nothing wrong with it. As I said before, you are too paranoid. Heavenly Tao is fair, it has rules and regulations to follow, and it cannot attack or plot against you for no reason. Then why does it hate me so much? I can feel it during the ceremony. It was very reluctant to give me the reward I deserve. According to your logic, it should have a reason to hate me." Wu Hong became silent after hearing this, so after seeing this, Wang Wei asked, "Is this one of the things that you cannot tell me?" Wu Hong shook her head. "It's not this. It's because I do not know." "Do not know? What do you mean?" "Logically speaking, when it comes to this kind of information that is very important to you, I should know about it, but my mind or memory is blank. The odd thing is when I tried to do actual research to find the cause of your problems, I could not find anything. To be precise, it was like the information was right in front of me, but I gloss it over." Wang Wei frowned after hearing this, then he asked, "Do you know what's going on?" "Well, it's like someone." However, she stopped midway and did not continue. "Like someone is only giving you a limited amount of information, enough to help me, but not enough for me to be too reliant on you?" Wu Hong nodded her head, and Wang Wei sighed deeply. "It seems that we might be in a bigger quagmire than anticipated." Wu Hong could not agree more as she knew more than him. So, she lowered her head to touch his, and they remained silent in each other's embrace. Meanwhile, she looked in the distance with a dazed look on her face. There, Wu Hong could see a vague figure that looked exactly like herself, except the temperament was otherworldly, transcendent. She thought to herself while looking at the figure, "Crazy woman, why do you have to put so many restrictions on me? Couldn't you do what you wanted and not care about the consequences?" However, soon, she realized that she might be calling herself crazy, and she secretly sighed deeply. Things were beginning to be more complicated than she would like them to be. Wang Family Mountain, inside a secret room. Yu Yen sat cross-legged in front of a formation with an elderly woman on the other side. "Mom, did the merit help cure father's injuries?" "Unfortunately no," replied Yu Yan's mother and Wang Wei's grandmother, Yun Zhaojun. "What? How come? Does he need more?" Yun Zhaojun sighed deeply with melancholy. "By now, you should guess that your father's problem cannot be dealt with resources, and the decision that he has made." Yu Yan became quiet for a moment after hearing this, then she asked, "What about you?" "I'll always accompany him wherever he goes." Knowing her mother, she was not that surprised, so she asked, "How long do we have?" "A few 100 years, maybe less." "That's not a long time," replied Yu Yan. Although she knew that this day would come, she never thought that it would be so soon. "Can't you both of you change your minds? Or at the very least you do?" Yun Zhaojun sighed again before saying, "Daughter, I know that my decision is very selfish, and I'm very sorry to you. But, I have made my mind. If you cannot change your mind for me, then do it for Wire. You should know how attached he is to you. Can you imagine how devastating this news will be to him?" This time, it was Yun Zhaojun to be silent. After more than 5 minutes, she sighed for the 3rd time and said, "Wire has always been a very intelligent kid, so I know he will understand our decision." "Even if he understands, it does not mean he can accept it." "You may be right, daughter. Unfortunately,
This will be one of the many hard lessons that he will have to learn in his cultivation journey.
After discovering that she could not change her mother's mind, Yu Yan gave up. Fine, I respect your choice, but you have to be the one who tells why or the truth.
Fine, but it does not have to be right now. There is no need to place such worry in his mind for now.
Chapter 260. Tao Opening Sect, Tribulation Mountain. One of the elders of the sect was standing on the mountain holding a golden light in his hand. He could feel many eyes watching his actions, but he paid them no mind. After taking a deep breath, he absorbed the golden merit. Following this, a powerful aura emanated from his body, the aura of a saint. More importantly, his aura kept increasing in strength and intensity. Luckily, the formation in the mountains prevented the pressure released from his aura from affecting the other disciples of the sect. Soon afterward, the laws of heaven and earth in a few hundred diameters of this saint realm true person came into his control. To be precise, it was the law of fire. In this small space, he was the absolute ruler when it comes to how fire behaves between heaven and earth. This was his domain. After his domain showed up, it started a strange transformation. It was slowly transforming into a shape. It was taking physical form. This was in fact the Dharma body of a supreme realm powerhouse. As the Dharma body slowly formed, countless understand of the laws started to enter his mind as he entered a state of enlightenment. As time passed by, the Dharma body was slowly formed except for the face. The reason being that this elder has to pass a certain test before the face can be completely formed. And this test involves his own Tao. Soon afterward, the face of the Dharma body was shown, and it was not the face of the elder, but Emperor Qiyuan's face. Meaning, this elder cultivated the origin path scripture. After seeing this, the elder sighed in disappointment. Although he knew that this was most likely the outcome, he still hoped that the golden merit would help. In the supreme realm, there are 3 echelons or tiers. First, the people rely on their cultivation techniques to break through. These people are usually at the bottom of the barrel as they only follow the path of the ancestor and their futures are bleak. The second tiers are the people who have a slight understanding of their own Tao or path. This tier can slightly modify their cultivation techniques to fit them the best. This tier is considered the mainstream of the myriad emperor world as most talented individuals are in that category. Nevertheless, the Dharma bodies of both these tiers are the people who created the techniques that they cultivate. As for the last tier, it is for the geniuses who have their own Tao, their own path and pursuit. All the people in that tier create their own cultivation techniques perfectly suited for them before entering the supreme realm. Hence, their Dharma bodies are always their own face and body. Additionally, this tier is the only one who can actually bear the heaven will and prove the Tao. Without having your own Tao, even the heaven will was granted to a cultivator. He could not do anything with it. Furthermore, even if the people of this tier do not manage to prove the Tao, some of the truly talented ones can enter a cultivator realm called quasi-emperor. As the name implied, these true monarchs have some qualities of a great emperor, thus making them extremely powerful, and their lifespan dramatically increase. Of course, in the end, they are still mortals and will eventually die. Back to the tribulation peak. After Emperor Qiyuan's face manifested, the aura surrounded the elder changed from a saint one to a supreme one. Finally, a cloud appeared in the sky as heavenly tribulation finally showed up.
However, before it could descend, a golden light came from the elder's body and the clouds in the sky were dispersed.
This was the power of golden merit.
With the right amount, it can not only turn a saint into a supreme, but even heavenly tribulation will not be a problem.
Following this, the Dharma body entered the elder's body and his body started transforming. During the process, countless visions appeared around the domains of the Tao opening sect. There were golden lotuses in the sky, followed by heavenly music. Heavenly maidens were dancing, and saints were preaching in harmony. Many people quickly noticed the changes happening there and started to secretly observe. The visions lasted for a few hours until the new Supreme Elder woke up from his transformation. He sighed with a very hidden melancholy. He waved his hand, and the laws of fire manifested in front of him. Although the power was more powerful than before, he could tell that it was different. It has the power of origin in it. The new Supreme Elder knew that the reason for that was because he entered the first tier of Supreme Realm. Hence, affected by the origin path scripture, his laws were fundamentally changed. One would think that since the Tao of origin is more powerful than the 5 elements he previously cultivated, shouldn't he be happy for such a change? The answer is no.
Since the Tao does not belong to him, of course, he could not control even 1/10 of its true power.
The new Supreme Elder did not stay depressed for long, as he already knew that this was the best outcome for him. His talent was very low, and it was due to a fortunate encounter that he managed to enter the Saint Realm in the first place. And the only reason that he could enter the Supreme Realm was that the sect wanted to do a dangerous experiment, so he volunteered without hesitation. So, it did not matter that he was the lowest tier of Supreme Realm, as long as he was one. Tianwei Peak, all the great elders, and elders who held positions of power in the sect watched the breakthrough through a formation. Using merit can indeed allow us to forcefully break through the Supreme Realm even though the path of Supreme is technically still cut off. However, the person receives no merits for being the first to so. After all, he did not do it on his own, of course. Heavenly Tao will not reward him. None of that matters, said Great Elder Yen Mei. What truly matters is whether this method can forcefully open the path of Supreme and allow us to break through with our own abilities. After hearing this, all these saints started to calculate the secrets of heaven. Unfortunately, the answer that they received was negative. It was still not possible for any of them to become true monarchs unless they used merit.
So our plan failed?
Not necessarily, suddenly said Sect Master Wang Tian. I just received news that from my father that although the path of Supreme is still cut off, the time for it to open has dramatically decreased. In other words, as long as the number of people who forcefully become true monarchs increase, the faster that true path of Supreme can be open? Asked Yen Mei. That's correct. In that case, all we have to do is wait.
Seeing that we made the first move, the other emperor lineages should hurry to follow.
That's true, replied Wang Tian. However, beforehand, let's decide who among us want to use merit to make their breakthrough. However, no one in that room wanted to do so.
As the upper echelons of the Tao opening sect, all of them are the cream on top when it comes to talent. As such, none of them believed for a moment that they will need help to become supremes.
Using merit is a shortcut method, and people who use this method have very weak foundations. So, it is never okay to use merit directly break through any cultivation realm. The best use of it is to assist cultivators in enlightening in the Tao. Seeing that no one actually wanted to use the easy way out, Wang Tian secretly nodded in satisfaction. Then he said, in that case, after I distribute the merit, you guys can save it for when the true path of Supreme is open. As for the rest, other saints can use contribution points to redeem and make their breakthrough. Soon after this meeting ended, the world dramatically changed. Many emperor lineages with enough merit started having saints breaking through the Supreme realms. As for the ones that did not have enough merit, they either banded together through alliance, fought one another, or focused their attention on the schools and educating mortals to gather more merits. So, in the next few months, many visions could be seen all over the sky in the myriad emperor world. Things only returned to calm after everybody remembered the heaven-chosen selection trial, thus placed their gazes towards the Emperor Enlightening Academy. Finally, the academy, which was trying to remain low-key, finally had to address the situation and give a proper explanation to all the participants and the sects behind them. Thus, like the grand opening of the tournament, a live broadcast took place. Chapter 261. Under the eyes of all the people watching the tournament, someone from the academy appeared in the stadium. Most people quickly noticed that it was not Bai Han who showed up this time, but a middle-aged man named Song Li. Many people knew him as the upper echelon of the academy, while the teachers there knew him as the head of the faction that was against Bai Han cheating, and asked him to just bow his head. After Song Li showed up at the venue, he announced, due to recent events, the academy has decided to cancel the remaining rounds of the tournament. But do not fret, we are aware that our decision is quite abrupt. As such, we will compensate the participants by giving all the top 30 heaven-chosen the same amount of time enlightening in front of the Tao tablets. The cancellation of this tournament was not a surprise to some people, as rumors were previously released by the academy to give the emperor lineages a heads-up. The real reason that many people came to participate in the first place was to see what kind of compensation that the academy would give the participants. And many people were not happy, at least the people with the ability to enter the top 10 were not. According to the academy's previous rules, the higher a participant ranked, the more time he or she could spend with the Tao tablets, thus giving them an advantage over their competitors. In the battle for the heaven will, any little advantage could mean the difference between becoming an immortal supreme being, great emperor, and forever remaining immoral. But now, this advantage was gone. Although the academy used the term fairness to explain their actions, Anyone thinking logically knew that there was no fairness in this situation. For example, while they had a limited time with the tablets, a person like Lin Fan could basically use it whenever he felt like it. Nevertheless, despite how these people felt, Songli did not pay them any mind and continued. Additionally, the Academy would like to take this opportunity to apologize to all the professionals that we have offended. In our attempt to remedy the situation, we have also reserved 4 additional spots for the tablets, just like previous tournaments. Please choose the 4 individuals that will gain access to this opportunity. Many of the people watching this broadcast and sneered after hearing this.
The cunning ones instantly understood that this Songli wanted the people who allied against the Academy to fight between themselves when deciding which professionals to gain this opportunity.
And hopefully, during the process, break this loose alliance headed by the Dao opening sect based solely on benefit.
What's beautiful about this simple plan is the fact even if someone is aware of it, there is nothing that they could do about it, as this is an open plot.
Cultivators will never give up any benefit. After this short event, many people knew not to underestimate this new headmaster as he is a cunning fox. Now that everything is settled, said Songli, let's begin the ceremony to place these Heaven Chosen's name on the Heavenly Dao Protection Book.
Hold on, headmaster. Suddenly ringed a voice throughout the stadium.
Songli turned his head to see who spoke, and to his surprise, it was the true disciple of his own academy, Lin Fan. Young headmaster, this is not the time. If you have something to say, you do so after the ceremony is over, said Songli with a frown on his face. I'm sorry, headmaster, but this is the exact time to speak. Songli could guess what Lin Fan wanted to say next, but he did not stop it. So what do you want to say? Many of us here came to this trial to garner fame, glory, and recognition. Personally, I do not think it's fair to those people to stop this tournament just like that. The Academy has already decided to stop the tournament. It's fine if it's stopped, replied Lin Fan calmly with a smile on his face. But this is not reason enough to stop any battles from happening. After all, I'm sure many people of the audience would love to see a clash between this generation's top Heaven Chosen. A brief pause followed Lin Fan's words, then a member of the audience yelled, "That's true, I would love to see such battles."
Me too. Me as well. Fight. Fight. Fight.
Soon enough, the entire stadium was full of chanting, invigorating the previously dull and desolate atmosphere. As for Lin Fan, he had a slight smirk on his face as he enjoyed being in the spotlight. He imagined the trillion of people watching this broadcast, and him being the center of attention, he was glad that he followed this plan. Meanwhile, Songli looked at the satisfied look on Lin Fan's face, sighed deeply before saying, "So, young headmaster, what do you propose we do?" Since Lin Fan was their future headmaster and he wanted to do something, the Academy would support him. As for the later consequences of his actions, the Academy is still able to protect their own Heaven Chosen. Lin Fan's smile became even more prominent, then he said, "Personally, I think that we should start big. For example, I challenge you," he then pointed at someone. All the gazes of the world looked in the direction he was pointed, and it turns out that he was pointing to the number 3 heavenly physique, Xueqi, who was standing in the middle of the stadium with all the other Heaven Chosen. Although a little surprised by the sudden challenge, her facial reaction did not change much, nor did she display any form of emotion. She giggled with a sweet and melodious voice. "Young Master Lin Fan, are you trying to bully this poor and helpless woman? Why don't you challenge any of the other men? I'm sure that they would be more than welcome to accept your challenge." With a calm look on his face, Lin Fan sneered, "Only a fool would believe that young lady Suya is a helpless woman. As for the reason that I'm challenging you first, it's not because of your gender, but because I plan to slowly challenge the people in the Heaven Chosen list ranked above me. However, if Lady Suya does not want to accept my challenge, I can still challenge someone more powerful than you." While saying the last phrase, Lin Fan was looking at Jian Wushuang, who was ranked 1 number higher than Suya. "Oh my, it seems that I have been underestimated," said Suya with a gentle smile on her face. "Although I know that you are trying to bait into fighting you, I will accept your challenge. It's about time someone taught you that you cannot be as cocky as you were in the lower realm." Lin Fan's mouth twitched after hearing this, then a powerful killing intent emerged from his eyes. Meanwhile, Suya giggled again as she said, "Oh, did I hit a sore spot?" Songli watched the entire interaction in the sky while secretly shaking his head. He could tell that Suya instantly controlled the rhythm of the battle with those few words. As someone who can control emotions and desires, one needs to be always in a calm state of mind when fighting her, Otherwise, she will use your own emotions against you. After seeing those two agreed on a battle, Songli cleared out the field and provided them with enough space to fight. All the other Heaven Chosen returned to their own booth to watch this battle. Lin Fan was standing opposite Xueqi, and with gritted teeth he said, "I will make you regret your words." "Whatever you say, farm boy," replied Xueqi with a nonchalant look on her face as she took out a bow from her space ring. Meanwhile, after hearing her called him farm boy, a great deal of rage enveloped Lin Fan. The term farm boy was a derogative word used by people of this world to describe geniuses from the lower realm. It has a negative connotation insinuating that they were peasants and of low status. After knowing the existence of that word, Lin Fan hated it with a passion. Even though no one dared to call him that as he is the rightful heir of the Enlightening Emperor Academy, he still hated it. Yet, today of all days, someone actually called him that in front of the entire world. In front of trillions of people. Veins started appearing on Lin Fan's head, then without hesitation or preparation, he rushed straight towards Xueqi. He looked like a charging bull that had lost his mind because of rage. As for her, she snickered at how easy it was to rile him up. She pulled the strings of her bow and a yellow arrow appeared. Then she released it. Chapter 262. After Xueqi released the yellow arrow, it turned into countless arrows before reaching its destination. It was like a barrage of 1,000 if no more archers shooting at once. Nevertheless, Lin Fan just sneered after seeing this attack. Once the arrows hit, they bounced off his skin while making sounds of two metals clashing. His absolute chaos physique granted a very powerful fleshly body as well, so he continued his rush towards his opponent. Unfortunately for him, midway through, he suddenly vomited a big mouthful of blood. He was injured. With a confused look on his face, Lin Fan could not discover where the injuries came from. And Xueqi was not about to give him time to think or process the entire situation. Soon, more arrows came from the sky, wanting to turn Lin Fan into a hedgehog. He did not want to be careless this time, so he used his origin essence to erect a barrier around himself. Thus, all the arrows bounced off his shield. Yet, he still spewed out another big mouthful of blood. This time though, Lin Fan discovered the origin of his injuries. It was his liver. Somehow, Xueqi's attack could directly bypass his outer layer protection and directly attack his internal organs. Despite knowing this, another problem aroused. How did she do it? While these thoughts quickly rushed through Lin Fan's head, another barrage of arrows came toward him. This time though, he opted to use his speed to evade. Although he was constrained by the small size of the arena, he was still fast enough to evade all these arrows. Unfortunately, Lin Fan still discovered that he was injured even without any contact with his opponent. Oh my! Looked at the #1 absolute chaos physique running away in battles, with confusion written all over his face. "What's going on?" said Xueqi with a smirk in her voice. Meanwhile, after hearing this, a sudden fear emerged in Lin Fan's mind. Fear of the unknown, fear of the possibility of losing. As soon as those emotions appeared in his mind, he coughed a large amount of blood again. However, he quickly noticed that this time around, it was his kidney that was injured. A few common sayings quickly appeared in his mind. Anger hurts the liver, fear hurts the liver. Adding to that Xueqi's physique that involves controlling emotions and desires, and the fact that she made him angry at the beginning of the match, Lin Fan quickly figured out how her attacks work. So Lin Fan controlled his soul inside his sea of consciousness to enter a state of peace, a state of indifference to worldly matters and desires. A state similar to the Taoist sect's ultimate state of inactiveness, Taishuang indifference. After seeing Lin Fan's current situation, Xueqi sneered as she thought to herself, "Figure it out so quickly? Unfortunately for you, your state of mind is nothing compared to these Taoist masters that has spent their entire life cultivating their minds." After entering this pseudo-quiet state, Xueqi's attacks were rendered ineffective. Even if the arrows directly hit Lin Fan, they could not bypass his defense. So, with newfound confidence, he went on the offensive. He first took out a sword. As a person who has the absolute chaos physique, Lin Fan is innately gifted with everything. Whatever he wants to learn, he can. With this physique, he can easily become a jack of all trade. After all, chaos is the embodiment of everything that was and ever will be. It is the origin of Taos. It can be everything or nothing at all. So, it was very easy for Lin Fan to learn the way of the sword and became accomplished in it, even if he was not a pure swordsman. With a wave of his sword, a powerful purple thunder rushed straight towards Xueqi. What's more, This thunder was also wrapped in flame. Without hesitation, Xueqi evaded that attack. She did not want to go toe-to-toe with such a powerful attack. And her instinct was correct. Boom! A massive explosion occurred on the spot that the thunder flame attack hit the stadium, leading to the entire arena shaking uncontrollably. A large number of runes appeared surrounding the arena as a formation was activated. It prevented the attack to reach the members of the audience, and reinforced the fighting arena so that it was not destroyed by these mighty attacks. Without any pause or giving his opponent any room to breathe, Lin Fan continued to attack Xueqi with his Chaos Thunderflame, and she did not want to fight head-on with this attack. Xueqi could tell that even if she could block it, she might suffer from low to mild injuries. Unfortunately, unlike those people in the top 4 heavenly physique, she did not have a powerful fleshly body or unimaginable healing abilities. Although she had her ways to quickly heal herself in case needed, it was not as easy for her as the others. So, she dodged the attacks. Meanwhile, Lin Fan slightly changed his tactics when he saw that his attacks were not directly working. With a wave of his sword, the Chaos Thunderflame turned into thousands of small swords, floating over Xueqi just like her arrows. With the utmost intention to destroy everything in their paths, these swords rushed towards her. At first, she tried to dodge these attacks. Unfortunately, the speed of the thunderfire was beyond what she could actually react to. So she had to block. Immediately, she used a technique called guarded heart. This technique is based on the idea of once someone else truly loves another, they will do everything in their powers to protect them, even sacrificing their own life. A pink shield appeared around her. Following this, a massive explosion occurred once Lin Fan's attack came in contact with her. Powerful shock waves emanated from the center of the explosion. After the first wave of attack was finished, Xueqi looked pale in comparison to her previous complexion. Although she survived the attack, she knew that her protection would not last long. So, she used another method. Another person suddenly appeared next to her. This person had a weird mask on their face, had chains on both his hands and feet, and it was wearing armor with spikes on them. However, the spikes were actually inward, piercing through his flesh. He looked like he was in severe pain, but he did not scream. Maybe because his mask was covering his mouth. Xueqi's shield also enveloped the masked figure. So when Lin Fan's second wave of attacks arrived, it protected both of them. Oddly though, after this round of attacks, her pale complexion returned to normal. However, she did not have time to react as soon afterward. The third wave of attacks arrived. This time, however, her shield was broken and countless thunderflame swords rushed to her. A massive explosion similar to a nuclear weapon occurred, and many people thought that Xueqi might have lost this fight. However, they were wrong. Once the explosion site was cleared, Xueqi appeared perfectly fine, without a scratch on her. Of course, the same could not be said to the masked figure next to her. It was completely disfigured with burnt all over its body. For the people who could use their divine sense to watch what happened, they knew that Xueqi actually transferred all her injuries to the masked figure. Moreover, this figure seemed to enjoy suffering from pain, and some people could even feel that its aura increased a little after suffering from that attack. Nevertheless, Lin Fan did not care as he continued his attacks. This time, however, it was not just sword that the thunder flame turned into, but different animals like dragons and phoenixes. As he continued to attack, Xueqi started to defend herself and evade her at the same time. Meanwhile, during the entire process, Lin Fan had a smile on his face. He enjoyed watching his opponent squirm under his attacks, especially after she said these words to him. But, he also knew that this was a battle and he should quickly finish his opponent. So, with a smirk on his face, his next attack turned into a gigantic thunderflame sword. "This is what you get for looking down on me," said Lin Fan with a smile on his face. Then he waved his sword downward, planning to finish his foe once and for all. Unfortunately, things did not go as he planned. When the massive sword was midway to its descent, Lin Fan suddenly vomited a big mouthful of blood, and his attacks exploded in the air before reaching the target. A quick check, he found that it was his heart that was injured this time, and the degree of damage was more severe than the previous attacks. Lin Fan then remembered the saying, "Joy nourishes the heart, and too much hurts it." He raised his head, only to see a cunning smirk on Xueqi's face, and he knew that he was played. Chapter 263. Lin Fan knew that his injuries this time were truly severe. After all, it was his heart that was attacked. However, he was not that worried. Not because of how powerful his fleshly body is, but because of the string of chaos chi that the academy gave him, which was located inside his heart. And he was right. Soon after, a mysterious power came from his heart and healed it. Nevertheless, Lin Fan was not happy as he could see a red flame slowly appearing inside his sea of consciousness. Immediately, he used his spiritual power or soul power to try to extinguish the flame, but it was of no use. On the contrary, his actions seemed to fasten the growth of the red flame. Lin Fan then looked at Xueqi and said, "What did you do to me?" The latter sneered before answering, "Don't you like to play with flame? Then enjoy my flame of anger." After a few seconds, the flame turned from a small ember to a raging forest fire. As for Lin Fan, he immediately found himself in deep trouble. He felt a wave of overwhelming anger slowly occupying his mind. It was as if every time he ever felt the emotion anger, in his century-long life was condensed into a single moment. And he was experiencing it all at once. No, it might not just be the anger he felt in his life, but also the ones he will feel in the future. Although that sounded impossible, that was how he felt. Although he tried to resist this immense amount of emotion, it was futile. Soon, his mind was overtaken, and Lin Fan lost consciousness. A powerful and bestial roar echoed throughout the entire arena, making many of the audience members shuddered. This roar was primal, containing no emotion or reason except for the desire to destroy everything in its path. So, that's exactly what Lin Fan did. Countless shapes made of chaos thunderflame manifested around him. There were swords, dragons, phoenixes, pagodas, figures of the Academy's great emperors, etc. Then, they started to bomb the entire arena indiscriminately. Hundreds if not thousands of explosions similar to nuclear explosions occurred in the arena. Mushroom clouds were everywhere the eyes could see. Powerful shock waves created by these attacks, creating even more damage. The array surrounding the arena was quickly activated to prevent the audience from being affected. However, the entire formation was shaking far greater than an earthquake of magnitude of 10 or higher. So, many of them who had low cultivation feared that the array would not be able to hold on for long. During the entire process, Lin Fan was still standing in the arena. Due to his madness, he did not even evade his own attack, so he was injured. Luckily for him, his origin essence still automatically erected a barrier around him. Unfortunately, that only managed to slightly reduce the damage he received. So, a very burned Lin Fan was standing in the arena. More importantly, he did not stop after the first volley of attack but continued to indiscriminately attack the surroundings. Luckily for him, his absolute chaos physique provided him with a powerful fleshly body, and the chaos chi inside his body quickly healed his body. Unfortunately for him, his origin essence was rapidly consuming with these large attacks. Although he could replenish it by absorbing the spiritual chi in the surrounding, with how much these powerful attacks cost him, he won't be able to last long. Meanwhile, during the entire process, Xueqi was floating in the sky, far from Lin Fan and the arena, watching everything with a sneer on her face. There is a reason that the 7 Emotions 6 Desire physique is ranked 3rd in the heavenly physique list. No matter the person or cultivator, he or she cannot escape the shackles of emotions and desires. Whether it was those cultivators who cultivate the indifferent Tao and abandon their emotions, or the Taoist sect cultivators who practice a form of indifferent Tao that involves accepting that things in the universe happen for a reason, even life and death, so do not worry about them. All of them also have desires. The desire to pursue the Tao. So, even they would be susceptible to Xueqi's powers. Fighting her is like fighting yourself, or always being in a state of heart demon. She can take advantage of the slightest flaws in your mind and use them to her advantage. Given that no being in existence is absolutely perfect, no one can escape her power. Down in the arena, after Lin Fan went on his 5th round of attack, his complexion was pale, and he was breathing heavily. The amount of time it took him to heal his injuries has dramatically increased. When he was about to commence his 6th round, a bell suddenly rang in Lin Fan's sea of consciousness. Immediately afterward, Lin Fan managed to regain consciousness for a brief moment. Without wasting this opportunity, he immediately controlled his chaos chi to enter his sea of consciousness and purged the flame of anger from his body. While taking deep breaths, Lin Fan half-knelt in the arena. On the sky, Xueqi frowned after seeing this, then she muttered softly, "Soul protection treasure?" She is not blind to soul protection treasure, as she has one too. All the heaven chosens from emperor lineages will be granted a soul protection treasure once they enter the supernatural realm. As the name implies, the treasure is to protect their souls from being directly attacked and destroyed, protect their bodies from being taken over by other cultivators, and when they reach the primordial spirit realm, The soul protection treasure can save their primordial spirit in case their bodies are destroyed. That way, as long as their sect creates a new body for them, or finds another one for them to occupy, they can be revived. As for Wang Wei, the only reason that he did not have one was that his soul was too unique. His paragon soul can protect him from most soul attacks and destroy anyone who enters his sea of consciousness and tries to occupy his body. According to a test that the Dao opening sect made, it would take an average Supreme Realm True Monarchs an entire hour constantly attacking Wang Wei's soul before they could injure him. And the reason for that is because although the quality of his soul is very high, the amount of soul power he had cannot be compared to Supreme Realm powerhouses. Another reason was that his soul was somewhat arrogant. After placing a saint-level soul protection treasure inside his sea of consciousness, it was kicked out by his own soul, telling him that it was not worthy to share the same space as him. So, Wang Wei tried a Supreme Tier 1. Although it was not kicked out, he felt very uncomfortable for some reason. So, he placed the treasure in his space ring instead. Hopefully, if one day he actually needs to use that treasure, he will have enough time to remove it from his space ring, or it can activate on his own. Of course, after that test, Wang Wei's grandfather warned him not to be too arrogant or careless about this ability, as in this world, nothing is absolute. Wang Chong went on to tell his grandson a story about something that happened in his generation. Apparently, a mortal once killed a Supreme Realm powerhouse. According to the tale, this Supreme Realm True Monarchs accidentally killed this mortal's family during a battle. As a result, the mortal held a tremendous amount of hatred for him. 100 years later, when that mortal was close to death, he somehow managed to track down the true monarch. Then, in front of him, the mortal slit his own throat while cursing the true monarch to die a painful death. The mortal's hatred was so strong that he actually managed to create a powerful curse after sacrificing his life. The true monarch was entangled by the curse for a few hundred years before he died a painful and gruesome death. This event was famous during Wang Chang's generation, as cultivators never imagined that a mortal could actually kill a cultivator, let alone one at the top of the food chain. Meanwhile, back to the fight, after Lin Fan woke up from his madness, he looked at Xueqi with hatred. However, knowing that his opponent can use his own emotions against him, he quickly used the chaos chi to calm himself down. Then, tattoos or symbols started appearing all over Lin Fan's body. He was prepared to use his innate talent. His body turned into a purple-black color, and similar ore-like energy seemed to envelop him. It was as if it was part of his body. Stars, galaxies, and worlds could be seen in the aura surrounding him. His eyes turned completely white. It was a very pure white, the purest of white that ever existed in the universe. A noble aura emanated from his body. It was like the aura of the noble creatures between heaven and earth. After his transformation, Lin Fan looked at Xueqi as he said with a majestic voice, "Now, you will experience the power of my Chaos Demon God body." Chapter 264. After activating his innate talent, Lin Fan's transformation gave power beyond his wildest imagination. He gripped his first, creating a small explosion. Nodding in satisfaction with his fleshly body, Lin Fan rushed towards Xueqi, leaving cracks on the arena where he stepped. Without hesitation, Xueqi waved her hand and the previous masked individual that she summoned appeared in front of her, and he was right in time to receive a powerful punch from Lin Fan. Crack! The masked man's ribs were broken into many pieces and he was sent flying away. The shockwave of that punch still hit Xueqi, making her vomit a big mouthful of blood. Without pause or hesitation, he rushed towards his enemy to quickly finish her. However, what he hit this time again was the masked man. Somehow, Xueqi managed to instantly exchange positions with him. This time, Lin Fan hit this man's head, and his cranium was shattered. However, the masked individual did not scream in pain but instead groaned with pleasure. Enraged by this reaction, Lin Fan started a non-stop barrage of attacks on him. His fists moved so fast that multiple shadows could be seen. A powerful shockwave occurred with each attack, and the entire arena trembled. After more than 30 seconds without stopping, the masked man fell to the ground in front of Lin Fan. By now, he was unrecognizable as all the 206 bones in his body were completely pulverized. Oddly though, his mouth, which was revealed after his mask was partly destroyed, had a joyous smile on it. Unfortunately for Lin Fan, before he could rejoice at his new victory, the destroyed masked man turned into a liquid goo for a few seconds before a new and intact person appeared. Moreover, his aura was way stronger than previously. Noticing something wrong, Lin Fan raised his head to see Xueqi holding a mass of green light. Additionally, Countless green lights traveled from members of the audience into the green light in her pain. Just by looking at that light, Lin Fan felt a tinge of pain.
After the green light reached a certain intensity, Xueqi threw it into the masked man, and his aura dramatically increased. Immediately, Lin Fan understood how this masked man functioned. The more pain it receives, the stronger it becomes. His mind rapidly calculates and he figures out that Xueqi probably used this technique as a way to heal herself, but also to fight people with powerful fleshly bodies. Nevertheless, Lin Fan did not care, and he had good reason for being so confident. After the masked man, who was actually referred to as the sadist man by Xueqi, absorbed all the pain from the members of the audience, his power dramatically increased. So, he opened his mouth and a powerful dark energy beam. The space around him trembled as the energy traveled, not to mention how fast it was traveling. Yet it was no use. As soon as that beam hit Lin Fan, it was gone. There was no reaction whatsoever. It was like throwing a stone into a lake, but there was no ripple. The sadist man did not stop attacking as more and more beams were shot from his mouth, but it was no use. "Don't waste your time," said Lin Fan with a smirk on his face. "Everything comes from chaos, and everything will one day return to it. All right, now, let's end this charade." Raising his hand slowly, he said, "Grand Mist Annihilation." A yellow mist came from his hand and enveloped the sadist man, and then he was gone. There was no scream, no explosion, no shake or sound, and there was no light. He was just gone, annihilated. "Oh, is this possible?" said Xueqi. "Nothing is impossible for me," replied Lin Fan. "What kind of power is this?" she asked with her voice trembling slightly. With a smirk on his face, Lin Fan said, "When the universe was in a state of chaos, Grand Mist existed. Thus, it has the ability to turn everything it touches back to chaos, back to a state of nothingness." Xueqi had a shocked expression on her face after hearing this, but internally, she was sneering. This Lin Fan has made too many rookie mistakes during this battle. He was easily influenced by my words, he underestimated his opponent, he became too cocky too quickly. He did not seem to have any research or knowledge of my abilities before the match, and now, he is even explaining his own ability to his opponent. Well, I guess this should be the result of him growing in the lower realm and never actually having a real challenge in his life. All the geniuses that he fought there were probably easily suppressed by him. Adding to the fact that he was bullied by his family before his physique awakening, he probably developed this showy personality. "It does not matter how powerful your innate talent is," said Xueqi with a weak voice. "I will not lose so easily." Then, countless tattoos and symbols appeared on her body. A powerful mist came out of her body as well and rushed towards Lin Fan. With a snap of his finger, the yellow grand mist annihilated hers. After that, Lin Fan just bombed her with his ability, and after struggling for a little while, she admitted defeat with a sad tone in her voice. Then the audience started yelling, "Lin Fan!" over and over. Basking in the cheer of the crowd, Lin Fan was very satisfied. People finally realized how capable he was. So without pause, he challenged Jian Wushuang, who was ranked higher than Xueqi. He knew that this battle would be more difficult as his opponent once defeated Xueqi, but Lin Fan was not scared. He had the utmost confidence in his Chaz demon god body. And Lin Fan was correct. Although he struggled more during his battle with Jian Wushuang because of how powerful swordsman's attacks are, he was still the final victor after suffering from a few minor injuries. After that, the crowd almost lost their minds to how much they cheered him up. As they view Lin Fan as an underdog trying to show these proud heaven-chosens that even with a humble background, they could still reach the top and defeat them. So, they encouraged him to continue his challenge, and he did so. After taking a pill to heal, Lin Fan directly challenged Ji Song. This battle was truly legendary as the number 1 and 2 heavenly physiques confronted one another. Throughout the countless eras of the myriad emperor world, only a few generations had the fate to witness such an event. And the battle lived to everybody's expectations. Although Lin Fan was heavily injured afterward, especially after Ji Song used his innate talent, he was still the final victor. To please his fans, he told them that he would take a few days off to heal before challenging Di Tian. Then after he wins, he will challenge Wang Wei. Lin Fan knew that he was not yet the match of these two, but he was prepared. He learned a great deal from the previous battles, and after processing his gains during it, his strength would increase dramatically. Additionally, he would use the dual cultivation method with his new wife, Shi to increase his strength. So before the battle with Di Tian, Lin Fan spent a few days in heavenly bliss with not just Xueqi, but all of his wives and concubines. Meanwhile, in the fighting arena, the audience saw Lin Fan raise his hand, then stopped as if he was frozen. He stood there for a few minutes without even moving. As for Xueqi, she sneered as she looked at the frozen Lin Fan. Although your innate talent provides you with a powerful fleshly body and unmatched destructive power, it does not protect your mind. With these unchecked ambitions and never-ending lust, do you think you could escape from me? Moreover, this time, your soul protection treasure cannot save you, or your chaos chi. She took out her bow and arrow and fired an attack called Broken Heart Arrow. The arrow hit Lin Fan but did not punch anything or leave any mark on him. However, soon afterward, he screamed louder than any squealing pig. Waking up from the embrace of pleasure, Lin Fan felt a terrible pain running all over his body. This pain was not physical, but emotional. It was like all his wives had cheated on him with his worst enemies. Soon after, he fell to the ground, passing out even before hitting the floor. Many members of the audience were confused about what happened, while few people who understood what happened had similar thoughts. What a terrifying illusion, what a terrifying innate talent. Of course, Xueqi was the only one who truly knew about the terror of her innate talent called Ultimate Illusion of Desires, which has the ability to create a perfect illusion based on the victim's emotions and desires. No one can escape from this ability as long as they have any emotions and desires, even the most basic desire to live. And if a person does not have any emotions or desires, then that person is not living. After Lin Fan's defeat, Xueqi left. If given the opportunity, she would kill him on the spot, but she knew that the academy would never allow such a thing to happen in their home court. After the battle ended, she flew to her sex floating booth. As soon as she entered, she sighed and immediately sat down. The first thing she did was to check inside the divine sea where 7 books were floating. To prevent his chaos chi from intervening, I had to use their powers, but the strain they placed on my body was more severe than I anticipated, muttered Xueqi. After making sure that everything was all right, she discovered that a new situation had developed in the arena. Chapter 265. After Xueqi and Lin Fan's battle ended, another challenge occurred. It was Jian Wushuang who challenged Ji Song. Unfortunately, the latter declined the invitation. "Why did you refuse my invitation?" asked the swordsman. "Because I have a more important battle waiting for me after this." It was then that Jian Wushuang remembered the promised battle between Ji Song and Wang Wei a few decades ago. So he said, "In that case, how about we decide the outcome of the match with one attack?" Ji Song first grunted at the suggestion, but after seeing the determination and fierce fighting intent inside his opponent's eyes, he accepted. So, the two of them flew into the arena, in front of all the viewers. Without wasting time, Jian Wushuang took out his sword and instantly, his calm and gentle temperament changed. He became sharp like a sword. A supreme sword will manifested from his body. The sword will seem endless, boundless, infinite. After spending more than 10 seconds gathering that sword will, he looked at Ji Song who was looking at him calmly, without moving an inch. Without saying another word, Jian Wushuang slashed his sword. A large moon-shaped slash rushed straight towards Ji Song, leaving a mark on the arena that seemed to divide it into 2 parts. Meanwhile, Ji Song with a calm demeanor raised his hand and blocked that attack with his bare hands. After the slash hit his hand, it did not explode nor was it completely destroyed. It fought against Ji Song's hand for a few seconds before it was extinguished. Jian Wushuang looked at the slight cut in Ji Song's palm with a calm expression on his face. My intuition was correct. After the 3rd round of the tournament, I suddenly felt a great threat from Ji Song, meaning that he had a fortunate encounter that dramatically increased his strength. I guess that even if I use my innate talent and my hidden cards, I might not be his opponent. Thank you for participating in my little game, said Jian Wushuang, who then flew to his own booth. Meanwhile, Ji Song looked at the wound on his hand, as it refused to heal. With his fleshly body, a small wound like that should heal instantly. Unfortunately, the sword will remain in his body, impeding his regenerative ability. Nevertheless, he did not care that much as it was only a matter of time before he was properly healed. Then Ji Song raised his head, looked in the direction of the broadcasting formation and said, Wang Wei, it is time for your defeat in my hand, so let's start negotiating the logistics of the battle. A few days later, in the great Zhou imperial capital, Ji Song's hand was completely healed, and he was in peak shape. He was meditating in order to be in the best shape for this match.
Soon, his brother, Ji-Su, entered the room.
Opening his eyes, he said, "Brother, what is it? I just heard from Imperial Father that you refused to place your name in the Heavenly Tao Protection Book before your fight."
That's correct.
Why?
Don't you know how dangerous such a battle can be? What if something goes wrong?
Asked Ji-Su.
This battle is a way for me to get rid of Wang Wei as my heart demon.
If I go and win, knowing that I am basically immortal while my opponent is not, then how is that going to help me get rid of my heart demon? Still, you, Imperial Father, and all the people that are asking me to use this method as a form of protection, only shows that none of you have any faith in me to win this match.
Do you think that your actions are helping my state of mind, right before such an important match? Ji-Su sighed after hearing this. You are right. I'm just a little worried, that's all. I understand your concerns, said Ji-Song. But all of you should have more faith in my strength and abilities. Plus, my Tao protector will be there, so I will be fine. Ji-Su nodded his head, then he said, the Tao opening sect has accepted our terms for this fight. That's good. In the endless void outside of the Myriad Emperor world, two people were floating in the empty space. These two people were Yan Chen and Ji Han, the Tao protectors of Wang Wei and Ji Song. They each took out a black stone the size of a basketball. The stone had slight space fluctuation. Under their control, the two stones fused together, thus becoming twice its original size. Following this, the two raised their hands and mobilized the power of law from their bodies and infused it into the stone. Soon, the stone started to rapidly grow. To be precise, a world slowly started to grow. A few days later, the two true monarchs looked at the new world in front of them with satisfaction. It seems that we were able to make full advantage of the void stone since the world grew to the size of a middle thousand world, said Ji Han. True, but it may not hold enough for their battle, replied Yan Chen. That's indeed a problem. In that case, let's connect this artificial world to the Myriad Emperor world. That way, the space will be more stable and be able to heal itself. No matter what damage they do during the fight, it won't be a problem. Agreeing with this proposition, Yan Chen helped accomplish the task. Next, they added the finishing touch to the world. After all, this newly created world was in a state of chaos. There was no life, the entire earth was mostly lava and steam, the clouds were dark, there was no forest or mountains, and the air was not breathable. Yan Chen wanted to leave it, given the eventual fate of this world, but Ji Han was adamant about making it livable to even mortals, although they did not place any living organism in it. The process took them an entire month. After it was complete, they quickly finished the final step, which was to place formations around this world. Wang Wei opened his eyes from his meditation after receiving the news that everything was ready for the fight. He stood up and stretched his body. After making sure that he was in perfect condition, he left the room. After saying hello to his family, he met with Yan Chen, who teleported him to the location of the battle. Meanwhile, all the cultivators in the world tuned in to watch. The Heaven Chosens who were still at the academy also started watching this event. Although they were not happy after learning that they had to wait for the final result of this match before they could gain access to the Tao tablets, it was still helpful for many of them to watch such a battle. Whether it was to analyze it and learn something from it, or to determine the level of strength or threat of the two participants to them, it was still worth the wait. Meanwhile, after arriving on the battlefield, Wang Wei instantly felt Ji Song's aura at the center. However, he did not immediately go to meet him. Instead, he surveyed the surrounding environment of this world. He discovered that it was a very primitive world full of forest, mountains, rivers, oceans, and many more. He also noticed the large amount of volcanoes and the fact that the gravity of this world was abnormal. He sneered after making this discovery. One thing that Wang Wei also noticed, or should say felt, was that this world was weird compared to the Myriad Emperor world, or even the Warring Kingdom world. It was like it was incomplete, like the laws that govern this world were missing a few things. After doing his investigation, he finally flew to meet Ji Song, who was waiting for him with eyes closed. I'm curious why you insisted on making this battle public, asked Wang Wei. Are you becoming an attention whore like Lin Fan? Opening his eyes with a calm and collected look, Ji Song replied, Do not insult me by comparing me to the likes of him. The only reason I wanted this fight to be public was because I wanted the world to see me defeat you, just like they did in the Qiluk trial. Want to regain your lost face? Well, everyone has the right to dream whatever they wish. Did you bring it? Yes, replied Ji Song as he took out a token from his space ring.
What about yours? Wang Wei took out a drop of deep red blood. Just by appearing, the temperature of the surrounding raised a little. Soon after, the blood and the token flew in the sky before disappearing into a formation. Wang Wei then looked at Ji Song and said, "I can tell you, old friend, today will be one of the worst days of your life." He then rushed straight towards his opponent. Chapter 266. As Wang Wei rushed towards his opponent, the aura of an ancient and primal desolate beast emanated from his body. Before Ji Song could react, he saw a first headed straight to his head. Instinctively, the void around oscillated slightly as a gravity shield surrounded his body. Unfortunately, it was of no use. Wang Wei's fist easily broke the shield and sent Ji Song's body flying away, as his cranium was shattered in the process. However, this was not the end. Turning into a rainbow, Wang Wei instantly appeared in front of the flying Ji Song. His speed was extremely quick, there was no exploding noise of breaking the sound barrier, no shockwave from his rapid acceleration. It was like someone blinked and Wang Wei appeared. Furthermore, there was no sign of the space breaking. With hesitation, Wang Wei punched Ji Song to the ground, creating a massive shockwave once the Crown Prince's body hit the ground. Cracks larger than even the continent of Asia appeared in the place that he landed. All of Ji Song's bones were destroyed, and he was coughing blood non-stop. Nevertheless, he also healed quickly. While getting up, Ji Song controlled the gravity of this entire world and placed it entirely on Wang Wei. As a result, every time Wang Wei took a step forward, deep footprints would be left behind. According to his calculations, this level of gravity and pressure barely reached the level when he first started his cultivation under the ocean. So he shrugged it off and rushed towards Ji Song. The latter clashed head-on with Wang Wei's fist, but his entire right arm was pulverized upon intact. However, without hesitation, he used his left arm in other by time for his other arm to grow. Nevertheless, the left arm suffered the same fate as the other. Ji Song wanted to use his feet, but he was not given enough time. Wang Wei grabbed him by his head and flew straight to the nearest chains of mountains. Boom, boom, boom. Using Ji Song's body as a shield or digging equipment, Wang Wei ran through more than 20 mountains without stopping. Then, he looked at Ji Song's body, and he was not as in bad shape as one would imagine. Moreover, his two arms were halfway from completely regrowing. Nodding in satisfaction with this new punching bag, Wang Wei flew underground using Ji Song's body as his digging tool. He wanted to see what was at the core of this artificial world. After a few minutes of digging, Wang Wei arrived at his destination. He first looked at Ji Song, who had the skin in his body grind off from the gravels, ores, and minerals underneath the earth. Nevertheless, he was still alive. Wang Wei then focused on the environment, and all he saw was lava. The heat around was enough to melt any steel or diamond construct. He frowned after seeing this, as he knew that his opponent would benefit from this environment. So Wang Wei took a deep breath, then blew out. A chilling cold came from his mouth, instantly solidified the lava and turning it into an ice continent. Finally, he threw Ji Song's body into the continent. Following this, he spent the next 5 minutes holding Ji Song by the foot and smashing him all over the place like children playing with their dolls. Once he saw that his opponent was on the verge of death, Wang Wei stopped as he looked at him. "I have to say, this battle was more disappointing than I anticipated. Luckily for you, I'm in the mood to be arrogant, so let me see what your true strength is." After that, Wang Wei waited a few minutes until Ji Song was completely healed. The Crown Prince then looked at him with hatred and humiliation, but he did not say anything. Flying straight to the surface, Ji Song prepared for his next attack. Looking at the sun, he raised his hand and made a downward motion while saying, "Falling Sunday, a powerful gravitational force applied to this world's sun, bring it crashing down towards Wang Wei." However, he just watched it happen without even doing anything. A massive explosion occurred with Wang Wei at the center, which then soon enveloped a quarter of this entire world, scorching everything in its path. Trees, rivers, mountains, and oceans. Soon after that, the entire world went dark, and the temperature rapidly decreased. Nevertheless, not all plant life in this world died as a result of lack of sunlight. With spiritual chi still existing between heaven and earth, these plants do not have to obey the laws of physics. Meanwhile, far away from the explosion, Ji Song had an ugly look on his face as his divine sense could still notice someone standing in the middle of the explosion. After everything was cleared, Wang Wei was standing perfectly fine, with not even a scratch on his white skin. Even his sacred sun clothes were not damaged in the slightest. With a smirk on his face, Wang Wei said, "Well, if this was a real Middle Thousand world, maybe this attack would work. Unfortunately for you, even back in the divine altar realm, mortal fire did not affect me. So, even if this sun had a temperature of a few 100 billion Fahrenheit, without having any spiritual flames, it's no use."
Wait, why am I explaining my abilities to you? Have I been infected by that idiot Lin Fan? My mother always warned me that idiocy was contagious. Maybe she was right.
The wisdom of the older generation is always valuable. Nodding his head, he decided to listen to his mother's words more often. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, back in the academy, was outraged while watching all of this happening. This was the second time that he was humiliated in front of so many people in just a few minutes during this battle. Unfortunately for him, Wang Wei has recently developed a dislike for both Li Jun and Lin Fan. The reason? Because both of these guys have a massive harem full of beautiful women, and he was a little jealous. Although it was his choice to practice monogamy, he can still complain. And it's not like he can change his mind now, as Wu Hong would immediately kill him, and he will be as helpless as Ji Song currently is in this fight. Also, since Li Jin is his brother and he cannot maltreat him too much, his attention was placed on Lin Fan. Meanwhile, another person feeling humiliated was, of course, Ji Song. But he did not let his emotions get the best of him. To him, this fight was far from over, as he still had many cards to play. Suddenly, countless black little vortexes appeared around his body, floating around him like subatomic particles floating around a nucleus. Then, these black vortexes entered his body. Oddly, no real visible change occurred afterward. Still, giving the confident look on Ji Song's face, it seemed that something amazing may have happened. Then, he waved his hand to manifest a very large black vortex, which started attracting and swallowing everything in the surrounding. As for Wang Wei, he looked at the ground, forests, rocks, that were pulled toward Ji Song due to a powerful attractive force. Even he was submerged by this force, but it was no use to him. Nevertheless, he still rushed forward toward his opponent. Although his path was blocked by numerous giant flaming meteorites created by all the debris that Ji Song pulled, that still did not stop his footstep. He rushed straight into these meteorites and destroyed them without reducing his speed. Once he reached in front of Ji Song, he threw a punch. The air broke as his fist traveled toward its destination. Unfortunately, this attack did not do as much damage as anticipated. A black light appeared from Ji Song's body and the attack was gone. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei sensed something from behind him and he instinctively evaded. A powerful attack appeared where he previously stood. Instantly, he noticed that the force of that attack was similar to his attack. Thinking of a possibility, he attacked again to test his theory. He rushed towards Ji Song again and threw another punch, and a similar event occurred as the first attack. However, this time, Wang Wei observed everything. A small black vortex appeared next to him, and his attack was redirected at him. Following this, Wang Wei tried a few more attacks which were proven to be ineffective, but he still figured out this technique. Using a black hole to create a wormhole, connecting two different points of space. Then redirect my attack through space. A clever tactic, but let's see if there is a limit to what he can absorb. Then, Wang Wei started a barrage of punches on Ji Song. As for the redirected attacks, he just opened his innate field, which was developed by him after he tempered his skin to great perfection and blocked them. Chapter 267. Wang Wei tried to overload Ji Song's dark swallowing ability by throwing as many punches as fast as possible. But this tactic failed as the latter always managed to instantly redirect all the attacks. In that case, let's see how you deal with an overwhelmingly powerful attack, thought Wang Wei to himself. Without hesitation, he used his attack, Wollard Breaking Fist. All the parts of his fleshly body, skin, muscle, bones, etc., vibrated at the same time, and the vibration was sent out under his control. Ji Song knew that the next attack was a scary one as he was defeated by it during their last confrontation, almost dying in the process. So, he used all his powers to try to swallow it and redirect it, but this time, he did not care the exact place that he would redirect the attack, as long as it was redirected. Unfortunately for him, he underestimated the might of the attack, or maybe, he overestimated his capabilities. Back then, Wang Wei's fleshly body was not nearly as strong as current and that attack was still powerful, not to mention now. Additionally, this attack was also spiritual as even Wang Wei's soul vibrated as well. So, in less than a few seconds, Ji-song's wormhole was annihilated, causing space cracks to appear in this world as a result of the backlash. As for Ji-song, he was sent flying after the explosion with cuts all over his body. He was essentially disfigured. Furthermore, the remaining spatial power left in his body was inhibiting his healing factor. As he lay in the ground, unable to move even a finger, there was no sense of defeat or despair in the great Zhou Crown Prince's face. Only an unwavering determination. Immediately, he absorbed the life force or energy of the earth. Countless trees instantly withered. The ground surrounding turned from very fertile lands to barren places even worse than the desert. The water in the rivers and lakes dried up, the mountains eroded, leading to landslides. This world who had lost its sun turned even more bleak and desolate after getting up from the ground. Ji-song started to absorb the surrounding area into his body, forming a giant armor. Soon, he became a few kilometer-tall giant made up of rocks and trees. He looked like the mighty Titan Gaia, the mother of Earth. Raising his hand that is probably larger than a modern city, Ji-song tried to pat Wang Wei as a human does to an annoying fly. Crack! Wang Wei raised his hand and blocked the mighty hand. Then, cracks started to appear at his feet, spreading for kilometers on. And as time passed on, he discovered that the strength on him was slowly increasing. Is he using gravity to increase his weight? Just like speed is power, weight or mass can also be power, thought Wang Wei. Then, he pushed the gigantic hand away and threw a punch. A gigantic punch manifested from his body and hit Ji-song's Earth Titan body, instantly, destroying half of it. However, the destroyed part quickly grew as if nothing happened. Ji-song then flew straight into the sky. Even with his massive body, he was as light as a swallow and as rapid as one too. After arriving at a certain distance, he flew downward, using the power of gravity to accelerate his descent. With its massive size, adding to his constant acceleration, this move of Ji-song was indeed powerful compared to the other ones. As for Wang Wei, he also made his move, and this time, he finally used other techniques besides his fleshly body. He gathered his origin essence and used an attack from his grandfather's technique, Overlord Fist. Qilin's Stomping Fist. A gigantic Qilin's leg appeared in the sky, and as soon as it appeared, it released a supreme aura or pressure. This aura announced to everybody that in their presence was the ruler of all animals and lands, that this being was born noble. After the Qilin leg manifested, it stomped on Ji-song's giant. The latter tried to fight it off, but a vibration similar to the world-breaking fist appeared and destroyed the structure of the giant's body. Ji-song's body crashed down on the ground, with only a few parts of his body covered in the rock armor. However, as soon as he landed, the giant was instantly recreated. It was as if it never received any damage in the first place. Ji-song flew into the sky. Then his rock body turned dark red as lava started appearing all over him. He followed up with a lava first attack. So, this giant titan will reform itself as long as a tiny part of it remains intact? In that case, I need to instantly destroy all of it without leaving even sand particles intact. Wang Wei punched again, this time using the dragon fist. A very long azure dragon manifested itself, however. This dragon was different from usual. Small black lightning could be seen flashing around his body. This was divine punishment thunder from Wang Wei's body. After appearing, the dragon released a roar and flew towards the rock giant. Then, it released an aura that suppressed the giant. Ji-song tried to defend himself, but he discovered that he could not move, that he was completely suppressed. Following this, the dragon controlled the clouds in the sky, and a bolt of lightning fell on the rock giant, instantly destroying all its parts, down to the last atom. The dragon then took Ji-song and carried him in front of Wang Wei. The crown prince was having a hard time accepting his easy defeat. He looked at Wang Wei as he said, "How could this be? How could you be so powerful? To prepare for this battle, I have suffered so much. To temper my body, I bathed in all the volcanoes in the central continent. Every day, I witnessed my body being scorched until it became crisp. I had to inhale poison fumes of volcanic ashes. And this was not enough. I pushed myself even further by using gravity to further temper my body. I had to suffer so much, and the only thing pushing me forward during those hardships was knowing that someday, I will place my foot on top of your head as I gaze condescendingly at you, a loser. But, all of this was for nothing. Why? Tell me why. Was all my pain and suffering for nothing?" Many people watching this battle sighed after hearing this. Many people envy these heaven chosens, but do not know what they have to go through to have all the fame and power, all the sweat that they shed. Wang Wei was silent for a moment, then sneered. The world has never been fair, and fate is the greatest mockery to us all. Even if you work hard all of your life, a person more talented than you can only use a few days to accomplish something you spend your entire life pursuing. Or even worse, might be born with. Additionally, you assume that you are the only one working hard. Wang Wei took Ji Song from the dragon and held him by his throat. Do you have any idea what I've been through to be so powerful? I tempered my body in the core of the sun, I placed gravity on my body, while diving thousands of miles under the ocean to use the pressure to temper myself. On top of that, I swallowed hundreds of saint-level pills at the same time to use their energy to destroy and reconstruct my organs. I used all of these methods at the same time. And that was not the end of it. I even used the power of divine punishment thunder to refine my body. And even during my battle with you, the gravity formation on my body has not been turned off. Could your suffering compare to mine? Then Wang Wei slapped Ji Song so hard that he was sent flying. He flew through countless mountains, passed over the ocean in this world, and only stopped after reaching the end of the world, where the barrier of this small plane was located. As Ji Song laid on the floor, he did not care about his injuries as his state of mind was greatly affected. He always believed that he was the hardest worker of all his peers because of how he pushed his body. He always believed that even if he was not the most talented, his effort alone would be enough to give him an advantage over his peers, and eventually would be the key to his eventual step of proving the Tao and becoming a great emperor. No, he knew that his ideas were a complete joke. While Ji Song was slowly losing himself, a weird power coming from his ribs started acting up. In a few minutes, he transformed into a 5 meters tall creature with 2 horns, black scales with fire veins, sharp claws. I finally got out. Who knew that this body was the heavy axe physique? It seems that I'm lucky, said Ji Song in a strange gravy voice totally unlike his own.
Chapter 268.
The space broke apart and Wang Wei walked out of it. There, he witnessed Ji Song's sudden transformation. With a scan of his divine sense, he sensed a powerful force from a bone in Ji Song's ribs taking over his soul. Meanwhile, after the new owner of Ji Song adjusted to his new body, he finally looked at the person in front of him and said, I have to thank you. If you did not destroy his confidence so thoroughly, it would not be so easy for me to take control of his body.
Devil? Asked Wang Wei.
Then he shook his head.
I'm even more disappointed in you, Ji Song. You could not even control your power.
As soon as those words came out, the face of Ji Song's face, half of it was twisted, while the other was perfectly fine.
However, the change only lasted for a few seconds before returning to normal.
Well, I cannot believe that this guy's reverence for you is so great that even your taunting words are enough to ignite his fighting will, said Ji Song, still with his strange gravy voice.
I see.
So, you are nothing but the will of a powerful devil race and are fighting over control of this body with Ji Song. Given that you did not even have a primordial soul to take over his body, you are most likely dead already.
What a cunning brat, replied the devil. Then, he took a good look at Wang Wei for the first time.
What an exuberant breath. What powerful vitality. Your fleshly body can compare with some of the heaven-defying devil princes of my era.
Thank you for the compliment, but I've seen better, replied Wang Wei nonchalantly.
Nevertheless, the devil ignored his words and continued to analyze him.
Then there is your soul. Is that a parag? Kids, your secrets are not small. Unfortunately for you, you met me.
After I swallow your soul, I can properly resurrect.
Should I be afraid of a dead person even if you were once a devil god? How much power can you use in your current state?
More than enough to deal with you. Wait, why do I smell the vile scent of that woman on you?
What woman?
Empress Wu,
replied the devil with gritted teeth. Oh, she's my wife.
Don't be ridiculous. As if any man would ever be worthy of that woman, let alone a snot-nosed brat in the supernatural realm. Anyway, after I kill you and swallow your soul, I'll know the answer.
Just because you suffer from low self-esteem does not mean that I do.
Enough with the sarcastic taunts. I'm starting to understand why the owner of this body hated you so much. You brat have a poisonous tongue. Unfortunately, this is one of the few flaws that I learned from my mother.
Well, I probably should not say that since she is watching.
Wang Wei then looked upward toward the broadcasting formation and said, Mother, I'm sorry, it was all Father's fault. He taught me that you had a poisonous tongue and that I should learn from you to mess up the mind of my enemies.
Many people watching this fight were speechless for a while, as this was the first time that they saw such a side to Wang Wei. Most people often think of him as calm, collected, cunning, and ruthless. But today, they saw his humorous and carefree side. Many women liked that side about him. Meanwhile, back in the Dao opening sect, Yu Yan was looking at sect master Wang Tian with a wrathful fury in her eyes. Meanwhile, the latter twitched as he knew that his son was lying. Unfortunately, even if he explained, he knew that she would not believe him. So he just accepted his fate. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, the devil was furious that this brat ignored. He quickly calmed himself down as he sniffed the air. Let's see what sins you have caused in your life. There is lust, murder, conspiracies, greed for power. However, all of these are minor. The really big one is genocide. Wang Wei frowned after hearing this, then asked, Genocide? Yes. In the Qiluk trial, you committed genocide by killing more than 99% of all the demonic beasts of that world. Shouldn't you pay for your sins? Immediately, Wang Wei felt a weird power inside his mind, trying to make him have remorse for all his actions. It was like it was condemning him for his behavior towards the demon race in that trial. Nevertheless, he still had a calm look on his face as he looked at his opponent. How ironic. A devil is talking to me about remorse and repenting about my sins. Don't you guys feed on negative karma? Heaven and earth are fair. Since the light race feeds of positive karma, of course, the devil race needs to exist. Heaven and earth, huh? Said Wang Wei. Speaking of this, heaven and earth did not consider my action as genocide, and even rewarded me with merit once the bodies of these demonic beasts were used properly. So what gives you the right to judge me? Are you better than heaven and earth? Haha, you are a cold-hearted little brat, aren't you? Anyway, I did not expect my little trick to work on you. Now that I've bought enough time to properly control this body, it's time for you to die. And I don't care about what you do, because your ending will be the same, death, replied Wang Wei. The devil did not say anything but made a swallowing motion with his mouth. Then, countless dark lights came from Wang Wei's body and were swallowed by him. Immediately afterward, his body grew to more than 10 meters, however, he was more slender in comparison to his previous physique. Brat, you may justify your actions in any way that you want, but you still have to bear the weight of your sins. As soon as the devil said those words, Wang Wei felt a heavy load on his body. And this load or weight was not due to gravity, or some other physical force. This weight made his movements sluggish as he felt like he was in a quagmire and his every movement required a tremendous amount of energy to move. Nevertheless, he could still move. Clenching his fist, he threw out a punch. A white flame came out and turned into a typhoon as it rushed towards the devil, making his expression very ugly. The devil recognized this flame as the cleansing purifying flame. This is a heavenly flame known specifically to be the nemesis of people who committed great sins just like their devil race. If the devil was in its peak, he could disdain at such a flame, but in his current situation, it was truly deadly. Without hesitation, the devil opened his mouth and spat out a brown flame. As soon as those two flames clashed, a massive explosion did not occur, but they disappeared altogether. It was like they cancelled one another. However, before the devil could relax, Wang Wei, whose body was enveloped by white flame, rushed straight to him and threw a punch. The flame in his hand seemed to come alive, wanting to purify this evildoer. Unfortunately, the devil reciprocated with a punch of his own, and the brown flame in his body seemed to be the antithesis of the cleansing purifying flame. Wang Wei's mind moved rapidly as he recognized that brown flame as the soul-corrupting flame. While one purifies everything, the other corrupts or taints everything. Nevertheless, although the flames did not work, Wang Wei's attack did some damage. After the devil extinguished the flame, the force of the punch sent him a few dozens of meters away, and he coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. Without giving his opponent the chance to breathe, he instantly appeared in front of him, and there was another punch encased with a white flame. The reaction of the devil was very fast as he crossed his arms to block the blow, while his body was encased in brown flame. However, right before Wang Wei's attack hit, his white flame turned black as he instantly switched to the heavenly destruction flame. Caught off guard, the devil suffered a devastating blow. His soul-corrupting flame was annihilated, along with his two arms. Oddly though, he was not sent flying away, and he soon discovered why. Before he could react, Wang Wei grabbed his head and filled Ji-Song's sea of consciousness with white flame. The devil screamed in agony as his voice echoed throughout this world.
After a few seconds, Wang Wei released him from his grip, and he fell to the ground. The devil looked at him directly in the eyes with hatred and humiliation. If he was not in his current weakened state, he would not lose so easily. "This is not the last you will see of me," muttered the devil before disappearing. As for Wang Wei, he did not care. Although he can be cocky, that only depends on the situation. This devil was most likely a devil gone who died under the hands of Empress Wu. So, no matter how weak he was still once a powerful being on the level of Great Emperor. So, Wang Wei decided to end him as quickly as possible with the most effective method. After all, any battle is like war, and as he learned before, anything can happen in war. Meanwhile, Ji Song regained control of his body after the devil's will was purified. He looked at Wang Wei and said, "Thank you for allowing me to get rid of that pest once and for a while. Now let the real fight begin." Countless tattoos and symbols appeared over his body that was still in the form of a devil. Then, Ji Song said, "Infinite power." His innate talent was activated. Chapter 269. After activating his innate talent, Ji Song's body changed. His arms regrew themselves, his devil body returned from the 10 meters height to 5 meters, but he was more muscular and bulky. Without hesitation, he rushed towards Wang Wei and threw a punch. However, soon after the clash, Ji Song was sent flying, crashing through many mountains in the process, before landing on the ground. Meanwhile, although he was the winner in the confrontation, Wang Wei had a frown on his face. He did not found the fact that Ji Song was a little stronger odd, but the fact that his body was perfectly intact after his punch. Not a single part of his body was damaged, not even the skin. With haste, he opened a space crack and teleported in front of Ji Song. With tremendous force, he punched the crown prince again. This time, Ji Song was sent flying from one of the worlds to the other. Nevertheless, he was still intact. Guessing some of the ability of this innate talent, Wang Wei started a terrible beating on him. In the next 15 minutes, he used all his billions or more gene of force, but Ji Song was intact. Moreover, after such a period, he discovered that his attack could no longer send Ji Song flying away, but only push him back a few dozens of meters. Meanwhile, Ji Song was secretly horrified. By now, only he knew how much his strength increased, and it was by a few hundred times. Yet, he could still barely fight with Wang Wei. He could not imagine the horror of his enemy's fleshly body. Nevertheless, Ji Song knew that the winner of this battle would be him. Time was on his side. "You talent should have a drawback, right?" asked Wang Wei after punching Ji Song away for the 1000th time. "So what? It's still enough to win this fight." Wang Wei was right. Ji Song's talent did have a drawback. His innate talent infinitely multiplied his power without limit. However, once his strength increases beyond a threshold that he should be able to bear, his body will adapt to that level of strength without being backlash. However, as a consequence, he will not be able to use his innate talent for at least another 500 years. Ji Song expected this battle to be difficult, but he did not expect his talent to be pushed beyond his limit during it. Even so, he did not regret using it. On the 20th minute that he activated his ability, Ji Song's power finally matched that of Wang Wei. When the two clashed, he was equal to him. Explosions occurred with their every movement. The entire artificial world trembled as spacecraft appeared all over. Luckily for these two, there were no living inhabitants, and this world was linked to the myriad Emperor world, giving it the ability to rapidly heal the tear of space. Otherwise, it would have been long destroyed. Wang Wei had a happy smile on his face as he clashed head-on with Ji Song. It was a very long time since he had a real blood-boiling battle. Although he would spare with Wu Hong, he always felt like a toddler being taught by a child during these sections. Boom! Boom! Shockwaves followed these two demons and gods. Everything their firsts clashed together, destroying everything in their path. Whether it was the beautiful luscious plains, the majestic mountains, the roaring volcanoes, or the soothing and peaceful snow areas, none of them were spared by their wraths. By the 25th minute, the battle started to become strenuous for Wang Wei. Every time he attacked, he was forced to use all the strength in his body. His muscles and bones ached because of the strain of the battle. His origin essence was consuming at a speed that he never experienced. By the 30th minute, Wang Wei was slowly being pushed back with each of Ji Song's attacks. His muscles and bones would be destroyed and regrow with each attack. Nevertheless, the smile on his face never faded. By the 37th minute,
He was being sent flying away with each of Ji Song's attacks. He was slowly losing the battle. After one attack, Ji Song floated in the air as he looked down on Wang Wei, steam coming out his body in large quantity. Doesn't feel good to be in the losing end and being maltreated, does it? After healing his injuries, Wang Wei stood up from the ground, cracked his bones as he said, "It's never wise to be cocky when you have nothing to back it up." "My power is enough to back it up." Wang Wei sneered after hearing this, then he placed his right hand on his chin while the left hand is crossed around him. With a pensive look on his face, he talked to himself out loud. "How should I end this battle? Should I use my young emperor ability to weaken him, then destroy him with one punch? No, that method is too flashy. I could use a soul attack? Then this fight would end too easily. There would no satisfaction in doing so. In that case, let me try my innate talent. It's about time to test it in battle." Then, weird tattoos and symbols appeared all over Wang Wei's body as he activated his talent. Shackles of Fate. A gray-white chain manifested from his body and rushed towards Ji Song, who had an ugly look on his face after hearing his opponent's words. Without hesitation, he threw a powerful punch. However, his attack passed through the chain as if it was invisible. Seeing this, Ji Song tried to use his light speed to evade the attack. Unfortunately for him, no matter how fast he was, he could not escape fate. A few seconds later, the chain entered his body. At first, he was confused as nothing immediately happened to him. But then his face changed as his strength rapidly decreased. Then, a memory appeared in his mind. The memory showed that his innate talent could not infinitely increase his power, but only 100 times. Ji Song was confused as to why he had two different memories. Then he realized that the strength increase of his innate talent was no longer a few hundred times, but a 100 specifically. "What have you done to me?" asked Ji Song with horror in his voice. However, Wang Wei did not answer him. His innate talent, Fate Shackles, is based on the principle that fate is unfair. Some people are born more physically fit than others, some are born more intelligent, more agile, some have a more noble bloodline, etc. And this is because fate decides this at birth. And Wang Wei can place those restrictions on people. He could turn a genius into an idiot, or a disabled person into a bodybuilder. He could place restrictions or shackles on almost anything. What he did to Ji Song was place a shackle on his innate talent that could only increase his power to a maximum of 100 times. From now on, this will be the limit of that talent. As for the memories that appeared in Ji Song's mind, this was the result of Wang Wei changing fate or reality itself. Any person who knew about Ji Song's ability, including true monarchs, will have their memories changed. Technically speaking, they should only have the new memory left in their minds, but since all of them have strong cultivation levels, they retain the original memories. Wang Wei then appeared in front of Ji Song, slapped him straight into his face, sending him crashing down on the ground. Wang Wei then appeared in the massive crater that Ji Song was lying and coughing blood. He waved his hand to blow away the dust cloud around. "You should admit defeat if you do not have any other method." Ji Song slowly got up from the floor as he slowly transformed into his normal state. He then smiled with his teeth all bloodied. "It's true that I've lost this match, but it's not like you completely won." "What do you mean?" asked Wang Wei, feeling that something was wrong. Ji Song laughed as he said, "The token that I showed you at the beginning of the battle is a fake. The real one is back home. You dare play trick with me? Hee hee, without any binding contracts, what can you do? Do you think that only you can scheme against others?" replied Ji Song with a sneer on his face. Then, a crack in the void appeared and swallowed him. Meanwhile, Wang Wei felt rage overcoming him as he roared, "You dare trick me?" As soon as he said this, the power of his soul was activated by an instinct, and his fury was felt by heaven and earth. The sky of the myriad emperor world suddenly turned red as a powerful pressure enveloped the entire world. All cultivators felt like a mighty being was furious at their world and wanted to destroy it. Even the sleeping Tao ancestors and immortal venerable were alarmed by this pressure as they woke up from their slumber. Inside the nether hell forbidden land, an unimaginable being sensed the changes of the world and looked at Wang Wei in the artificial world. "A paragon quality soul? In this lower realm?" muttered the being, then it licked its mouth. Then, that being woke up to pay a visit to Wang Wei. However, before he left, Wu Hong appeared in front of the entrance of the forbidden land. She waved her hand and countless runes appeared in the sky and a powerful seal was placed. The being inside looked at what happened and he said calmly, "Empress Wu? You could not do anything to me back then. What can you do in your current weak form? I can seal you until he becomes an eternal emperor and deal with you, replied Wu Hong calmly. Do you think that he can accomplish something that you failed to do? What do you think? Asked Wu Hong back.
That being did not say anything but returned to his slumber.
Back in the artificial world, Wang Wei broke the void as he rushed towards Ji Song, who used a void-breaking talisman. Without hesitation, he used a power soul attack that made the void trembled, thus disrupting Ji Song's teleportation. Then he sacrificed all the origin essence in his divine sea to strengthen all the muscles, bones and organs in his body. With his new strength, Wang Wei rushed into the empty void chasing Ji Song with unmatched speed. In just a few seconds, he caught to him. Knowing that he was in trouble, Ji Song activated the power inside of him left by his previous Tao protector. So the Dharma body of retired Prince Ji Xiong manifested itself to protect his great-nephew. However, Wang Wei was not having of this. Without hesitation, he placed another fate shackle, so that when retired Prince Ji Xiong sacrificed himself to save his life, he did not leave his entire Tao to Ji Song. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei felt a mysterious power inside his body, trying to destroy him. He knew that this was the backlash for using his innate talent on something as powerful as Dharma body when he has not even comprehended the law. No matter how heaven-defying his innate talent is, it still has limitations. Without hesitation, he directed the power of law backlash directly to his soul. After coughing a big mouthful of blood, Wang Wei rushed straight to Ji Song and effortlessly grabbed the latter's head. Then he used space manipulation ability to leave the turbulent voice he was in and teleported back to the artificial world. With red eyes, he looked at the scared Ji Song and roared, "You dare trick me?" Then, Wang Wei squeezed Ji Song's head until it exploded. He watched the lifeless body of Ji Song slowly fall on the ground, knowing that the latter would never get back up again. Chapter 270. In the void outside of the artificial world, retired Prince Ji Han looked at Yan Chen with fury on his face. Around him were also many true monarchs of the great Zhou imperial dynasty. As for Yan Chen, he too was surrounded by true monarchs of the Tao opening sect, including Wang Wei's grandfather, Wang Chong. According to the agreement, Heaven Chosens are allowed to kill one another only when they reach the primordial spirit realm. So why did you stop us from saving the crown prince? Asked Ji Han. Why did you people go back on your words? Asked Wang Chong. No one answered him, so Wang Chong just sneered. Meanwhile, Ji Han was contemplating blowing himself up to take a few true monarchs with him. As a Tao protector, he swore an oath to protect Ji Song, but now he failed. To him, his existence is no longer necessary. Do not do anything stupid, suddenly said one of the true monarch on his side through divine sense. Why not? That way, the Tao opening sect can pay for their action, and the dynasty does not have to suffer from the consequences. I did it voluntarily. It's useless. Wang Chong is a quasi-emperor. It will be useless even if you blow yourself up. Wasn't he injured in his generation's heaven will battle? Or at the very least, his lifespan should be affected? Asked Ji Han with unwillingness. With his overlord body, his injuries have probably long been healed. As for the issue of overused lifespan, this will not affect him from killing all of us. Ji Han gritted his teeth as he felt helpless. Although their great Zhou dynasty also had quasi-emperors, they were all sleeping. And the ones in the same generation as Wang Chong died during the Heaven Will battle. Meanwhile, the whole world watched Ji Song's death with shock. They could not believe that the first heaven chosen to be killed in this glorious age would be the number 2 heavenly physique. As such, a collective sigh echoed throughout the world as the cultivators paid their respect to this fallen genius that did not have the opportunity to grow up and show his full potential to the world. Then the cultivators remembered old Chu's prophecy. In this supreme era of resurgence, the impossible will become possible. Back to the artificial world, after Wang Wei managed to calm down after Ji Song's death. His brain worked rapidly as he thought of a way to benefit from this situation. He waved his hand to gather Ji Song's shattered soul, then he took out a cauldron and placed both the body and soul inside. Immediately afterward, he started refining it. He used the cleansing purifying soul to remove the impurities, leaving out all the beneficial parts, then condensed them. Since this was not a real pill, he did not place any runes on it. So in front of the entire world, Wang Wei cooked Ji Song's body and soul. A few minutes later, the process ended and Wang Wei lifted the cover of the cauldron. Inside, A red blood pill and a strange bone floated. He placed the bone inside his space ring, then took the pill and swallowed. Wang Wei sat down cross-legged to absorb the pill. 3 hours later, he woke up and checked the changes in his body. First, he did not get a second physique, but Wang Wei expected that. His strength increased dramatically. However, the greatest benefit that he received was in fact that his talent for body refining reached an unimaginable level. The benefit of that is the amount of strength he will receive after tempering any part of his body is higher than previously, for example. After tempering his skin, his strength increased by 1,000 gene, but with his increase in talent, his strength would increase by 10,000. After a quick analysis, Wang Wei figured out the reason. The heavy axe physique is based on the Tao of power and is considered the ultimate talent for body refining. Now that he refined Jisong's body, blood essence, and soul, he acquired that talent. After checking his new strength, Wang Wei waved his hand in the sky to retrieve the blood essence and token used as a bargaining chip for this battle. After a quick check, the token was indeed a fake. So, he raised his head and looked in the direction of the broadcasting formation, and with cold and ruthless eyes, he said, "You people of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty has 3 days to hand over the real token, otherwise prepare to be annihilated from this world." He then contacted Yan Chen to take him away. Meanwhile in the void, Wang Chong laughed out, making the void trembled. "You heard what my grandson said. You would start an Emperor Dao war with us over something a junior said?" "Why not?" replied Wang Chong, with his laughter gone and a terrible killing intent emanated from his body. It was then that they remembered that the person in front of them was a madman that did whatever he wanted without caring about the repercussions. As a result, in his generation, he offended so many people, yet, he was still alive no matter how many assassination attempts he suffered in his life. One of the true monarchs hurriedly said, "We will let the sovereign decide on this matter." Then, everybody left. Back in the Dao opening sect, Wang Wei sat on his throne with Wang Ju standing in front of him. "Did the shadow guards infiltrated Jisu's inner circle as I ordered?" "Yes, young master." "Then ordered them to assassinate him." "As you wish." "Okay, now leave me alone. Do not let anyone disturbs me." As Wang Ju left, Wang Wei started to think to himself. However, not long after, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching him. "I thought I said not to disturb." "Oh, it's you. Not happy to see me?" asked Wu Hong with a bright smile. "No, I think that your face is the only thing that can soothe my wrath. I think your mother would be very upset if she heard about this." "I bet she would." Wu Hong walked to the throne and sat on Wang Wei's lap. As usual, she started playing with his hair. "So now that your hubris has gotten the best of you, did you learn anything?" Wang Wei sighed. "Indeed, I learned a lot. I learned I should never be careless in anything I do. As the saying goes, a lion should use his full strength even when hunting a rabbit. I also learned not to underestimate the intelligence of my opponent. As these heaven-chosens grow, they will become more difficult to deal with, more cunning, and more difficult to scheme against. I should always be on guard and not think that I'm the only smart one around." "Scared?" "Not really, as I've never been afraid of a challenge. What I'm scared of is not learning from my mistakes." Wu Hong nodded as she asked, "What are you going to do if the Great Zhou refuse to give you the token?" "They will hand it over, and if they do not, then we can start a war with them." "I thought that you wanted to prevent the sect from starting an Emperor Dao war." "That was against the Academy. Although the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty is a dynasty from the incense era and has a deep foundation, it does not change the fact that they only have 3 great emperors. Winning against them would be much easier from the sect than the Academy. Not to mention that a war would allow me to grow much quicker." "Why do I feel that you did not start a war with the Academy for a different reason?" asked Wu Hong. "Well, you are correct. Long ago, I noticed that the Academy was slowly becoming the leader of the myriad emperor world. And a war with them would most likely lead to the majority of factions siding on their sides to destroy us. So you design a plan to strip them of their spirit of epic, decrease their luck, ruin their reputation, and isolate them from the rest of the world." "That's right." "So, you planned long ago to target them?" "Well, my original plan was quite direct. Wait for me to become an emperor before I deal with them. However, circumstances forced me to act." Wu Hong nodded, then she asked, "How is your soul injury?" "I took a supreme tier soul healing pill. It should be fine in a month or so."
You should be more careful when it comes messing with the power of law. If your soul was not special, you would probably die or be severely injured. Wang Wei nodded in agreement with her. This time around, he was a little reckless as anger got the best of him. Meanwhile, in the Great Zhou Imperial Palace, Sovereign Ji1 was having a meeting with his ministers. Everyone waited with bated breath for his decision. So after a few minutes of uncomfortable silence, Ji1 said, "Give them the token." Many people sighed in relief after hearing this, while a few opposed this decision. "Your Majesty, what about the Crown Prince? Shouldn't we avenge him?" Ji1 sighed deeply, his hair turned white and he instantly aged into an old man. The path of Emperor is a cruel one. Geniuses died all the time, especially in this glorious age where geniuses are everywhere. Songer only has his weakness and carelessness to blame for his death. Although I am a father, I am also a ruler. I cannot risk the destruction of the dynasty for my family. The room became silent as all these ministers lament on their weakness. Finally, Sovereign Ji1 said, "Tell First Prince Ji-Su to enter the royal family tomb to cultivate until he reaches the supreme realm." "Your Majesty, you mean? Just be on the safe side." Then, Ji1 left the room with his shoulder hunched down. The next day, Wang Wei was walking around with Wu Hong when Yan Liling approached them and said with a calm face, "Li Jun is dead." Chapter 271. Wang Wei frowned after hearing, then he said, "Where is the body?" Yan Liling then led him and Wu Hong to a room inside the Li family manor. There, they saw Li Jun's head on a table and only his head. Intense fear and shock could still be seen in his eyes. He took out a bottle of holy spring water from his space ring and tried to feed it to Li Jun's head. Then, he paused for a moment. He then took out his sacred sun token and threw it to Yan Liling. "Go to the resources hall and use my token to get a blood-sucking leaf." Yan Liling's eyes flashed with a little surprise as she knew that this is a supreme tier herb used for healing. The leaf contains a great deal of vitality. The reason it has such a scary name is that the tree requires the blood and vitality of cultivators to grow properly. Without saying anything, she flew to the resources hall and returned soon after with a green leaf in her hand that exuded a soothing breath. Without hesitation, she fed it to Li Jun's head. A few minutes later, a bunch of tattoos and symbols appeared on Li Jun's face. Then his body regrew itself. Even his soul that already entered reincarnation was pulled out from there. When Li Jun opened his eyes, he looked at the people around, then he said, "So my plan worked?" Meanwhile, Wang Wei used his divine sense to check Li Jun's soul imprint. He wanted to make sure that it was the original Li Jun, not someone who had all his memories. "So for what reason that you had to waste your taboo innate talent?" asked Wang Wei calmly. "Big brother, I do not think that it was a waste," replied Li Jun. Then, he threw a punch in the air, making a breaking sign. He smiled in satisfaction. His taboo innate talent allowed him to die once, then rebirth and become stronger. The talent involved around the concept of truly knowing death before you can bring it upon people. Moreover, the stronger the person who kills him, the more benefit he will receive. Unfortunately, he could only use this talent once in his life. After taking a few minutes to test his strength, Li Jun was very satisfied. He could feel that he was only an inch from breaking through the divine body realm. Then, Li Jun looked at the group and said, "Look what I've discovered." He took his space ring that was returned with his body, took out a talisman, and placed it on his forehead. Soon afterward, Li Jun's memory appeared in front of everyone. Soon after Wang Wei left for his battle with Ji Song, Li Jun left the sect headed to the academy, and his target was Di Tian. He first set a disturbance in the Di family area, forcing Di Tian's shadow, Di Jia, to come to deal with the situation. Then, Li Jun captured her and called Di Tian himself. Wang Wei frowned after seeing this because he noticed that Li Jun used a very powerful formation to prevent other people from noticing the situation around the Di family manor. Li Jun himself knows nothing about formation, so someone from the sect must have known about this plan, helped him, but they did not tell him about it. He guessed that they worried that he would refuse, and they were right. He would never allow Li Jun to do such a risky plan even with his taboo talent. Concentrating himself to ignore his annoyance, Wang Wei continued watching the memory. Soon afterward, Di Tian showed up. He looked at Li Jun, then he said, "Where is Di Jia?" An act which greatly surprised Wang Wei, as he was always under the impression that Di Tian was a cold, ruthless, and calculating person. In this short encounter, he seemed to show genuine care for his subordinate. "She's fine,
answered Li Jun. You better pray that she is. So, what is Wang Wei's dog doing attacking me? Is your master too scared to face me himself? Li Jun smiled and answered, since the master's dog is enough for the hunt, why would he show up? Without needing to discuss with his opponent, Li Jun attacked. Unfortunately, he was more outmatched than Ji Song was during his final battle. His fleshly body is so strong, muttered Wang Wei with a surprised look on his face. There has been so little information about Di Tian that he was genuinely surprised. Meanwhile, after being maltreated for a few minutes, Di Tian said to Li Jun, I thought that you had some kind of plan to try to attack, but it turns out that you were just sent on a suicide mission. In that case, I will help you. All things must breath their last breath. A black and white wheel appeared behind Di Tian, then he punched forward. Li Jun did not have any ability to resist and his body disintegrated into tiny pieces, leaving only his head. Even his soul also disintegrated. On account that you did not touch my subordinate, I will leave some part of you to be buried. Wang Wei frowned. Is that his created 9 reincarnation fist? It should be the first fist that the Heaven Mystery Pavilion mentioned. He then closed his eyes and placed himself into Li Jun's place. A few seconds later he muttered, the end of all matter, the ultimate state of physical death, the last breath of all living things. What a scary technique. Even with my current strength, I will be half dead if I receive this punch, and this just the first fist. Wu Hong patted his shoulder as she said, you do not have to worry as you still have plenty of room to grow. My ego is not that fragile. It's just that the level of threat that I placed on this Di Tian was not nearly enough. Wang Wei then looked at Li Jun. There should be more, right? Correct. There is a memory that I stole from his brain. A brand new image appeared in front of everyone. Di Tian laid on the floor with surrounding destroyed. In his arms laid a beautiful woman with sickly paled skin and blood floating on the corner of her mouth. With great effort, she raised her feeble hand and removed the tears from Di Tian's eyes, and said, Tianer, I'm sorry I can no longer accompany you. But I hope that you can forget me and live your life. Then, her hands fell to the ground, no longer moving. Ninger, Ninger, said Di Tian as he shook her. No, he roared. His roar shook heaven and earth, and the sky started raining blood, showing the intense grief that this man went through. Her, said Wang Wei after seeing the woman in Di Tian's arm. Big brother, do you know this woman? Yes, I met her during my travels after beaking through the supernatural realm. She was in the form of a spirit, and she told me that I had eyes similar to someone she knew. Li Jun nodded, but he was a little disappointed. I cannot believe that I risked my life and this is all the information I could gather. The only thing we know is that Di Tian lost someone close to him. You are wrong, replied Wang Wei. We can deduce so much information just from this memory. For once, we know for sure that he is reincarnated, and most likely still have the memories from his past life. Second, drive. We know what drives him forward. Most likely, he's trying to find a way to revive his loved one. I always had a suspicion that Di Tian was involved in Fan Li's death, but I never had any proof or ideas to go on. However now, we can theorize that Fan Li was killed by Di Tian to get access to the Een Soul scripture, and revive her. Finally, looked at the clothes and architecture around him in this memory. They do not look familiar or consistent to any eras of the Myriad Emperor world. So, he most likely was a powerhouse from another world community that reincarnated in our world. No, you are wrong about the last part, suddenly said Wu Hong. Oh, do you recognize the clothes and architecture around him? Yes, they are from the Emperor Beginning era. The late stages to be precise. So, you're saying that Di Tian is from the same era as the primordial gods, innate demons, and the heaven-opening emperor? And he might even have lived through the Null era? Asked Wang Wei. Possibly. Wang Wei nodded. Then he spent the next few hours going through every detail of this memory and search for any missed details. Moreover, he also started to plan contingencies on how to deal with Di Tian. The next day, Wang Ju entered the room and said, Young master, there is news from the great Zhou imperial dynasty. Chapter 272. Oh, did they send the token? Asked Wang Wei calmly. Yes, replied Wang Ju, who then presented the token to him. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction. Then he asked, what about the assassination on Ji Su? Unfortunately, we were too late. It's fine. Wang Wei knew his actions were purely out of anger,
So now that he calmed down, he did not care about the outcome.
When is the tablet's secret realm opening?
A week from now.
A week.
It should be enough time, muttered Wang Wei. Is there anything else? The Divine Tao League asked the sect to allow Feng Lijuan access to the pagoda trial.
The sect master asked that you can decide.
Let me see their offer, said Wang Wei, as he took out a paper containing the resources that the League was willing to offer. However, he soon sneered after reading. The Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty offered an innate material, and this is the best that they can offer? Well, it is common knowledge that the divine clans are slowly fading into obscurities. Most of their foundation has been used up trying to break their bloodline restrictions, replied Wang Ju calmly. Tell them to offer an innate material like the Great Zhou, or the answer is no. Then he dismissed Wang Ju. He was also about to say goodbye to Wu Hong before entering a brief cultivation retreat, but she stopped him to give him something first. Looking at the book in his hand, Wang Wei was puzzled. Then after opening the first page, he squinted his eyes.
Are you sure about this?
I cannot reciprocate the favor, at least not now. There is no need to be like this with us, replied Wu Hong with a smile. Wang Wei sighed before nodding. The book in his hand is an emperor scripture. To be precise, it's Empress Wu Sealing Sutra, known as one of the most powerful cultivation techniques that ever existed. The reason that Wang Wei said that he could not reciprocate the favor was that the sect's rules do not allow him to pass their emperor scriptures to anyone even with his status. However, once he creates his scripture, he can do whatever he wants with it. Wu Hong took a moment to read the scripture. Then he sighed. He read all the 9 emperor scriptures of the sect, and only the origin path scripture come close in terms of uniqueness. Many ideas appeared in his mind after reading that scripture. Although he could not cultivate it in such a short moment, it did inspire him when it comes to creating his scripture. Then, Wang Wei suddenly had a brilliant idea.
I need you to help me with something.
He whispered something to Wu Hong's ears. Well, I should be able to do it, but you will need other things for your plan to be successful. The sect can deal with the other problems, replied Wang Wei. Then, the two schemed together before Wang Wei entered his cultivation room. He took out the devil god bone from Ji Song's body, then absorbed it into his body. No, to be precise, he fused it with his bones, making it permanent. Since the bone was left after Ji Song's death, then someone might be able to rip it from his body. He did not want to take any chances. Unfortunately for Wang Wei, this bone was way too powerful for him alone to accomplish this task. So, he called his grandfather to help. However, even Wang Chong could not do anything. In the end, one of the emperor formations had to be secretly used to help Wang Wei completely fused with the bone. In the final moment, before the bone was completely fused, an accident occurred. The will of the devil god appeared to mess around. At first, Wang Wei was going to use his own will to fight this devil god to temper himself. However, he soon realized that this guy's power was not nearly as powerful he wanted it to be. Unfortunately, this guy was simply impossible to get rid of. Even after defeating him in a will battle, he remained inside Wang Wei's body. So Wang Wei decided to use his soul to get rid of him. However, an idea suddenly came into his mind. It was to test his true will ability against him. So, he gathered the power of his 13th body refining realm, his infinite divine sea, his 720 divine runes, and his more than 60 origin patterns, forming his true will. The moment he attacked the devil god, the latter screamed out loud, "The Duyi realm? How can you have such power?" Then he was annihilated. "Duyi realm?" muttered Wang Wei. "Is that the real name of my true will ability? I've never heard anything about this." Then, he pondered whether to ask Wu Hong, but he refrained from doing this. He did not want her to get in trouble again. When it comes to power beyond his control, Wang Wei's attitude has always been to be patient and careful, otherwise, he will be the one who suffers. By the time that he absorbed the devil god bone, it was already time for the secret realm to open, so he left for the academy with Yan Chen. Luckily for him, he arrived in time. As soon as Wang Wei met with the other heaven chosens, he noticed something odd about them. He could see an invisible golden shield surrounding them. He then realized that this might be the power of the Heavenly Tao Protection Book. Right now, all these 29 people are immortal. No matter what people do them, they will be revived. Well, at least until the primordial spirit realm. This might be a problem, thought Wang Wei to himself. Soon though, he noticed something that he overlooked. Feng Hang was not part of the people here. He knew that the latter forfeit from the tournament midway through, and there were rumors that it was because he awakening the yin-yang eyes. Wang Wei always felt that something was odd with Feng Hang after his encounter in the Qi Luck trial. The latter obviously had the power of the yin-yang eyes, but he denied it. But now, he suddenly awakened this power. Everything seemed fishy. Wang Wei's brain rapidly moved. Could it be that he stole the eyes from the real owner? Given that he could not use its strength properly back then, he hid it from everyone. This would explain why he was so weak despite having such a physique. But now, he discovered a way to inherit the true yin-yang eyes, so he used the excuse of sudden awakening to explain. Then, Wang Wei suddenly remembered the strange individual who used a formation to have a secret conversation with Mo Xingyun. If that person is Feng Hang or related to him, this could explain a lot of things. Feng Hang most likely made a deal with Mo Xingyun to acquire her power of devour to swallow the yin-yang eyes from the real owner. Whatever he offered her might be the reason that the Mo family started to move around and searching for something soon after Mo Xingyun had this meeting. And it was also around that time that Feng Hang also quit the tournament and returned to his sect. Wang Wei guessed that he figured out most of the situation. Even if there are a few things that he is not aware of, it should not be that important. Speaking of Feng Hang, he also noticed that Lu Meixiu also did not show up for the tournament. Even someone like him wanted to use the tablets, so he did not believe that she and Feng Hang did not want to as well. Thus, given his grudge against her and Feng Hang's shady behavior, he decided to spy on these people's movements more urgently. So, he took out a talisman and ordered Wang Ju to place more emphasis on those two. Soon afterward, the top 30 Heaven Chosens used their token. A massive gate appeared in front of them, and everyone entered. After entering the gate, Wang Wei found himself in a strange place. 3,000 stone tablets were floating in the air, and 30 seats were on the ground. The seats were numbered 1 to 30, and the first seat was the closest to the tablets. After seeing this, Wang Wei sneered as he could guess that this was the Academy's scheme to instigate infighting between those people. If it was a normal tournament, the seating arrangement would have been determined by the ranking, but now, the tournament was cancelled and there was no ranking. With the pride and arrogance of those Heaven Chosens, they will fight for a better spot. Ignoring all of those people that were looking at one another with vigilance, Wang Wei walked to the first seat, sat down and closed his eyes. The other top Heaven Chosens looked at one another, but they did not say anything. They knew that he deserved that spot. Chapter 273. After taking his seat and closing his eyes, Wang Wei took out some freshly brewed enlightenment tea to drink, then took out his purple merit and absorbed it. Since Wu Hong assured him that it did not have any problem, he was reassured to use it as it can greatly help him create a powerful and unique cultivation scripture. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei entered a state of enlightenment. And he was not the only one who did such a thing. All these powerful Heave Chosens also took out material that can help them enter a state of enlightenment quicker and last much longer. Many of them also used merit because of the recent event happening in the world. Even Lin Fan was granted merit for this occasion. Most likely, they used some of the reserves of the Academy to help him, showing how much they are willing to invest in him for this generation's heaven will. And this was not the end. All those Heaven Chosens were blessed by the Qi luck of their entire faction, thus exponentially increased their comprehension. The advantages that these top Heaven Chosens received made the ones with lesser backgrounds side with envy. Although they too can receive the benefit of Qi luck of their factions, can they compare with emperor lineages? No, to mention the loose cultivators who were lucky enough to get a spot on the top 30. Unless they are members of the Loose Cultivator Alliance, they have no chance. Plus, the alliance is made of people that only want to use one another for resources, so their Qi luck is quite scattered. After closing his eyes, Wang Wei found himself in a white and empty space, with only a tree behind him. He sat in the lotus position while leaning on the tree. Soon afterward, many illusory figures appeared in front of him. There were men, women, the elderly, and even some that looked like children. Nevertheless, no matter the physical appearance of these people, they all have one thing in common. They had a noble temperament emanating from their bodies. The moment these people appeared, instinctively, Wang Wei knew who they, or what they were. Great emperors. Following their appearances, these emperors started to preach one by one. Some of them talked about their own Tao in great depth, while some talked about their understanding of other Tao. If any ordinary heard these people talking, 99% of them would not understand the esoteric meaning of these words.
while the remaining 1% could barely catch the meaning of a few phrases. Fortunately, Wang Wei's understanding was truly heaven-defying. He quickly absorbed the essence of these daos and made his own. At the same time, he also started to forge his own. Just like that, 200 years passed by. The amount of time for all these heaven-chosens to stay in the secret realm arrived. Of course, by that time, only 5 people remained. All the other people could not stay in the state of enlightenment for so long, so they woke up. Even a talented person like the suave sloth did not last longer than 120 years, and he complained a great deal after waking up. The first person to wake up was Sun Jiaolong, who was in the 5th seat. A vision appeared around him. It was him wearing a sovereign crown and holding a golden sword. A large army of human soldiers bowed to him. Then he led them to fight between heaven and earth. Soon after that vision manifested, Sun Jialong's ancient lamp manifested with 50 origin patterns on it, with a 12-colored good fortune flame. Immediately afterward, the flame started burning his body, making him grunt. The process only lasted a few minutes, but afterward, a powerful aura emanated from his body. It was the aura of the divine body realm. Sun Jialong checked his body, then looked into the sky where a massive cloud gathered. Without hesitation, he rushed to the sky to meet his heavenly tribulation. Meanwhile, outside of the secret realm, many people watched this happening. In the past, one part of the tournament was to see how powerful the scriptures that these heaven-chosens would create, so this part of the tournament was also broadcast. This time, the Academy wanted to stop this aspect as well, but the other factions disagreed. They believed that the Academy can gather information about their heaven-chosens while they could not do the same. So, an agreement was reached to continue with the broadcast. While Sun Jiaolong was going through his heavenly tribulation, many people were commenting on him. So, a scripture based on the concept of military ruler, a sovereign that leads its people to fight and slaughter all his enemies, an iron-blooded ruler. Very powerful. Yes, and with the human destiny sword in his hand, he is probably even more powerful. Now, the issue is, why did he reveal it now? The people of Great Wu spent so many years denying having the sword. Why did they suddenly reveal the information now? Could it be because he is now protected by the heavenly Tao and cannot die until he reached the next realm? It could be, or they could be planning something. Meanwhile, after finishing his thunder tribulation, Sun Jialong looked at the other people who were still in the middle of enlightenment. He frowned a little. Was he surprised that he was the first one to wake up? However, soon afterward, he checked the golden sword in his divine sea, and a confident look appeared on his face. Without saying anything, he returned to his seat to wait. A few hours later, another person woke up. It was Xueqi, who was in the 3rd seat. Just like Sun Jialong, a vision appeared behind her. In the vision, Xueqi was also standing in front of a large group of people, but all these people were actually her. Moreover, all the different versions of how were scattered throughout different worlds in the endless void. There seemed to be an infinite number of them. Soon afterward, an ancient lamp and good fortune flame appeared, and she broke through the divine body realm. Then, Xueqi opened her eyes, but she did not immediately go experience thunder tribulation. 7 books floated in front of her. Then an 8th was condensed. Each emperor of our sect cultivated one of the 7 emotions to the pinnacle and proved the Tao. In my generation, I have to start cultivating the 6 desires, and I chose the desire that all things have to live to survive, in order to avoid death. After that, she looked around and realized that she was the second to wake up. With a frown on her face, she looked at Lin Fan that sat behind her. It seems that despite all the weakness this guy has, his potential is the real deal. I cannot underestimate him. Then, she looked at Jian Shuang in front of her. As for you, it's time that I start my plan to get rid of you. Su Yan flew to the clouds in the sky to undergo her thunder tribulations. Meanwhile, the people outside were also commenting on her. It seems that this generation's saintess will continue the legacy of her ancestor. Yes. The Een Moon Palace, 7 Emotions 6 Desires book, is actually 7 Emperor scriptures condensed into one. Now, she is preparing to condense the 8th chapter. Imagine if they managed to cultivate 13 emperors and finish that book. How powerful would it be? Probably even more powerful than the past, present, future Buddha scroll. Wasn't it rumored that this scripture was written by 3 Buddhist emperors that were in fact brothers? You are right. Most likely, the founder of the Een Moon Palace probably got the idea from them. Your guess is probably correct given the fact that they were founded during the incense era. Back in the secret realm, after finishing her thunder tribulation, Xueqi waved her hand into the void, scattering white lights into different parts of the world. As soon as these lights reached a populated area, they absorbed the emotions of the people around them. Then they turned into Xueqi or clones of hers. The clones immediately used a technique to change their aura and physical features after being born, before scattering and blending into the large population. Good, muttered Xueqi after seeing this. As long as any of my clones are alive, I will not die. Although I currently have only 1,000 clones, this is equal to 1,000 lives. Furthermore, as long as there are enough emotions, I can make more. And as I grow more powerful, I will be able to make more until I have an infinite amount of them or an infinite amount of lives. If I do not manage to prove the Tao, this method can be improved into an alternate form of immortality. Nodding her head, she took her seat, waiting for everybody to wake up and test one another. The next person to wake is... Chapter 274. The next person to wake up was Feng Lijuan, who sat on the sixth seat behind Sun Jiaolong. In her vision, many people were around her. She waved her hand. Then all those people became invisible. With another wave, heaven and earth became invisible, and with the final wave, the Tao seemed to become invisible. After the 12-colored flame enveloped her, she also stepped into the divine body realm. She raised her eyes into the sky to look at her thunder tribulation, then she disappeared in the eyes of everyone watching. Soon after that, the thunder tribulation finished gathering strength, but it could not find the person that it should strike. I searched for some time but discovered nothing. As if anger, the clouds gathering in the sky became more vast and powerful. Then began the search for Feng Lijuan again. But it did not find anything. If the secret realm was not designed to isolate each participant to not interfere with one another, the thunder tribulation would have probably struck the other heaven-chosens. After figuring out that its search was futile, the thunder tribulation dispersed. Just like that, Feng Lijuan passed her tribulation. Meanwhile, the people outside watched this with awe. She seemed to have perfectly brought out the power of the invisible talisman to peak, and beyond. It was like perfectly suited for her. Maybe she was destined for it. After everything was finished, Feng Lijuan looked at the other people who were still in the state of enlightenment for a brief moment. Then she went back to her seat without saying anything. The next person to wake up was Jian Wushuang, in the second seer behind Wang Wei. His vision was two swords fighting. One sword could cut everything in its path, cut every single matter in the universe, cut every single concept. The cut was absolute. The second sword constantly resisted the attack of the first sword, and with each attack, it became more powerful. The second sword challenged the first one by saying that I'm infinite. I can infinitely grow, infinitely evolve. So, can you cut something infinite? After the first sword failed to cut the second one, it became the final winner. Finally, Jian Wushuang appeared and took the second sword for himself. A powerful pressure emanated from his body. The pressure was limitless, and it spread throughout heaven and earth, making all swordsmen bowed to him. If Wang Wei was awake, he would instantly realize that the first sword was eerily similar to his father's sword will. However, many people outside realized this. This Jian Wushuang is very clever. Using Wang Tian's absolute cut sword will to temper his infinity sword will, helping him grow through constant confrontation. After the sword-casting villa suffered such humiliation at Wang Tian's hand, they will of course find a way to deal with him. It was probably the method they came up with after years of research and study. Credits should be given to Jian Wushuang to be able to execute such a crazy plan. Without understanding Wang Tian's sword will, they could never succeed. Jian Wushuang's talent for the sword is not lower than Wang Tian, and now, his sword will is not worse than him. A battle between those two would be legendary. After Jian Wushuang finished his breakthrough, he looked in the sky at the thunder tribulation, took his sword and waved it casually. A white sword slash flew into the clouds, dispersing them. Meanwhile, a flash of surprise appeared in Xueqi's eyes after seeing Jian Wushuang's actions. Then she thought to herself, this guy has changed. He seemed more confident, cockier. If it was the old him, he would never use such a flashy, showy, and unwise thing, especially when using thunder tribulation can help increase the speed of cultivating the human stage in the divine body realm. Well, if that's true, then my plan might be easier to work. Once he finished, Jian Wushuang looked at the awakening people and a surprising look appeared on his face after seeing Lin Fan with eyes still closed.
Then his face became that of annoyance. Nevertheless, he did not say anything and sat on his seat, waiting. The next person to wake up was Lin Fan, in the fourth seat. In his vision, 3,000 clouds floated in the sky. In the clouds, voices could be heard, voices of people preaching of the Tao, preaching of different Taos. Once the preaching ended, the 3,000 clouds fused to create Lin Fan's body. A terrifying aura emanated from Lin Fan's body, both in the vision and in real life. The entire secret realm trembled, alerting all the people watching the situation, including the people of the academy.
"What is he doing?"
asked one of the teachers. Our plan for him was to use his absolute chaos physique to cultivate 8 Taos based on our 8 emperor scriptures, then fuse them. But now he wants to cultivate all 3,000's Tao and fuse them, replied someone else.
"Is that possible?"
"Well, chaos is the embodiment of all the great Taos in existence, so it should be possible." Many of the teachers' breath became rapid after hearing this. They could imagine how powerful their heaven chosen would be after this.
"We will finally cultivate another eternal emperor."
"Don't be so excited yet," quickly said the new headmaster.
"Remembers, there is someone else that is not awakened."
The teachers quickly calmed themselves down. Then they focused on the secret realm. In the meantime, in the D family booth, D Tian squinted his eyes after seeing Lin Fan's vision and aura, then he sneered. "Another outlaw that is trying to control one of the 5 hidden supreme Tao. Chaos. This Lin Fan will not leave long, especially since his name is already on the Heavenly Tao Protection Book. If Bai Han was still here, he might have warned these fools." Then, he focused his attention on Wang Wei, waiting for his awakening. In Di Tian's mind, if there was a person that had the tiniest of affecting his plans of becoming emperor and reviving his wife, it would be Wang Wei. Even if that possibility was only 0.1%, he did not want to take any chance. After Lin Fan finished his thunder tribulation, he soon realized that he was not the last one to wake up. He frowned for a moment, then landed next to Jian Wushuang and gave him a look. The two eyes clashed for a few seconds, then Jian Wushuang moved. Next, these heaven-chosens moved their sits based on how late they woke up. Lin Fan sat on the second seat, Jian Wushuang on the third, Fang Lijuan on the fourth, Suya on the fifth, and Sun Jialong on the sixth. Of course, on the 7th seat was Mo Xingyun, and on the 8th seat was Zhang Xian, who had the number 7 boundless void physique. While these heaven-chosens were fighting over seat position, Wang Wei's vision finally appeared. It was similar to his Yun Emperor vision. A mighty and majesty version of Wang Wei sat on a throne without countless sages, supremes, worlds, and races at his feet. However, this vision was slightly different from before. In the past, Wang Wei had strings of fate in his fingers, controlling all those people. But now, the strings were at his feet, as if he was beyond them. As soon as that vision appeared, the entire domain of the Emperor Enlightening Academy trembled lightly. Moreover, a few sensitive people could feel the anger of Heavenly Tao after the vision appeared. These people have never seen heaven so furious, so wrathful. However, contrary to their ideas, nothing happened afterward. There was no divine punishment, thunder, or anything. Everything just returned to calm. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was oblivious to the things happening outside as he was too focused on breaking through the divine body realm. His ancient lamp appeared around him, and many people were once again shocked. Not only did he have a 13-colored flame, which was unheard of before, but he had 184 origin pattern on the base of the lamp. The only person not amazed by this event was Di Tian. He is probably the only person that truly knows the meaning behind this phenomenon, and even its owner might not know. After the lamp appeared, Wang Wei focused on the next step of his breakthrough, which was very simple, at least to him. It was simply to infuse your will, goals, dreams, or desires into the Gould fortune flame. This might seem a simple thing, however, it was not. Whatever ideas or goals a cultivator installed in there, he or she has to truly believe in it to the point of sacrificing their own life for it. Without such a high level of determination, they will never be able to enter the divine body realm. As for Wang Wei's goals, it was always to be free and unfettered, to be able to do as he wishes, to control his fate, no, to transcend it.
Chapter 275.
The divine body realm is divided into 3 stages: human, earth, and heaven. The purpose of the entire realm was to refine a body that could withstand the power of law, a divine body. As such, in the human stage, cultivators have to use their good fortune flame to temper or recreate their bodies.
They have to refine their skins, muscles, bones, organs, and blood. In general, they have to go through a similar process Wang Wei went through while cultivating the ancient desolate body refining scripture. As for Wang Wei, since the ancient desolate emperor used this realm as a blueprint for his scripture, he did not have to go through the human stage. So, after instilling his goals into the flame, he used it to quickly go through most of the human stage, making sure that he did not make some mistake or overlook some tiny part of his body during tempering. And he did find one: his brain. Due to how fragile an organ it was, there was no specific way to refine or temper it in the ancient desolate body refining scripture, making it one of the weak spots of his body. Knowing this, he immediately used the good fortune flame to temper his brain. Many people squint their eyes after seeing this. All these heaven-chosen first refined their skins after the breakthrough, but he chose his brain. However, after thinking about it for a moment, they realized it made sense that cultivating in the divine body realm would be different for him because of his strong fleshly body. After Wang Wei finished the gruesome process of burning his brain off, he was satisfied with the result. From now on, he would not immediately die if someone blew his head off. They would have to do it at least 5 times before he would die. And after he finishes tempering his blood, he will reach the realm of single-drop rebirth, meaning that as long as a single drop of his blood remains, he can instantly regenerate his entire body. Following this, the aura of divine body realm appeared on him. Opening his eyes, he clenched his fist, feeling both the increase of power and lifespan. A typical divine body realm cultivator has 30,000 years of lifespan. However, due to his heavenly physique, Wang Wei already had such a level of lifespan. With this new breakthrough, he can now live 90,000 years, which is the normal lifespan of a primordial spirit realm cultivator. And that's only the lifespan granted to him by the origin path system. His fleshly body dramatically increased his lifespan. Wang Wei raised his head to the sky, staring at the thunder tribulation. Once the first thunder fell, he opened his mouth and swallowed it. That goes for all the others as well until the tribulation ended. Slowly turning around, Wang Wei did not look at these heaven-chosens, but in the distance. His eyes penetrated the secret realm and countless layers of space until he reached a mortal establishment in the domains of the academy. There he saw an old man inside a room, sitting on a chair. The old man's hair was all gray and he had wrinkles all over his face. On top of the old man's head, Wang Wei saw a gray line, and he knew them as fate line. He could see them for quite some time but did not know how to use them. Now he knew. By focusing on the fate line, he saw the fate of this old man from his birth to the present. He saw when he was born, when he first cried, the first time he farmed the land with his parents, his first love, his first kids and grandkids. In an instant, he watched the life of this old man from birth to adulthood, then to old age. And that was not the limit. Wang Wei then started to see the fate of this old man's ancestors. He watched the lives of his great-great-great-great-grandfather. To be precise, he saw the lives of all the old man's families up to 15 generations in the past. After that, Wang Wei watched the future of this old man. He knew that 2 years from now, while trying to pick up something from the floor, the old man would trip and fall, never getting back up again. His family will bury him, and continue their lives as farmers. Until 3 generations later, the entire village will be destroyed in a catastrophe, thus ending this old man's bloodline. Wang Wei sighed at how insignificant the life of mortals is. Their fate has long been written in stone, and not only do they not know about it, but they would be helpless even if they knew. They are nothing but puppets controlled to either make the flow of the universe function normally or serve the purpose of more powerful beings. Once finished observing that mortal, Wang Wei finally looked at these heaven-chosens. His cold and indifferent gray eyes penetrated deep into their souls as they felt like they were naked and being observed, like someone was strangling them with strings. Immediately, they noticed what was going. These heaven-chosen realized that Wang Wei was reading their fate line, thus watching all their secrets from birth. With an ugly look on their faces, they resisted. The previous vision of these people manifested in front of them, trying to block this weird attack. Unfortunately, it was useless, at least to most. Muttered Wang Wei as he looked at Lin Fan. This guy can block my fate reading technique? Could it be because his Chaos Dao is on the same level as my Fate Dao? Unfortunately, he is still too weak. Immediately, he increased the pressure and power on Lin Fan. Thus, Wang Wei was able to read his fate. He saw how he grew up in the lower realm, how he was maltreated by his clan because his absolute chaos physique could not cultivate their low-level technique, how he met his Dao protector and master.
his rise in the clan and throughout the entire world. All these heaven chosens had all their secrets leaked to Wang Wei. Except for their emperor scriptures that were protected by a band powerful enough to even guard against fate, Wang Wei learned all their secrets up to the present. Knowing the dire situation that they were in, they all attacked at the same time. However, Wang Wei ignored these people as his innate shield appeared around him, blocking all their attacks. During the entire process, Wang Wei thought to himself, although I can read the past and present of these people, I cannot read their futures. Cultivating is a process of detachment, so their fates are not set in stone like a written book. Their futures are full of endless possibilities based on the decisions that they make in the present. However, all cultivators including me have what is known as Nexus of Fate, which is an event in their lives that will happen no matter what. Unfortunately, my Transcending Fate Sutra cannot yet see fate nexuses. Anyway, it's only a matter of time. After that, Wang Wei looked in the direction of the academy. To be precise, the booth of the D family. Just like he did before, he read D Tian's fate line. However, the latter waved his hand, and a black and white appeared. The wheel exuded the power of reincarnation and easily blocked Wang Wei's ability. I knew that it would not be so easy. This guy is in another league of his own. Hee, only defeating such a powerful enemy would make the heaven will more interesting. Otherwise, things would be too easy. After that, Wang Wei looked at all these people attacking him at the same time, yet still unable to break his defense. His vision then landed on Mo Xingyun. My theory about her was correct, but I'm starting to wonder who was that person that made a deal with her, as he was obviously not Feng Heng. I need to meet Feng Heng personally to read his fate line. Moreover, I'm also slightly interested in that gluttony-swallowing scripture. After that, he looked at Sun Jiaolong, making the latter's heart skip a beat. For my plans to work, the human destiny sword would be of great help. However, now is not the time to get it. Wang Wei then clenched his fist, took a punching pause before throwing a punch. A powerful shockwave came from him, sending all these heaven chosens flying away. He then activated his token to leave the secret realm. Meanwhile, all of the people sent flying away had only one thought. How could he be so powerful? And that also included Lin Fan, who was the only one still standing despite still being thrown away. As he looked at the disappearing back of Wang Wei, he clenched his teeth with unwillingness. Despite all his effort, he was still outclassed. However, Lin Fan quickly calmed down. He knew that he still had plenty of room to grow. His Choice Dao can also contain the Dao of Fate. So, a flash of determination flashed across his eyes. Chapter 276. With Yan Chen's power, Wang Wei broke the void and teleported to the Dao opening sect. Unfortunately, there was an accident midway through. Both Wang Wei and Yan Chen found their teleportation interrupted and landed on a desert with sands as far as the eye could see. Soon afterward, the surrounding void trembled, and the world seemed to change. Before Yan Chen could react, he disappeared from Wang Wei's sight, nowhere to be seen. As for Wang Wei, he was calm during the entire situation. He even had a knowing smile on his face. He looked into the void in a direction. There, he saw Yan Chen in a separate space surrounded by stars. The latter was using his Dharma body to attack the surroundings in an attempt to destroy whatever was blocking him and prevent him from protecting his young master. After checking that Yan Chen was all right, Wang Wei looked in another direction and said, "Come out. I know you are here." "Oh, and how could you possibly do that?" replied a voice, who soon revealed to be Bai Han, the former headmaster of the Enlightening Emperor Academy. "I had a premonition that misfortune would befall me today. However, my prediction also stated that the level of danger is middle to low. And if I play my cards right, I might even benefit from it." "I've always admired your confidence," replied Bai Han with a sneer. "However, it seems that you do not understand the predicament you're in. I spent the past 200 years setting up a supreme tier formation in the surrounding area. And it was not just a normal formation. With it, I can keep Yan Chen occupied for more than an hour. As for the Dao opening sect, given your status and how much they care about you, it will take them about 10 minutes to realize that something is wrong, 5 minutes to locate this area and another 5 minutes to break the formation. Meaning I have 20 minutes to kill you. I guess I'm being underestimated." Wang Wei secretly shook his head. Bai Han had the time and opportunity to set up such a powerful formation, and yet, he chose an isolating one instead of a killing one. He probably wanted to kill me personally, or his mind is already deeply affected by the Qi of Calamity.
I'm curious, what drove you to do something so extreme?
Asked Wang Wei, still with his calm demeanor.
There is no need to try to buy time. You are too much of a threat to the academy, and I have to get rid of you otherwise, we will suffer in the future. Immediately, Bai Han used his domain and instantly controlled the laws of heaven and earth in the surrounding area. As for Wang Wei, he felt a direct pressure on his soul and spirit. On top of that, he could not use his origin essence. Meaning, he could not use any of his cultivation techniques except for his fleshly body. Without hesitation, a vision manifested behind Wang Wei. One ability that some cultivators in the divine body have is visions. These visions are based on each individual's wishes and desires, and they have the ability to amplify their powers. Nevertheless, only truly talented individuals can have their own visions. Although people with heavenly physiques or any physique for that matter have a higher chance of gaining one, however, that's not guaranteed. A perfect example of that is Han Li. Although he had a heavenly physique, he did not have a vision. Of course, Wang Wei did not show his vision merely because of the amplification abilities, but because his vision was unique. It was fused with his young emperor's vision. So the moment that it appeared, he activated his pseudo-domain ability, hoping to reduce Bai Han's strength by half. Unfortunately, he was not completely successful. The ability only reduced Bai Han's strength by 15%. Despite this, Wang Wei was still satisfied as his main objective was achieved. Using the pseudo-domain, he was able to block most of the power of Bai Han's true domain. Feeling the regained control over his origin essence, Wang Wei was ready for the next battle. As for Bai Han, his face became ugly, then he said, "I was right. You are a much bigger threat than anticipated." He waved his hand in the air as he said, "Pen of Righteousness." A giant golden brushed pen appeared in the sky. Then, the pen wrote the character for Flame. The character was beautiful, majestic, and holy. Soon after that, countless golden flames covered the sky, heading towards Wang Wei. They seemed to want to burn him and purify his soul. All these things happened in a blink of an eye. As for Wang Wei, after seeing this attack, he only muttered, "Intangible fate." Boom! Bai Han's attack landed. The surrounding few kilometers were instantly ravaged beyond repair. The sand in the desert turned into glass, and a weird golden light could be seen everywhere. As for Wang Wei, he was floating in the air, perfectly fine. Not a single scratch could be seen on him or his clothes. Bai Han squinted his eyes after seeing this. Fate is invisible and intangible, so he is also invisible and intangible. Then he sneered. "We both have strong karma connecting us, so you cannot escape." He waved his hand and the golden pen wrote another character. This time, a large golden hand appeared, releasing a suppressing aura. Wang Wei was familiar with his aura as it was similar to his Dragon Sovereign Fist, which had the ability to suppress someone. As such, the closer the golden came to him, the more difficult it became to move, to breathe, and even his thoughts became a little sluggish. Knowing the danger he was in, Wang Wei immediately used a new technique, Frowny Face Fate Escape. If someone was fast enough to escape the entanglement, machination, and providence of fate, how fast would they be? Turning into a gray light, Wang Wei disappeared from the golden hand and appeared next to Bai Han. Without hesitation or pause, he threw a punch, this time using a technique from the ancient Desolate Body Refining scripture. Desolate God Fist. A colossal fist with bronze skin manifested from Wang Wei. The aura of that hand was wild, untamed, and bestial. It gave the feeling that it would tear everything between heaven and earth with its bare hands. The surrounding area became bleak, the sand that was heated into glass turned into a dark gray and lifeless state. The sunny sky turned into gloomy, dark, and ominous clouds. Everything became desolate. Boom! The bronze hand hit Bai Han with tremendous force. However, this attack did not do any damage whatsoever. On the other hand, the shockwave of the attack forced Wang Wei to distance himself from Bai Han. Squinting his eyes, Wang Wei thought to himself. He wrapped himself with his domain, thus completely protecting himself from my attack. I did not know that domains could be used that way. If this was any normal saint, even a peak saint, this attack would have done a great deal of damage to them, yet it was futile against him. Well, I should expect this, after all, according to my father, Bai Han was only second to him in terms of strength in his generation. Despite knowing this, he did not stop. He turned into a gray light and rushed towards Bai Han. He would attack in one direction,
then appear on the other side of him and attack again. Countless versions or shadows of Wang Wei could be seen around Bai Han, attacking together. As for the former headmaster, he was intact with a frown on his face. His speed has surpassed light, which should be impossible. After studying him, one of the conclusions I made was the fact that his speed was one of his flaws. Compared to his other overwhelming attributes, his speed was rather common. This was probably because he did not fit with the rainbow escape art. But now, he must have used the power of fate to create his own speed-related technique. Bai Han became more serious after figuring this out. Typically speaking, only a few talented individuals in the primordial spirit realm can reach close to the sublight speed, and only talented void-shattering realm cultivators can use the power of law to achieve the speed of light. As for being faster than light, only Saint Realm true person can do so. The reason is that in their domains, saints are essentially gods and can ignore the limits of the natural world. In their domains, the laws are no longer governed by heavenly Tao, but by their own will and desire. Although it is only a short area compared to the rest of the world, and the duration is usually based on their origin essence and soul strength, it was still an amazing feat. It seems that no matter how much of a threat I thought you were, I still underestimated you, muttered Bai Han. It's time for me to take this fight more seriously. Chapter 277. As soon as Bai Han decided to become serious, the tide of the battle turned in his favor. He instantly appeared in front of Wang Wei, this time holding the golden brush that had shrunk its size to a normal one. He waved his brush, creating a black ink slash similar to a sword slash. Without the ability to react in time, Wang Wei was sent crashing on the ground, creating a massive shockwave thousands of kilometers after landing. However, he quickly got up without a scratch on his body. He wanted to take the initiative and attack. Unfortunately, this was not possible. As soon as Wang Wei got up, his step faltered, and he groaned as he held his head. He looked around to see a bunch of illusory golden scholars reading and reciting scriptures to him. Their voices had a weird power that seemed to directly attack his spirit and will. Suddenly, Wang Wei felt like his mind was full of these scriptures, and that was the only thing there. All his thoughts and memories were slowly being replaced by these scriptures. He knew that if he did not do something, he would turn into a mindless idiot that only knew how to recite these scriptures. He would slowly lose his will and sense of self. This Bai Han is strange. Although he is only in the saint realm, his soul power is unimaginably powerful, surpassing most of the true monarchs that I have met. No, it's even more powerful than my grandfather. Wang Wei then bit his tongue to regain clarity, then used his soul power to guard his mind. However, he was not out of trouble yet. The glass underneath his feet turned back into golden sands, then they started entangling him. They controlled his arms, legs, head, and torso. He even noticed that some sands tried to enter the pores of his skin. Moreover, he could tell that these were not ordinary sands as they had the power to slowly weaken his fleshly body and rapidly draining his origin essence. Is this what it feels like to fight a saint in their domain? The entire world seems against me. Wang Wei expanded the innate field that was surrounding his skin, thus pushing the sand away and blocking them away from him. Turning into a gray light, he rushed towards Bai Han again. This time, his speed reached at least 3 times the speed of light. Unfortunately, it was futile. Before he could even reach his destination, Bai Han appeared behind him and placed his hand on his back. A golden light flashed from his hand, and Wang Wei's innate field was broken. Coughing a big mouthful of blood, Wang Wei was sent flying and crashing on the floor. What's more, the sand started to attack him again. Having little time to think of a better plan, a white flame appeared around his body, trying to purify Bai Han's righteousness law from the sand. Of course, Wang Wei failed, but he did manage to stop the advance of the sand. With a little time to breathe, he began to inspect his body. My spine is broken, all the muscles in my back are destroyed, my liver, kidney, and lungs are completely gone. Luckily, I managed to protect my heart and spleen. On top of that, the power of law still remains in my body, preventing me from healing. A bunch of strange runes flashed across Wang Wei's eyes for a brief moment before disappearing. He activated one of his innate talent. Unlike in the supernatural realm, activating the innate talent no longer showed these tattoos and symbols in the divine body realm. A black and white wheel appeared in Wang Wei's divine sea and absorbed half of his origin essence. Immediately afterward, all his injuries instantly healed. Whether it was the broken spine, destroyed muscles, or missing organs. However, by the time Wang Wei got back on his feet, Bai Han was already attacking. Raising his head, Wang Wei saw that Bai Han wrote the character "kill" in the sky. Then a massive golden spear rushed from it with unmatched speed towards him. Without much time left for him, he reorganized his innate shield, surrounded himself with another shield made of origin essence and spiritual chi between heaven and earth. On top of that, he created 2 additional layers of shields made of the cleansing purifying flame and the heavenly destruction flame. Despite all these defensive measures, Wang Wei was still sent flying away, though he did block the attack. In the process of flying away, he clenched his right hand and made a yanking movement. Soon afterward, a transparent body appeared from Bai Han's head. With an ugly look on his face, Bai Han realized that his primordial spirit was being forcefully pulled out of his body. Looking around, he saw a white string attack to his soul with the other end on Wang Wei's hand. He mobilized the power of law to cut that thread, but he was unable to do so. So, he controlled his primordial spirit and yanked Wang Wei, who was flying away. In the end, he had to let go of the primordial spirit as he was being dragged towards his opponent. Bai Han looked deeply at Wang Wei. 5 minutes passed by and he still has not killed him. Realizing that this younger generation was even more of a threat than he could imagine, he decided to end all of this. He controlled his domain, condensed it into the form of a hand, then patted Wang Wei. Looking at the very condensed law power, Wang Wei was truly helpless. So, his body and soul were instantly annihilated. Looking at this result, Bai Han sighed in relief as he muttered to himself, "I had to use the strength of Quasi-Supreme to kill him. How shameful." "Not quite," suddenly ringed a voice behind Bai Han. Instinctively, he dodged to the side, but it was still a little too late. A white string rushed from his back, cutting his right arm off. He looked at his missing arm with a frown. Bai Han could feel his regenerative power hindered. To be precise, it was like the fate of his arm was severed from his own body. After quick calculations, Bai Han realized that it would take him hundreds if not thousands of years to regrow that arm. And even if he broke through the Supreme Realm, the time would nearly decrease. If this kid had even the tiniest of law power, this arm would be severed for good. Unless someone on the level of my father intervened, I would never be able to regrow this arm. No matter how much I overestimate him, it seems that I still underestimate his capabilities. "I'm curious," said Bai Han. "I saw you die, so how can you be alive?" Wang Wei merely smiled. Of course, he would not tell him about his bone substitution ability. With it he has a few lives, so the fewer people who know the better. Meanwhile, after his failed sneak attack, Wang Wei thought to himself, "It seems that my strength is on par with middle-level saints, could fight ordinary peak saints, but am no match for these heaven-chosen's peak saints. Nevertheless, they cannot easily kill me as well. Alright, this little test is over." "What do you mean?" asked Bai Han with a bad premonition. "I said at the beginning of the battle that I expected to encounter danger. Do you really think that I would not be prepared?" Bai Han's face changed as he looked upward. He saw Yan Chen holding a sword and a massive Dharma body behind him. Without hesitation, Yan Chen swung his sword and the Dharma body followed. Bai Han concentrated his domain in the shape of a shield. A massive explosion occurred, shaking the entire formation. Muttered Yan Chen, looking at the translucent Bai Han that was holding a golden brush. He actually has a supreme tier proven Dao artifact that saved his primordial spirit. However, let's see how many attacks he can withstand. So, Yan Chen made another attack, and Bai Han's translucent body began to fade. Knowing that he has few other options, he made a drastic decision. Bai Han tried to use his understanding of the Supreme Realm to forcefully open the Supreme Path and reach that realm. For a moment, clouds started appearing in the sky in the area of the formation. However, they only lasted a brief moment before Bai Han spit out a big mouthful of soul blood, further weaken him. As for Yan Chen, he was relentless in his attacks. On his 9th attack, Bai Han's proven Dao artifact was destroyed. Taking advantage of this situation, Yan Chen went for the kill. As Bai Han watched that powerful flash rushing towards him, he sighed internally. Then, memories of his life flashed across his mind, thinking of all the regrets he had. Right before Bai Han was annihilated, a golden light came from his body and blocked the attack. Then, the golden light slowly turned into a middle-aged man with a long beard wearing Confucian-style clothes. "F.A. Father."